Good morning, SMP Nation, and welcome to the fifth and final day of Countdown to Christmas. So I guess you can guess what the color of the day is. So Kennedy, spin that wheel. So if you just joining in, we had a contest. Everybody had to guess what color Jane and I were going to wear today. And if they got it right, they got entered in the drawing for a $100 gift card this morning. And Belinda Bryan is our winner. Belinda's watching today from YouTube. So Belinda, to claim that prize, you have 30 days to do it. Here's how you got to go. You got to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see it says claim a prize, fill out the information, hit submit. And once we get that in, we will email you back a gift card code that'll take $100 off your purchase in your shopping cart. All right, so let's welcome Jane Klaus to the show.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody.
So it is the fifth and final day, Jane, of Countdown to Christmas. And, we said Monday, we're going to be on Friday going, man, where did the week go?
It's so crazy. It goes so fast, especially when you're having fun and you're buying all of your favorite things at such great prices. I cannot believe we're kicking off day 5 of Countdown to Christmas. And what I did a little math this morning, very simple math. Today is December 15th, which means Christmas is in 10 days.
Yeah,
you got to get all your stuff done, is my point.
And just got to remind everybody, you got to get your stuff ordered today because today is the last day FedEx and UPS is guaranteed you'll get it by Christmas.
Right, exactly. So and that's perfect for the ending of the week. And you're going to have these specials running through close of business Pacific time, or will you run them through midnight?
Well, I mean, the specials go all the way till Christmas. However, if they don't get it in by today, close of business, they won't get it. Probably it's not guaranteed to get it by Christmas.
But don't let that deter you from making the purchase today. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're thinking on it and you have to get approval, or you just forgot or whatever, and you buy it, let's say Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, you can always print out a photo of what you got. Then you can put it on cardstock and add some embellishments to it. You can make something fabulous, and then you wrap that up, and then that's what's coming.
Yeah, and many people, I think they kind of treat themselves too, for so machines and things for Christmas. And again, if you got it coming, you got a great deal on it. If it doesn't make it in time for Christmas, that's probably okay. So they can shop all the way through. Christmas Eve. We'll be closed Christmas Day. And but the thing is that you're getting a great value. You're getting some great products, and like we've talked through the week, Jane, just because it's not on the show doesn't mean it's not on our Countdown to Christmas special. There's thousands of products that are on special that we don't have on the show. So make sure if there's something that you are interested in, just give us a call, and they're going to tell you really quick whether it's on special or not.
I love it. So smplive.tv, and of course, calling in is your favorite phone number, 800-401-8151, Blaine.
That is correct. So, Jane, before we get too deep into the show, I got to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation watching this morning. Hey, we got C. Denton. Is that Denton? Yeah. Denton, isn't it? Kansas City watching this morning. We have Shane Soes in California. Barbara Jones out in Houston. Dorothy Dot in Minnesota. We have Sherry Harris in North Carolina. Jennifer Boise in Washington. Sharon Hale in North Carolina, and Linda Ludy in Nevada, and Jane Klaus in Chicago.
Jane Klaus in Chi-Town, happy and warm. So excited. I'm really excited for today. Later on tonight, we're going to do a little Christmas spirit and do a Christmas walk in the lights, and I'm going to have hot cocoa. So I'm looking forward to the day, and then the payoff as a little holiday festivity tonight in the lights. It's like a little tunnel of lights. I'm very excited.
That's cool. So, great lineup again today. I'm super excited. We have Melinda Stevenson coming in today. She's a baby lock educator. She's a professor at Florida State University. But today, she's a Countdown to Christmas special educator, and she's going to do some education for everybody. And so we're looking forward to that. She's got an hour session. And we're going to show a couple pictures of her today. she has a tradition with her family. She makes them all pajamas every year for Christmas, and they all wear them. They all come to her and her husband's house for her, kids and grandkids, and they all wear them, and they always get a picture on their staircase every.
That's so cute. I love that. Do we know how many years she's been doing it?
Oh, she's been doing it for a long, long time. We'll have to ask her today, but she's been doing it for a long time. So it's really cool because I know when we first started this show, we had her on and we showed her pictures of it then, and this is our fourth one. So for sure, I know she's done it for 4 years, but I think it goes way back farther than that.
Now, Blaine, I know you're going to be focused on the show today, as I am too. But as we all know, sometimes, when we're in a break or I'm not here, I'm always making something. What are you going to be working on?
Oh my gosh! If you knew what I worked till yesterday, I'm gonna be working on Mountain Dews and Krispy Kremes probably. But I went to after the show yesterday. I left and went to the office, and I stayed to the office till 7:30 last night, just trying to get things ready. We're having our company Christmas party Saturday night tomorrow night.
Fun!
And so trying to get things ready for that. Just a lot of things that we're doing. I had to. We're trying to order some more product and making sure things are coming in. And so just had a lot of catching up at the office to do. And so I've been going over there after the show every night working. And so that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm trying to do work. And then we are actually doing a bunch of construction work at our retail store where our studio's at in our retail store in San Marcos. And so that's where we're at here today. And so we've been getting some work done there. So I've been out talking to the contractors, and we got some new electrical. We're redoing our whole classroom there and making it a lot nicer and with multiple TVs and screens and new lighting and just all kinds of great stuff we're doing.
That's so cool, Blaine. By the way, if you weren't doing this, I know you could probably do all of that construction work because you're talented in that way.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And you can fly the plane.
Yeah.
And you can probably make the outfit you'll be wearing.
Well, I don't know about that. I could attempt to make it. I do know how to make the sewing machine work, but I'm just not creative like all of our SMP Nation are. I see the things that they do, and it just blows me away. And all of our instructors that are on the show and educators, the things they do is just amazing. And even yourself, your imagination and how you come up with things, it just blows me away that y'all have that kind of can look at things and go, oh, I can make this. So I have a total big respect for the SMP Nation out there that do this because, I've sewn and embroidered enough and quilted enough to know how extremely difficult it is.
And that's the thing about the handmade. I'm always pushing the handmade movement, the maker's movement. I always say, if you're going to buy a store-bought gift, always give the gift of handmade to go along with it, or give your main gift as handmade. And then if you have this little something or other that you bought at the store, but I love the gift of handmade. And I appreciate people who understand the time, the talent, the hours, the passion, the love that goes into something that's handmade. And I just love to preach that to anybody who will listen, especially people who receive a gift that's handmade. They're really impressed. I want them to know just the creativity and the talent that goes into it. It's just marvelous.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Well, I hope the SMP Nation loved the slideshow. We had way over 20 people sent pictures in of their sweaters. And Kennedy got it all uploaded last night and had it. And we got to apologize for the Jingle Bells 30-second clip. So the reason, guys, we have to be careful with our music is because copyrighted. If it's wrong, if it's something that's copyrighted, they'll basically take the whole video down. So we had to be very careful with that. So it was what it was. I wish we could have got some different music or made it longer, but we had to do something to Christmas spirits. I
think it was great. I didn't even notice. I noticed, but not really noticed. It doesn't even matter. We're all just going along and having some fun.
When you listen to it for 3 or 4 days in a row, it kind of gets old, Jane. But hey, Jane, we've got some great things that's happening here all day today. And got to remind everybody, too, how this works. We're going to be giving some stuff away today. And, if you're asking, well, how do you enter to win? It's real easy to win. All you have to do is participate in the show. Either make a comment, ask a question in the chat, and that's going to get you entered to win. Also, we may be throwing some trivia out there to you. Just like this morning, we said, what colors Jane and I are going to be wearing. Well, if you put the word purple in this morning, that group, it entered them into a special little contest just for the people who had the correct answer. So you never know. I may be throwing a question out there. What's Jane's famous quote? Something like that. And whoever gets that right, well, only the right answers will get in that thing. So we're going to do some stuff like that today. Also, if you want to buy something, so everybody says, well, how about the specials? Well, what we have to do, and I try to explain this to y'all every day, just so everybody will be aware. All the manufacturers out there, they have what they call MAP pricing, which is minimum advertised price. So the dealers cannot talk about it, or they can't put it in print anything less than that MAP price. But you can call us, and on the phone we can tell you what the specials are. So there's some products that we can't show you what the special is. So you just have to take my word for it that it's really good, and we're going to say, hey, it's a call-in special. Call us to get the best price. Sometimes we're going to be able to show you what the price is. We can say, hey, you can go right to the website, check out, and you can check out and not have to talk to anybody. And the reason some manufacturers approve the special, some say, yeah, you can do it. We just can't put it in print. So that's kind of how it is. That's why we do that. So, and then the other thing is, we know it's busy. If you can't get through on the phones, Kyle is going to be putting throughout the day in the chat on Facebook and YouTube a Google Sheets link. And what that is you can click on that link and it opens the Google page up, and you can put your name, phone number, and the item you're interested in. And what happens, it gets updated real time in our call center on their screens. And as soon as they get off the phone, they're going to pick that phone up and give you an outbound call to see what they can answer your questions or take an order. So that's kind of how it works, Jane, and try to make it really simple. And then we've got, our live chat on the website. We have Nedra and Barbara monitoring the live chat on the website. And then on Facebook and YouTube chat, we have Rena, Melinda, and Rhonda monitoring the chat on that to help answer questions. Now, they can't take any orders, but they can answer your questions. Barbara and Nedra on the website chat can take your order. So hopefully we got everything covered today, Jane.
I think so. That was a mouthful, but I took notes so we can remind everybody. My favorite thing, as you're talking and I'm listening, I'm reading the comments. Hello to the UK. Thank you for watching. I love all my Midwestern friends here, Wisconsin. I saw some Michigan, some just right outside of Chicago by me. So, hey guys, how are you? The other thing that I love is somebody wrote, they just said, how old is Blaine? Blaine, that was funny, right?
Well, how do I look?
32.
That would probably be the scary thing to ask, but it doesn't. Y'all can tell me I'm 70. You can tell me I look, 60. You can tell me I look 50. I look 40. It doesn't matter. It is what it is.
Yeah, and age is just a number, but it was the funniest thing ever. I'm like, hey, from Palm Coast, hey, we're gonna give away Jane's mugs. Like, oh, Blaine is wearing purple and a green hat. Like, just like, hey, everyone talking to each other, and then one just lined up. How old is Blaine?
How old is Blaine? Well, hopefully I don't act my age.
21 forever, baby.
That's it. Just like to have fun but I don't. I'm. Is anybody guessing how old I am?
Couple people, 56, 102.
Well, I'm 72.
I call you. You look great. You look great. I call you
I
Father
look good
Time.
for 72, don't I? So, no, I'm 59 years old, everybody, and so 59 and holding strong. So until May, and well, we always do my birthday bash every year. We have a show, so y'all have to tune in. May, the closest Thursday to May the 11th in 2024 will be our birthday bash show, and I think you were on it as well this past May.
I love celebrating your birthday. Then I know when your birthday comes, I know it's starting to get warm here.
Yeah, and we give a lot of stuff away. We have a lot of fun, so y'all will have to join in for that. And the Kyle and Kendi always do some crazy stuff, and get me a cake or something. So usually a Mountain Dew.
Of course, a Mountain Dew.
Reese's.
Yeah, Reese's. They always do the crazy stuff. So
do you drink coffee, Blaine?
No, I sure don't.
Interesting. My husband doesn't drink coffee either. Neither does my radio co-host. And neither does it's crazy because I thought everyone drank coffee and now I just know a lot of people who don't.
Well, Michelle, my wife, is a big time coffee drinker. She loves her coffee, and so every morning. So but she's always saying, like, you need to drink coffee so we can sit and drink coffee together. And I was like, I just can't do it. I don't
You
know.
can have like a hot tea or something.
I guess I
Or
could.
pour your Mountain Dew in a coffee mug, right?
Yeah, just pour something in a mug, right?
Yeah, just pour something in a mug. It's all the
Well,
same.
I'm waiting on my Jane Klaus Diva mug, and then
I'll send you one.
there we go. Send me one.
I
All right,
absolutely
so guys, we're going to get this party started. I hope y'all are ready. We did have a slight schedule change. The first thing this morning, we couldn't. Amelia was supposed to be coming this morning, but we got a special guest taking her place. And we got Carly Bell back in the house.
Yay!
What do y'all think about that?
I love Carly.
And we're talking about a brand new Brother machine. So, Jane, I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, I like it. I love it. I want more of it. Good morning. Good morning. Day 5 of Countdown to Christmas. I'm Jane Klaus, and I'm super excited to kick things off with you today with the one and only Carly Bell. You know her, you love her. She is an embroidery expert. She's an amazing teacher. She lives in the New Orleans area with her husband and 2 girls, Abigail and Elise. Sometimes they make special appearances. Maybe we'll see them today, depending on if they're in school or not. She learned how to embroider 10 years ago, and she never looked back. She is a phenom on her show on YouTube called Sip and Stitch. You can watch her every week to get more inspiration and more techniques and more tips. Of course, go to her website, carlybell.com. Sign up for her newsletter. I'm loving the newsletter. And I love this. I go all over carlybell.com. She doesn't know it, but I do. So that's why I get excited when I get to see her. So hello, Carly.
Hi, Jane. How
How
doing
are
this
you?
morning?
Carly, did you have your cup of coffee this morning?
Girl, I'm drinking it right now.
Okay, girl. I mean, we're just talking about coffee and it's early. So are the girls at school or are they home?
Yes, they are at school. It is their last day of the year. So when I told Elise, I'm like, you don't have to go back to school until 2024, her eyes got so big.
They're like, yay, we can stay with mom. Well, they're so cute. I was hoping for a guest appearance because I thought maybe on a Friday they might be off for holidays already. But this is good. Now you're just going to be focused on teaching us all about the amazing Brother Skitch embroidery machine. Now, I love this machine. I met it when it first came out. I love what it can do. And it's a perfect size, the perfect machine for everyone to have. You have one, so you're going to show us how it works.
Yes, I sure am. So good morning, everyone. And as we are, we were speaking about coffee, Jane and I love our coffee. One of the things about this amazing new machine, I'll tell you when I first looked at it, and I'll show you now, it looks like a coffee maker, doesn't it? This is a totally new, redesigned embroidery machine from Brother. And I have the hoop on it now, but this is what it looks like without the hoop. But you can see, like, this is just totally new. Look how skinny it is, right? I love the new redesign, totally reimagined, in my opinion, on how an embroidery machine can look and work. So this is the Brother Skitch. It also, the model number says PP1 on it. And there are several amazing things about this machine. But first and foremost, what I noticed is that it has a free arm. So you saw earlier, I had a onesie on there. When I first started with machine embroidery, I started with a small flatbed home machine, right? And I have my 2 little girls. The main thing I wanted to do was make all the cute onesies and baby bibs and burp cloths for my little girls. I quickly learned how much I despised making onesies on my free arm machine because of the method of having to turn the onesie inside out and have it hooped and babysit it so where the needle doesn't stitch the fabric to itself on accident. So right off the bat, free arm. I mean, when I upgraded from my flatbed machine, it was pretty much specifically to get a free arm. And that machine is a pretty penny. It's a significant increase into some of our smaller flatbed machines. But what Brother has done is taken their basic 4x4 embroidery machine and made it a free arm. So this is like a very beginner starter machine. Like when people ask me if they want to get started, I usually recommend, start with a small 5x7 flatbed or even a 4x4 flatbed and see how you like it. And then, you can move up to bigger hoops after that. So this is an entry-level machine at entry-level pricing, but you're getting what usually costs, $5,000 and up is the free arm function, which is amazing. So free arm. Now, I mentioned this is a 4x4 embroidery machine. So the max embroidery field on it is 4 inches by 4 inches. Now, sometimes people get a little, thinking, oh, I'm going to want to do bigger things. But I'm going to show you today, there are an amazing amount of things that you can make with a 4x4 embroidery field, and I'm going to show you. Another great feature that is on here that I had to pay for with a nicer machine is that it cuts jump stitches. So all those, 3 things is that it has a free arm, it cuts jump stitches, and the third is it comes with magnetic hoops. It comes with 1 magnetic hoop, but this is how they look. So you can see here, and it clicks right on. Another amazing feature. So I would say those are my top 3 favorite things. Free arm, cuts jump stitches, and comes with a magnetic hoop. Now, a couple of things you're going to notice right off the bat as we're looking at it. There's no screen on it, okay? There is no interface. Everything is going to be done on either your phone or your iPad. And I'm going to show you how all of that works today. But as you saw when I first had the machine on, I had the hoop. Look how easy it is for a onesie to stitch on this machine. I really like how the hoops attach to the machine, this is the embroidery arm now. I really like how they attach. They really click into place, and you know that it's attached, and the machine actually won't let you go if it doesn't detect that it is attached properly. So you don't have to worry about your hoop coming undone at any time during stitching. But I mean, look how much easier that is now to stitch a onesie and not have to babysit it. I've told some of my followers that already have larger embroidery machines that are flatbed, like if you have a Stellaire or a Luminaire, beautiful, wonderful machines. However, I still don't want to stitch a onesie on them. So even if you have a larger, beautiful flatbed machine, I would get this machine strictly for making onesies and some other small, hard to hoop items that are hard to do on a flatbed machine. So that is the onesie on there. Let's see what else I got to tell you. The bobbin on it, let me take this off. So there's just like a little lever right here that you press, and that helps with taking the hoop off very easily. The bobbin is going actually to be the same kind of bobbin that you have on your flatbed machine. So this is a style A bobbin, drop-in bobbin, very easy to, I like to buy the pre-wound 90 weight bobbin thread and just drop it in, make sure it's going counterclockwise, and run it through the thread path that's listed on there for you. I like to pull it a little bit and then cut it. So there you go. Now your bobbin is all set. You do have some of the basic features on here, like needle down and cut. This is your start and stop button. You also have an automatic needle threader, which is beautiful. And I love that the presser foot automatically goes down. I'm pressing this lever here on the side. So you thread your needle. The thread path is very simple and laid out for you on top of the machine. It does come with a thread holder. On flatbed machines, I'm usually not a fan of the thread holders that come on them, and I use a thread stand. However, with this one, I have had good luck so far. I'm using my regular embroidery thread spools. I think these are like 1,000 yards. And they do come with the machine comes with several spool caps. And this particular one that fits inside of my 1,000 meter. And if I push this all the way back, I don't have any tension issues so far. Knock on wood. So far I'm liking the thread holder that comes on the machine. The thread path comes, there's a tension disc here, goes down, back around, goes back down, go behind the needle bar, pull it through, and then you have your automatic needle threader. So that is all ready for you. It also has a built-in bobbin winder. So when you are doing in the hoop projects that you want your bobbin thread to match your top thread, you can quickly wind a bobbin on here. So that is all set up for you. So the machine will come with one hoop, and that is a 4x4 hoop. I also want you to notice that this hoop has registration marks. So that means we can use the app, the Art Sparrow app, to take a picture of the item after we hoop it and really make sure that our design placement is going to be where we want it to be, which I think is very awesome. So, I mean, this is a feature that I have on my Stellaire, which is, one of the very high up models of Brother flatbed machines. And to have this on a 4x4 machine is amazing. So it comes with the one hoop, 4x4 inches. You're going to be able to do a ton of things with this. However, it also has an option of purchasing a 3-inch by 3-inch magnetic hoop. So as of right now, these are the 2 hoops that are offered and will fit this machine. However, I expect, because this machine just came out about a month ago, we will see some more hoop options in the future, not only from Brother, but I'm sure from some of our other friends that make amazing hoops for our embroidery machines in our craft room. Let's see. So now let me take you over to my craft table, and I'm going to show you just a bunch of fun things that you can do with a 4x4 hoop. And then after I show you all this, I'm going to take you into the Art Sparrow app, and I'm going to show you your options, because you're not limited to the app and only the designs in the app. You are able to use the app to transfer any design that you have on your computer or you buy online to your machine. And you can do all that using the free version of the app. So I will go through all of that in a minute. But now let me just show you all these fun things, right? I have all these little tiny in the hoop projects. So all of this can be done in our 4x4 hoop on the machine. I would simply just hoop stabilizer with my magnetic frame, and then I could stitch out any of these in the hoop projects. I have cute little ornament here. I've been making these keychains like crazy for my little girl right now to give to all of her friends at school. I could probably fit 2, maybe even more, probably 3 of these in a 4x4 hoop and stitch out 3 at a time. These are cute little felties. You can hot glue onto bows and clips and headbands. We can make patches. So I did this for Sew Fest earlier this year, where you can download this patch design for free and stitch it out. This could all be done in that 4x4 hoop. I would just hoop some wash away stabilizer and stitch it out. I have some other fun little patches I've made. I put this one on burlap. This is another keychain, and this is a coaster. So this is just made with cork. So lots of fun things that you can make in a 4x4 machine in the hoop wise. And then I also have things just to show you that would make it easier. So this is a little baby blanket, easy to add a monogram to. It is Christmas season right now, so we could stitch onto stockings. Now this one is too wide. I did this one with a 5x7 hoop, so I'm going to show you like on this side. What I think we can do with a 4x4 hoop, we could probably get a shorter name, or what we could do is a big, bold initial, and that would simply be by sliding the hoop in the stocking, and now hoop it, and then we can put it onto the machine just like this on the free arm. And I could take a picture of this using my app to make sure that I get the letter right where I want it. Like if I want it right above this little gold bar, I can position it so that it can go right on it. Okay. Another thing that with the smaller hoop, and there is a little bit of limitation depending on the type of sweater or sweatshirt you're doing, but I was able to get the 3-inch hoop in the sleeve of the arm and load it on the machine and trace a design. So little hoop, get that into place, have your stabilizer in there, hoop, your sleeve, and I could load this on the machine through the arm. Now, again, depending on how stretchy your arm is. So play around with it and make sure you trace beforehand so that you can see that the design is going to go where it wants to and it has enough movability. But definitely with pocket designs on shirts. So if I just wanted to do a simple pocket design on the front upper, I call it a pocket design, the upper left chest, like where a logo would go. Very simple to do. And I could go in through the neck hole. I don't have to worry about all of this extra fabric being in the way. And I could stitch a monogram or a cute little design right here on the upper left chest of the sweater. So I see Doreen so saying, is that the biggest hoop? Yes. So the biggest hoop for the machine is 4 by 4 inches. And that's this one right here. So this is a onesie that I stitched on the machine using this 4 by 4 hoop. Okay. And so that is going to be your max embroidery field. However, you do have the option of purchasing a 3-inch by 3-inch hoop so that you can get into some tighter places. Another example would be little cosmetic bags. These are usually a pain to do on a flatbed machine. I can hoop this with some stabilizer like this with my magnetic hoop. And then I could put this on the machine. Let me go over here. I could put this on the machine and stitch, you know, a monogram or a name with the bag going inside of the free arm. And that makes life so much easier that I could stitch like that. So I just wanted to show you some of the possibilities of not only different things that you can hoop easier using this machine, but then all of the fun things that we can make with a 4x4. Now this is a magnetic hoop. You are going to come into times where the hoop is just not going to work for the project that you're working in. However, I do like the design of it in that it's fairly flat. So if I just wanted to hoop stabilizer and have that there, let me grab a piece. Just have some stabilizer. I could do that. I could still spray it with sticky adhesive. And if I needed to float my object on top of it, I could. I would just maybe use some pins or some clips to make sure that it is nice and secure. So you do still have the option of floating if that's more convenient for the project that you're working on. All right, so now let's jump into how does it work? Like how can we get our designs on there and everything? So, all right, so this is the Art Spira app. Let me hold it a little closer for y'all. Okay. And with it, there's 2 options. You can get the free option and there is a subscription option. The subscription will give you several benefits, including having access to a lot more designs in here, and some other features when it comes to creating designs. So you can get the free version and use the machine no problem. You can play around with the subscription. They give you a 2-month free trial. So I'm on the free trial right now, and I've used some of the special designs and some of the special features. But the things I want to show you is first, you're going to register your machine to the app. So up here, I go to register, and they have printers, they have cutting machines, and they have embroidery machines. And so I have my new Skitch is the PP1, but I have 3 other embroidery machines that are capable of hooking up to this app as well. The only difference is the only way to get a design onto the machine is going through the app. Like I said, though, you're not limited to what is their designs. I can go and buy a design from my friends at Applique Alley or Creative Applique, all my favorite places that I like to buy embroidery designs, and I can upload it to the app. So whatever the option that you want to go with, you can either select the design. It's going to tell you the size it is. It's going to tell you how long it's going to take to stitch out, how many stitches, how many color changes. So if I wanted to create that, I could. If I wanted to add some text to it or even merge another design with it, I could. And then I would also tell it which hoop I want to stitch it in. So for my only options would be the 4x4 and the 3x3. And then once I would hit done, I could go to layout if I need to rotate it for any reason, or I can transfer it. Now, once I hit transfer, it's going to say press the accept button on the machine. So here's the machine. This is the accept button. So I do that. And now I hit close and I hit transfer. And it's telling me all the things I need to do before I transfer. Make sure your bobbin's in there. And in case you forgot how to do your bobbin, there's a video. Preparing the magnetic frame. In case you want a brief tutorial on how to hoop with that magnetic frame, there's a video for you. And then making sure you have your needle threaded. Again, a video. I usually just click through all of that because I'm ready to go, and I will hit done. Then it will ask me if I want to do a trial run. So that is when I would load my hoop onto the machine. There we go. And I would hit do a trial run. It tells me to select this button again. Oh, it doesn't. I didn't do this right. Okay, but it would do like the trace feature of, oh wait, that's not the right frame. That's why it's telling me no. I got the 3x3 frame on and not the 4x4. So it knows this is a 3x3 frame. It can't stitch that design. Well, I don't have it set up to stitch on that frame. So it needs to have the 4x4 frame. Okay, that's on there. I hit accept, and there's my trial. It's going to trace all around. It's going to go where I want it to go. And then once that is done, you hit OK. And now you're ready to start stitching. And it's telling me I can just press the start button on the machine. The design is on there and the orientation that I see it on my screen. And one thing that I wasn't, like when I started playing with this machine, one of my concerns was, well, what if I want to like skip ahead, or if I have a needle break or a thread break or something like that? I need to move around in my design. Under here where it says stitch, we can go here. And this is where if you run out on a your bobbin runs out, or you have, you know how it is with embroidering, something always happens. And I need to back up a few stitches. This is the panel or the screen that you need to come to that allows you to jump ahead stitches. So I could, jump here, or if I just want to skip a color, I'll just move my cursor in this pink and then click here, go to the beginning of the selected thread color. Now it's going to start just where that pink is. So I love that I have all of this navigation built into the app. Okay, so that was with a design that is on the app. However, most of the things I do are things that I buy online and I mess with in Brilliance, and I just want to import it. Then I would go to My Creations. And there's a plus button here. I would click plus. Import external files. So like the little reindeer with Quincy, that is something I bought this from Lenny Penny. The font is from maybe Designs by Juju. I just saved it on you can save it on Dropbox, Google Drive, iCloud, any of those things that I can access from my iPad. So I would go to import external file. I would pull up my Dropbox, I would pull up my embroidery designs, and I made myself a folder that says machine. So anytime I have a design that I want to transfer to my machine when I'm done in Embrilliance, I save it to this folder so that I know I can pull it up on my Artspera app and transfer it to my machines. Now this one is one that is too big for this machine. I was using it on another one, but this is all the keychains I was doing. So now if I wanted to, I could open up all the keychains and transfer this to the machine. I can also add to it. So say you find, say I wanted to do Quincy again, but I wanted to add a little something to it. I can go to plus and I can pick from things that are in the app. So if I wanted to add, say some little flowers, you know, here are all these cute little things that if I wanted to merge a design from the app with something that I opened, you can play around with it like that as well. So really quickly, so we went over how you can import your own designs. Now I want to show you some fun features of the app. If you go to new, you have some features that these two come with the free version of the app, and this one comes with the subscription version. So anything with a crown is where you require the subscription. So design editor, you tell it what frame you're using, which hoop, and I can either add something or look at all the fonts that come with this. So I put my name, done. Oh wait, I usually have my keyboard hooked up to this. What happened? I thought I did it. K-A-R-L-I-E. Done. There it is. So now I could select my name and you have all of these fun fonts that you can use. And then you can also alter the size. And so with these, they're going to allow you to expand it as much as the program will allow you. And you don't have to worry about your stitches not coming well. It's going to recalculate the stitching as you mess with the sizing. I think I saw someone asking about editing. So if I were to open a design, you can still do things like move it around, resize it, rotate it, all those kinds of things. Whenever you even open a design that you imported yourself, you still have some editing features, moving, rotating, resizing, merging. You're going to have all of those features available in here. Another fun thing is I like the drawing tools. So this is where it would be fun with kids, where you can go and have the kids do their signature. And if you wanted to embroider it on the back of an ornament, wait, I'm writing my last name. I wanted to write my middle name. If you wanted to embroider it on the back of an ornament, if you wanted to do your signature for a quilt label, think about like recipes, handwritten recipes to put on a kitchen towel. It's going to allow you to do all that. And that is with the free version of the app. So lots of fun things. I think I'm run out of time now, but let me check and see what kind of comments y'all have. So Rita saying she kept seeing bobbin issues. I haven't had a bobbin issue yet. The only time I had an issue when I was stitching my onesie here was I didn't have my thread spool like pushed all the way back on here, and I got some nesting. But once I figured that, okay, my thread was too loose here, then everything's stitched fine. And that's another thing. Like if you ever have issues with it, you can just use a thread stand, because that's what I do with all of my flatbed machines. So let's see. You can transfer to a USB to use on other machines. So there is no USB port on this machine. So that is one thing that is drastically different from every other embroidery machine I used. It is Bluetooth connected to the device. So whether you're doing it on your phone or your tablet, it does work with Android and Apple. Those two, platforms as far as devices go. And you are going to Bluetooth connect it to your machine. However, I do believe you have to have internet access for the app to fully function. So those are two important things, that you have some sort of internet access just for your device. And then the Bluetooth connectivity is done just by the device being close to it. So that is not needed for internet connection. Let's see. I see some questions about the ArtSpare app with other machines. You can go to Brother's website and see a list of all the machines that the app works with. I'm pretty sure it's just any of the newer devices that have wireless connectivity, because like this is the only one that's Bluetooth connected. All of my other embroidery machines, it's wirelessly connected, the app and the machine. So as long as they're both on the same Wi-Fi network, the app will work with those Brother embroidery machines. I see someone saying, can you use your laptop? You cannot use your laptop, that from my understanding yet, to transfer the design from your laptop to the machine. What I do is on my laptop, I save the design in my machines folder that I made, and I can access that folder on my iPad. So as long as it's in a folder or document, in a place on your computer that you can also access on your iPad. The easy things for me is the iCloud, which if you have a Mac, if you have a PC, I think OneDrive works. And then also the third parties that work on any computer is Google Drive and Dropbox. So as long as I can save my design from my computer in one of those folders, I can open it up in the app and then send it to the machine. That's personally what I like to do, but I've been playing with the app more. Especially I've been looking and playing with the designs that come with the app just to see what fun stuff they have. But my go-to method is usually getting everything ready on my computer, send it to the app, send it to the machine. But for those people that are not as computer savvy, thinking also about young kids that want to get into embroidery, this is an awesome machine to start with, because they all have phones already and iPads like my kids. But they can go, I can even use my iPad even if I don't have my laptop with me. I can use my iPad, go to my favorite little shops, buy a design, save it in my Dropbox folder, whatever, on my iPad. I could save it and then open it up in the app, rotate it, add a name to it, send it to my machine. So there, it's taking out even having to use a laptop whatsoever to even buy the design or transfer it. I can do it all on my laptop, on my iPad or my phone, and send it to the machine. So those are some other fun things about it. All right. Okay. So that's what I got for you today. If you are even more interested in actually seeing this machine in action, come follow me on my YouTube channel. I am doing a tutorial on appliquing a onesie later today. So come check that out after you watch Countdown to Christmas. The replay will always be there for you to watch, but then you can actually see it in action.
Hey, Carly, that was fantastic. Actually, you're like, okay, it's time to go. I'm like, wait, what? What time is it? I was like, just waiting for more and more. I've got my ArtSpare app right here. I've been designing as you've been talking, but following along. It's so much fun. I love the ArtSpare app. I love the free version is great, but the subscription is even better. Somebody had asked, maybe you could show this on your demo when you do your YouTube show. They'd like to see how you got the sleeve on the machine because it was a really small, tight fit. So
yes, it is tight.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will try to show that on my YouTube channel. So we'll see. I know it's going to have to be a very small space that we embroider, but I could get my green sweater I have here. I could get it hooped and on the machine. I just know that my field is going to be a little bit smaller.
Yeah, they wanted to see that. So I know we don't have time for that, but you'll do it on your YouTube channel because Carly Bell, you are great. Everybody go to carlybell.com, sign up for her newsletter, go to her show on YouTube, Sip and Stitch. And Carly, we will hopefully see you later. You're the best. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Okay, everybody, let me tell you how you can get your hands on the Brothers Skitch embroidery machine. This is the Skitch PP1 single needle embroidery machine. Carly did a fantastic job of walking you around it. Again, look at the pricing. That is amazing pricing. She said, oh, you're never going to get a free arm embroidery machine for under $5,000. This is $500, $499. But guess what? Because it's countdown to Christmas, you got to call for more information. This is going to be a game changer in all of the cool things that you can do to add embroidery to your crafting and sewing. 800-401-8151. You got that automatic thread cutter. It cuts those jump stitches. You've got the quick bobbin set. So you saw her do that. You've got your thread sensor, your bobbin sensor, upper thread sensor, and you've got your thread tension, and that's manual. It is wireless enabled because you're going to be using your Artspira app. Super easy to put your designs right there and get them stitched out in no time at all. The maximum embroidery area is a 4x4 hoop, and it comes with that magnetic hoop. You can also use the 3-inch hoop as well. So great pricing on this, even if there was no call in for more information. So call in 800-401-8151. Blaine, I'm in love. I need it. Oh, no, it's not Blaine. It's me. How funny am I? Okay, let's keep things moving. Hi, Blaine. Go have your coffee. We're going to move things along here with our friends from Handy Quilter. I talk to them every day at this time. It's Christina Whitney and Kim Sandberg. Today, they're going to be talking to us about the Moxie XL and the Pro Stitcher Lite. Now, Kim Sandberg is an education manager at Handy Quilter, and Christina is a member of the Handy Quilter Quilt Your Desire Inspiration Squad since 2017. I am going to welcome them to the show once again for day 5. Hi, Kim and Christina.
Hey, Jane.
Hey, Jane.
How are you?
We're doing good. It's Friday.
I can't believe it's Friday. This is our time to talk to each other. I'm going to miss you tomorrow on Saturday, but we're sneaking into your time here. So I want you to get going and tell us all about the Moxie XL and the Pro Stitcher Lite.
All right, we'll take it from there. Thanks, Jane. Yeah, so today, Moxie XL and Pro Stitcher Lite. So Moxie XL.
Yeah, so Moxie XL is our newest machine.
It is.
It's the big brother to our Moxie, which is a 15-inch throat space. So the XL is actually an 18-inch throat space. So you get 3 more inches of quilting space with every pass. And it is
awesome.
Fantastic.
It is.
So this machine was just introduced this year. And it comes on the same frame as our other Moxie. Again, you can choose between the loft frame or the Littlefoot frame. So it's kind of fun. We got to start out the week with our XL, and now we get to finish the week with the XL.
Exactly. So it's a fantastic machine, too.
It is. It's got all the fun things that the Moxie has, but it also has some additional things like color touch screen, which is fabulous. And it's got extra lighting in it as well.
Exactly. Yeah, our engineers had some real fun with the challenge of still bringing a machine that is at that lower, more affordable price point, but adding a few extra things to make it super special. I think how they figured out how to do the extra light in the throat space is ingenious. Why don't we pull the machine over here and we can show you guys? So we have light right here at the needle, and they figured out how to actually add light right back here. If you look, you can see that shining on my hand. So it's on the back part right here, and it shines down into your throat space, and it really does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you can see it's kind of strobing. That's not how the light actually looks. That's just on camera. And because of that, I'm going to turn the lights all the way down.
Exactly.
And they're adjustable lights. So we only had it on to like the 3rd level.
Exactly.
So you can go a lot higher than that. So, okay, lights are off. So we won't bug the camera.
There we go. We won't have that strobing effect. But I love that extra light, especially with a larger throat space. It just makes it really easy to see what you're doing right there. Because underneath that throat space, it always casts a shadow unless you have something that's adding a little extra light under there.
Exactly.
Another thing that the engineers did, and Brian Ruggles, who is our head mechanical engineer, he spent a lot of time perfecting this. He figured out how to make this machine even smoother and quieter. And so it just purrs like a kitten. That's what I think.
Yeah, it was kind of fun when we introduced this to all of our field educators. Just the reaction of everybody's like, oh, it's so smooth, it's so quiet. So it's a fantastic machine.
It's fun to stitch with. And we got just a few more. We were able to bump that speed up a little bit with the bigger machine. So On the Moxie 15, it's 1,800 stitches per minute up to there, stitch regulated. On the Moxie XL, it's 2,100 stitches per minute. So in addition to the extra space, the extra lighting, you've got some extra speed there. So you really can get your quilts done faster, which is great. I love that.
Yep.
I'm all about the efficiency.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use the L word today. I'm about being efficient, the efficient quilter.
She's learning.
I'm learning. I'm learning. It's the end of the week. I've been listening to what Christina has been saying to me.
Yep. So the Moxie XL, like all of our other machines, again, it has the stitch regulation with the two options of precision and cruise that you can flip back and forth between. It's also got the manual mode.
Yep.
So you can have a little bit of freedom to choose how you want to stitch.
Yep.
And it is fantastic. Should we jump in and do a little stitching?
Yeah, let's do a little stitching today.
Okay.
So I know we've got the glide foot on this. So this is not a foot that actually comes with the machine. This is one of our handy feet that you can add. And with this machine, you can, of course, use any of the interchangeable feet that we have. So we love the glide foot, especially for when you're doing free motion, and especially if you're using your Pro Stitcher. It's fantastic for that because you can turn your back on your machine and not worry about catching any edges or anything like that. It just glides over the fabric.
Yep.
It's very fun.
And that's an extra bonus with the Moxie XL is that you can change the feet.
Yeah.
So we've got a wide variety of feet that you can use. You know, you have to have the right tool for the right job. So the glide foot, again, is fantastic with all of the stuff that you were just saying.
Yeah.
There's also our Echo feet, square feet, micro foot.
Couching feet.
Our sure foot for ruler work.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yep.
So,
So you
lots
can
of fun.
absolutely add that ruler base to this too. So you can do rulers. You could also do the quilt from the back kit if you want to do panographs, which is really great. But let's talk about what I like to call the ultimate accessory, Pro Stitcher Lite. It's really great that you can add that so that this is fully automated. So you can have the machine running while you're working on other stuff. Once again, being efficient with your time. I love that.
Yes.
It's my favorite thing to do. I like to multitask or sometimes just sit and watch it stitch out. Let's be honest.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about all the things that you accomplish because you're efficient.
Some days, let's be honest, I just sit and watch it stitch. But still, I am watching and stitching at the same time. So that counts for something, right?
Yep.
So I know we have a plan today. We're still working on this same panel. What were we going to stitch today? I'm trying to remember. We were talking just before we started started filming.
I had an idea. How about if we finish doing the background fill in this section?
I like it.
And then I'm going to show how easy it is to change between free motion to the computerized.
I like it.
And just engaging the gears.
Okay.
And then we'll stitch our border so we can see our throat space, how much quilting space you have. And then let's do some fun stuff in these triangles if we've got time.
I like that. Sounds great.
Okay, so we'll stitch fast.
And let's see right now. So right now you have your gears disengaged, right? So you're, is that right? Oh, no, gears are still engaged.
Now they're disengaged.
Okay, now they're disengaged, which means that you won't have any resistance. It's just going to be smooth and easy to quilt.
Yep. Okay, I'm just doing a couple little tie-off stitches, locking that thread in place, and trying to remember what we did yesterday.
Oh, you did your little swirly wind. I'm like having a flashback. I'm feeling like maybe I dreamed about this design or something last night. I have a little bit of deja vu here all of a sudden.
Maybe you did.
Maybe I did.
Okay, so I just filled in all of that space.
Oh.
And instead of breaking my thread here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-engage the gears.
Okay.
So you just explained those.
Just touch that button on the screen and you hear that little sound.
One click of the button, and it is going to give me a little bit more resistance. So it makes it a lot easier to stitch side to side or up and down and stay in a straight line.
Exactly.
So I am just going to stitch a straight line following this border.
Okay. Just outlining this panel.
Yeah. So this is kind of like stitch in the ditch, but on a, I'm going to have you do that one because I'm at a weird angle. I'm going to go crazy.
Okay. And I'm just going to.
We're doing mock stitch in the ditch.
Exactly. We're creating that. And we could turn on our channel locks if we wanted to, though. As you mentioned, when we're doing something like this with the gears engage. It's actually pretty easy to stitch pretty straight.
Yeah, and if you need to, you can manipulate the fabric a little bit here.
How far do you want me to come down?
We can go all the way across if you want and just create the box.
Yeah. You can see though how we can stitch basically the entire depth of this panel with the 18-inch throat space, which is great. We'll get to right there. And we can go ahead and I think, do you want to do some free motion in here? And then we can work our way back up to these
Here, I'll just go up this
trees.
block here.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so you want some free motion in the green?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to finish off this block? I'm going to pull my scissors off and trim my original thread while I'm doing this. So we got this little magnetic section here.
I would do some, why don't you do something, let's do something in that green. Let's do something in the green there.
Okay, I'm going to just come up to where I started. And what should we do in the green? Actually, you know what? I've got to finish my square.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I can't leave that one little section undone while I'm sitting here.
I know, because you'll take it off, you'll take a picture of it, you'll post it on social media, and somebody will be like, you missed a spot.
Yep. That's always very common.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you want me to do in the green?
Well, you know what? It's grass. So should we do kind of a texture that feels grassy?
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take my gears, disengage my gears again.
Perfect.
You hear that little hum of them disengaging. And think grass. Channel my inner grass.
So I'm thinking just kind of like, do like little waves. Yeah, there you go. I like that. You did something smooth and flowy on the last one. This one's kind of straight lines and spiky. That fits with grass. As you could really
filling
get into
in that space.
Just add some texture. It's so fun. This is where we start getting into the mode of just watching the quilting.
If you ever want me to be quiet, just turn my machine on. Well, then you get the whee!
Except there are usually sound effects. I'm waiting to see what the sound effect is going to be for quilting grass.
I don't know. This one is kind of a chunky. It's not smooth. Usually the fun sound effects come when I'm doing something smooth.
Yeah.
How's that?
I think that's a good sound effect there. Adding that texture in there.
I'm just going to finish below the tree stump and we're going to take a break there.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread so we don't have a mess underneath.
Okay. And grab your scissors.
Yes.
We should show this. This is actually one of those fun little things that we added to the Moxie XL. There's actually a little magnet right there inside that front plastic piece on the front of the machine. And so it just holds those scissors. They just kind of float right there on the side of the machine. It's kind of cool.
Yep. Okay.
So
do we want to play with the ultimate accessory?
let's play with the ultimate accessory.
Okay. I'm going to turn the gears back on for you.
So we've got a couple of triangles here. And I know we were discussing yesterday as we were looking at this. So first thing Christine is going to do is if we take a look at the Pro Stitcher screen here, we are setting up what's called our frame space. So now on the screen here, we've got this red box. This is something you need to do before you start stitching in Pro Stitcher Lite. But it's really nice because on the screen, it gives you a visual of exactly how much space you have to quilt in. This is your quilting space. So we want to take a look here at these trees. And we've actually got a tree right here that has some like crosshatching in it.
Yeah.
So we thought it would be fun to do some crosshatch stitching in there. So let's set up an area. So we're already on the area tab right there. And we're going to use this multi-point. And I'm going to make sure my machine's lined up. And I'll just tap this multi-point and we'll start seeing this magenta purpley pinky box that's going to show up there on the screen. So we can see, first of all, that it fits very easily within my throat space. You can see how nice and big that throat space is. We can actually even zoom in a little bit. So I just did a zoom to area, which makes my area nice and big on the screen. Then let's go into the file, design, and open, and let's go find some crosshatch. Is it in continuous line? I'm trying to remember where the crosshatch is in here.
I believe it is.
Is it a block?
Continuous line.
Let's look through. We could pick a different design too.
So while you're scrolling through, let's just talk about how there's about 300 designs that you have to scroll through to figure out what you want.
There's a lot of designs, which is fantastic. It might be in blocks.
Okay.
Oh, there's a clamshell fill. Oh, here it is, crosshatch square.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's perfect. So that's what we're going to open. Now, I'm just going to put my finger on the screen, and I am going to drag that so it is over the top of my area again. And then I'm going to do that zoom to area. And I'm just going to use my finger to kind of direct so that is lined up the way I wanted to. I wanted to get that little piece crossed right there at the top of the tree. I just think that that'll look really nice. Now, what we want to do is crop away all that extra design. So we're going to go to Modify tab and choose Crop, and then do the outside. And then we're going to close the edges, and that just closed a bunch of jumps. So it is going to stitch instead of stopping, tying off, and then moving the machine to the next spot. It's just going to stitch this entire design continuously.
Yeah. So it might be going around that tree a couple times, but it'll get that crosshatch put in there.
Exactly. So let's go ahead and stitch. We'll go ahead and pull up my bobbin thread, and I'll hold on to it for the first few stitches. And then as it's taking those nice locking stitches, I'm just going to sneak in here and put those threads. One of my favorite things to do while stitching with the Pro Stitcher, play thread chicken. And you know, where we've got this, the way that this panel is printed, you're not going to really see that extra overstitching, which is nice.
Yeah.
So, we're starting to cross back over the other way. You see how easy it is. This is actually one of my favorite things to do with Pro Stitcher, is to pick fun, what we like to call background fills. It's just any design that you pick to put in an area of the quilt where you want to maybe have some denser quilting to make another part of the quilt pop a little.
Yeah.
So.
Now we talked about the approximately 300 designs. You can also purchase other designs. You can get some from Pro Stitcher Patterns, which you can get to directly from your tablet with our new Connect version. You can also purchase other things from different companies online, but you can run all of those on this Pro Stitcher Lite, and it is like unlimited possibilities. So, oh, that looks so good. It
looks so great. So let's pick another design for this other one over here.
Okay.
So I'm going to come back to my screen, and I'm going to do refresh to frame space, which is going to show me my entire space. Then we're going to go to the file tab, and I want to actually clear off that previous area and that design. So I'm going to hit clear all. And the nice thing is this clear all does not take away your frame space. So we'll go ahead and go back to area, and we'll do another multi-point.
And you can see on the fabric how she's moving the machine to each corner, and then on the screen she's hitting that multi-point button to create that pink box, which represents the triangle on the quilt.
Exactly.
Fabulous.
And it lines up exactly. It's exactly the right size. It's all those good things. I don't have to do any math, which is fantastic.
Yeah. Can I just give a quick little shout out to our switcher?
Yes.
That was some amazing switching. Thank you, Allie.
Way to go, Allie. Okay, on this one, what should we do on this one? What kind of a background fill do we want to do on this one?
Do we want to do a background fill, or do we want to show how we can modify triangles to make them fit? You pick.
Well, we could do that. Let's do a triangle. Okay, so we've got a whole folder of triangles here. Oh, you know what? Let's do this one. It kind of looks like a Christmas tree. So let's go to the Modify tab. And the first thing I want to do is rotate this. So I'm going to rotate it. And then we're going to move this up. So it is just kind of there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use my align tool. How about if I do that?
Yeah, we've
instead
got
of
all
trying to figure
sorts
out?
of tools in there.
So I am going to align to the left and then to the center.
So left horizontally and center vertically. Perfect.
Yep,
okay.
perfect. Then let's use resize. Now, I don't want to hold the aspect of this because I want to make it fit. So I'm not going to use that lock button right there. I'm going to keep that turned off. First of all, let's make the width a little bit, actually, let's make it bigger because we want to make it longer so it'll fill up this tree.
Ooh,
That's looking pretty good.
It's still outside the pink box.
I know.
Though.
Let's clear it away. Let's see if we can squish it in.
So you change to the height.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, look at that. That looks pretty darn good,
That
doesn't
looks
it?
really good.
Okay, I'm going to baseline this, and then we can go ahead and stitch this out. You can see how easy that was to take a design and make it fit perfectly in the space I want to quilt. I think this is it's just so much fun to do that in Pro Stitcher. You can take designs and make them fit your quilt exactly the way you want to.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see on the screen exactly how it's going to end up looking, which is fantastic too. So, and as you, we can switch over to the screen here and you can look on the screen and see the crosshairs moving on the screen represent the needle. And as they stitch, the line that they're stitching turns that nice gold color. So you know exactly what has been stitched and what hasn't been stitched yet. So we can switch back and watch it finish stitching out this last little bit of this. It's like to stitch out this final triangle.
Flying geese Christmas tree.
Yeah, how cute
It reminds
is
me
that?
of your earrings you were wearing yesterday.
I had some actually that looked a lot like that yesterday. And then we'll go back up to the top here. And it's going to do a couple of tie-offs. And yeah, look at how well that lined up. We've got right in the center. That's some Pro Stitcher stitching. I'm quite happy with how that turned out.
That's also some good printing on the fabric.
Yeah, it
Usually
is.
the printing gets a little skewy.
It sure can. It sure can. So that is definitely something that is super fun to do with this machine, with Pro Stitcher. Taking those unique areas on your quilt. I mean, we had a joke about this the other day. I am not a perfect piecer, even if I have claimed to be in the past. It's always been with a complete joke. But you can make that area fit exactly what's on the quilt.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes you look like you're a perfect piecer because that design fits exactly what's on the quilt. I absolutely love that capability in Pro Stitcher. It makes it so easy to take the ideas I have in my mind and put them on the quilt. So much fun to do.
Well, fabulous job. So that's the Moxie XL,
Mm-hmm.
18-inch throat space with the Pro Stitcher light on it.
Exactly.
So I think do we have any questions, Allie?
Hi there, girls.
Oh, Jane's back.
Jane, how you doing?
Jane's back. Allie, do you have any questions?
You're shaking her head no.
Okay, yeah. I mean, people are loving this. You know, they you know your stuff. Really cool. They love it so much. You guys are awesome and fun to watch. And I'll miss you tomorrow when I don't get to spend my 11 a.m. hour with you. But I think the most important thing is to make sure that people know how to get this because it is day 5 of Countdown to Christmas. Kim and Christina, you guys are a blast. Thank you so much for all your work this week, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yeah,
You too.
same to
Thanks,
you.
Jane.
We'll see ya.
Okay, cool. All right, everybody, you got to get your hands on the Moxie XL and the Pro Stitcher Lite. And this is how you're going to do it. You're going to call in 800-401-8151. The girls did a great job showing the Moxie XL 18-inch long arm quilting machine with that quilting frame. You're seeing your Christmas pricing there, but because it is the countdown to Christmas, you've got a chance to call in for the special 800-401-8151. And then we also have the Pro Stitcher Lite. There we go. There's your Pro Stitcher Lite. And it's just really cool. You got to quilt edge to edge or block patterns with the utmost confidence. It's simple. It's accurate to stitch in the ditch. And we know how difficult that can be sometimes. You've got the built-in ruler tool for measuring in any direction. And you can switch easily between the computer guided and free motion quilting. This is something you need if you're quilting. This is the Pro Stitcher Lite. There's your Christmas pricing, but you got to call in for the special, just like you love to do. 800-401-8151. Yes, the demo was fantastic. And this is something, if you've been thinking about it all week, today is the day for you to put that in the cart. Call 800-401-8151. I know I'm excited. Aren't you, Blaine?
Hey, I stay excited. Not quite as excited as you, Jane, but I'm trying to keep up there with you, okay?
I know, man. I'll have to send you some Mountain Dew, or we'll get Harley to send you some Mountain Dew.
Yeah, Harley, we were kind of expecting a Grubhub delivery with some dews and some, chocolate.
Maybe today.
But didn't get any.
Maybe today. I'm sure
All
he's
right,
watching
maybe.
right now, like getting on his phone and starting to order.
Well, Harley, if you're watching, we'll take some food. Let's say, what do y'all want?
Carl's Jr.
They want Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr. Okay.
All right. So, we're going to keep going on, Jane, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. But, guys, we've got Juki in the house, and we got Kelly Latre coming back in. Kelly is a national account manager for Juki, and she is the go-to person at Juki. She knows every single machine. She can answer all your questions, and she's been on here all week, and we are super excited to have her back. And so welcome to the show, Kelly.
Thank you. Happy Friday, Blaine.
Happy Friday to you. Hey, last day of countdown to Christmas, and we've got the TL15 we're going to show. And you know what? Everybody loves this machine. This is a really popular machine. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll come back in 25 minutes and let them know how they can get it.
Great. Sounds good, Blaine. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and happy Friday. Today, I am here to talk about our TL15. This is our straight stitch machine in our straight stitch line of sewing machines. And this machine is considered semi-professional because of a couple things. It has this solid aluminum frame, which is very solid. This machine actually weighs a little over 25 pounds. So it's a tough, solid machine. But that is an advantage because if you make bags, sew garments or quilts, this machine can keep up with you and keep up with the tasks. So let's take a look at the TL. Now, as you may know, Juki is the largest industrial machine in the world. In fact, if you didn't make your clothes you're wearing today, they're probably made on a Juki. And why I love that is because we take that industrial technology and we put it into our sewing line for home sewers. And that's important because this will get you through heavy layers of fabric, heavy layers of leather. So this is the perfect example, and I'm going to point out some of those things while we go through the TL15. But if you've been waiting to purchase a TL machine, now is your day. And Blaine will have it there in time for Christmas. So let's get started. All right, over here on the right-hand side of the machine, I have a dial stitch length that goes from 0 to 6 millimeters. And I love the 6 millimeter length because it makes a really nice basting stitch. You can have the needle up or down. You can have that function button. I have a trimming button too, where it will trim my threads. I have a speed control on the side. Now, the exciting thing about the TL series is that the TL15 goes 1,500 stitches per minute. If you saw me sewing on that serger yesterday, the W654, it goes as fast as a serger. That's crazy fast. But I love it because when I'm making my jelly roll rugs and making the tube, I can make the tube really fast on this machine. So you can adjust the speed, which is nice. It goes up to 1,500, but if you like it a little lower, when I'm piecing, I tend to lower it. And anything else, you can adjust that speed. This is a reverse lever. I can lock the stitches at the beginning and the end of my seams with that. And I have a feed dog where I can raise and lower the feed dogs on this machine. And you can do that for freeform quilting and embroidery. The knee lift is on the machine and comes with it, and this raises and lowers your presser foot with the knee action while you're sewing. I also have a presser foot lifter back here that can raise a little higher for heavy fabrics. The other thing that it comes with that is just makes it a great machine is this extension table. This is really nice when I'm working on big bulky things like the top of a quilt. So I love piecing on this machine the most because it goes fast and I get it done quickly. So we've got all these things. Let's go over and take a tour of the left-hand side. So up here, this is a perfect example of my industrial history here and industrial expertise. So this is a pretension that is straight from our industrial machine. What that pretension does is it controls the thread. So even if it's tightly wound, it'll take out those curls and straighten them out by the time it hits the tension disc. And the one I love for it is clear polyester, because I was always a little nervous to use that, but in the TL, it's just so easy to work with. So I have the main tension here. I have a pressure control on the presser foot so I can adjust that from heavy to fine fabrics. There is a needle threader built in on the machine, so that will make it easy to thread those, especially if you're up late sewing. You can count on that needle threader. What other things? Ooh, the foot pedal. This is a great feature. This is the foot pedal on the TL machines, and the full power comes from the blue part of the machine. So when you're sewing, generally you want your the ball of the foot here so you can give it the most power. And then on the bottom, watch this. If you touch the bottom with the bottom of your foot, it'll cut the threads for you. And I love this. It is a bit of a learning curve, though, to make sure you're sewing right. But once you get used to it, it is fantastic. However, there are times when I don't want to cut my threads. So what to do? What you can do, and this is an accessory that comes with the TL15, I can put this on the bottom of my foot control, and it will cancel out that thread cutting. So you don't have to worry about accidentally cutting your threads during piecing. So that is a nice feature. All right, let's talk about what comes with it, and then I'm going to take you through some threading and show you how to use everything to make it easy. All right, we have 6 presser feet that come with the machine, and one of them's right on the machine right now. This is our straight stitch presser foot, better known as a scant 1/4 inch foot for you quilters. I get an adjustable zipper foot with the machine. I also get a 1/4 inch quilting foot, so this is really nice for echo quilting. Also, we have the open toe quilting foot with the machine. Also, the walking foot comes with it. Now, the walking foot also comes with the guide for sewing straight. It's in pieces, but it's a guide that'll hook onto that rod and be like this so that you can adjust it out and in. And I love using that because when I quilted this purse, I used that clear polyester thread. I also used my walking foot with the guide. So it was easy to do increments of 1 inch while quilting on this purse. It just works so beautifully. Okay, you also get the basics. You get oil, you get lint brush, a couple of screwdrivers, and needles so that you're ready to sew when you get the TL home. So let's talk about the extension table for a minute because it's a really nice. It comes off and on easily. And you can adjust these legs to your taste. So whatever type of table you have, you can balance this out really nicely. I'm gonna put that back on. There we go. Got to go over that knee lift. So perfect. And it also has a door so you can access that bobbin case area. Let's talk about threading. One of the things that I hear at shows a lot is, ooh, but it looks difficult to thread. If you think about it, most sewing machines are the same. You go through a guide, generally through the tension, through your take-up lever, and then thread guides, and then through a needle. And this is the same. So let's go over the threading. I'm going to raise my presser foot, and what that does is it opens these tension dials so that the thread can go through. Okay, now pre-tension, and if you can get closer on this, that would be fantastic, because there are 3 holes up here in this guide. And I'm just going to show you that I come in from the top and then I go to the last one. So I'm threading 2 of these to form an S curve. Okay, if I were using that clear polyester thread, I would actually thread all 3 of the holes. So just keep that in mind. So I'm going to tighten this, and then you can pull that back out for the rest of the threading, I think. So I'm going to go through the pre-tension between those discs. Okay, and then I'm going to come down here to the main tension. And then there's a hook underneath the tension and a thread guide. And then I'm going to take it up through the take-up lever. And then there's 2 thread guides before the needle. So that looks a little funny. It got caught in my hook here. There we go. Let me straighten that out so you can see that correct threading. Easy, right? Okay, let's take a look at the needle threader. And this you may want to get close on too. The needle threader is fantastic, but take the time to learn how to use it to make your sewing the best. What I'm going to do is I'm going to push it down, and I'm going to put the thread to the left and then take it to the right. Now, generally what happens here is folks tend to pull this thread. Don't, because what the machine's going to do is it's going to pull that thread through the eye of the needle so you can pull it to the back. And it works great. Okay. So let's talk needle threaders, because that is the best thing on a machine, but sometimes they don't work. Sometimes they get out of joint. Let me tell you something I love about my TL. This is an easy part to replace. I've replaced mine once because I bent the wire, but if I can replace it, anyone can. It's very easy to do. So over here, a couple of more things about the machine. You have an LED light in here to brighten that bed area. Okay, so now we've got the top threaded. Let's talk about threading the bobbin. So I have a door here. I also have a door on the side of my extension table. And you know what? I'm going to take this extension table off to get really in here so you can see it. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do, can you see this good? Great. Thank you. I have a lever on my bobbin case, okay? And that helps me to keep that bobbin in place. So when I go to thread it, they are metal bobbins. And when you purchase bobbins, get them from Sewing Machines Plus, because you want the genuine Juki bobbins. They make a difference. So what I've done is I've gone clockwise through the bobbin, and then I'm taking it through this guide and through that tension spring. Okay, and again, that lever is going to keep that in so that I can start by guiding it from the back to the front, and it'll snap into place. So when I move my hand wheel, if it falls out, it's not quite in there yet. So it's an easy action. Okay, so we're all set to sew. Let me just bring that over. All right, thank you so much. If you want to learn how to use the needle threader on the TL, there is a great video with Juki quilting on our website and on YouTube, so you can take a look at that. So first of all, remember this goes 1,500 stitches per minute, okay? So I'm just going to start sewing. And that's going all the way down. And I have it on about half. So let's crank this up. That's 1,500 stitches per minute, and that is fabulous. I love going fast. So now I want to take a look at that basting stitch. First, let's take a look at the stitch. Oh, that stitch quality is perfect, and it should be. That's all it does is a beautiful straight stitch every time. Okay, so what I always do before I sew is I test it every morning. Every time I come down to my sewing room, I don't assume it was like the day before, because lint builds up, oil gets dry, needles need to be replaced. So always test your stitch. So I'm going to take this to 6 millimeters to show you that long, lovely basting stitch. I use this for hemming, for putting quilts together, all kinds of things. You can see it's really long, and then you can take the stitch out as well pretty easily just by pulling it out. Okay, nice stuff. This is also really great for heavy, heavy fabrics. This is an outdoor cotton that I made my last lawn flag out of, because it really took, you know, I printed it on the Rico and then made it on the TL. And what's nice about this, it weathers well. The print didn't fade, and it went through storms, all kinds of crazy things. Let me take my stitch length back down, and you can see that the TL can climb mountains and hills. And again, I can cut that thread. Let's take a look at that quality of the stitch. Never a problem. And this is kind of like a rubber-backed outdoor fabric, very tightly woven. So it does a great job. And generally, as you know, I'm a predominantly garment sewer, and I'm learning how to piece. So I want to take my extension table off my beautiful quilt top. But generally, I piece on my TL. So it makes it for easy sewing. The other thing I like to do is I like to make bags. And recently I made a tote bag out of an old leather jacket my mom had. So this really turned out well. And with the scraps, what I did was make these little bags. So don't limit yourself. The TL can get you into the best sewing you can do. So if you do want to work on leathers and vinyls on the TL machine, might I suggest this is an optional accessory, and this is a high shake presser foot on this machine. So there's a lot of optional accessories. And the one that I love is the smooth foot. The smooth foot is built for, where did I put my smooth foot? I thought I brought it out. Anyway, it's a white, here it is. Yes, it's in here. This is made out of resin, so this makes leather go through very smoothly and easily, and vinyls, all that kind of stuff. You definitely probably want to add this, and Sewing Machines Plus can make that happen for you. This is a kit that I like. This is an optional kit, but this one gives you a really teeny tiny zipper foot. This is great for bag making. And also this piping foot is in here, and a seam guide that I can attach to the machine, and then I can have a guide there for seaming. So the TL series is very versatile. It gives you the best possible straight stitch. And in fact, when I started with Juki, I'm going to tell you a good story, because they said, hey, we're going to send you our straight stitch machine. And I thought, that's interesting. Now I get it, because it sews fast. It gives me a quality straight stitch every time, and it's solid. I know that I can sew for hours, and it's going to keep up. So let's talk maintenance. What I want to do for maintenance is I want to delint the machine, and I want to oil it about every 8 hours of solid sewing. So cameraman, if you can get down here, what I would do is I'm going to first, I hope that's clean. I'm going to take a lint brush and go like this. And then you do get a bottle of oil with it. And I've added my oil to my Juki pen. This is a really nice optional thing, that this is a pen we have that'll deliver just 1 drop of oil. So I'm going in there. Can you see that right on that shuttle area? I'm putting a drop of oil right in there. So first delint, then oil it. And if you don't keep track of how much you sew, if it gets a little noisier, sometimes you can actually sealint. So that's a good time to delint the machine. The other thing you'll want to do for maintenance is change your needle. Especially, I do it after every project. That way I know where I'm at. Also, you can use different types of needles in here, top stitching needles, leather needles. Definitely use a leather needle for leather sewing. So the TL15 is a strong, semi-industrial professional sewing machine that goes 1,500 stitches per minute. If this is on your list of for your Christmas list, today's the day. Remember, you get the extension table, you get accessories, including needles, lint brush, 6 presser feet, including the walking foot, which is important. So if you've been thinking about ATL, go and call Sewing Machines Plus because they're going to have a great deal for you. And let me tell you that I love to sew. I'm learning how to piece. The other thing should we move back over here? I would love to talk about a new optional accessory for our TL machines, and that is a buttonholer. We now have a buttonholer for this machine. I caught myself one day thinking, you know what? Besides my serger, a TL is all I need in my sewing room. And then it hit me, ooh, what am I going to make buttonholes with? So now you know there is a professional buttonhole you can add to this machine, to any TL series. And so if you're a tailor and use that straight stitch, you can now make buttonholes on the TL15 with that optional accessory. But today, what you're getting with the TL50 is 6 presser feet, the needles, the cover. You also get that wonderful extension table and the knee lift. So it's coming complete. So today's your day. If you've just been dreaming about the best quality straight stitch machine on the market, buy Juki. Today's the day. So we've got a few minutes left. I'm going to check in with Blaine to see if there are any questions on the TL15.
Hey, Kelly.
Hey, Blaine, how you doing?
I am doing great. Great
Good.
demonstration.
Is the audience asking any questions or?
No, I think you covered it so well. Most of the time, that's what happens. They just you cover everything so well, and everybody just loves the TL15. I know, if you had a pick for a straight stitch machine, you can't beat this machine.
No.
And and it kind of proof is in the pudding, I guess you'd say, because of sales. We sell so many of these, and that just shows you the quality of the Juki products and just the quality of that particular machine as well. But thank you so much for coming on the Countdown to Christmas. I know we've had you here all week, and we hope that you have a Merry Christmas, and I know we'll see you again real soon.
Thanks. Happy holidays to everyone. Thanks, Blaine.
All righty. All right, guys. So that was the Juki TL15. You see it right there on your screen. Guys, the price is $999, but we have a call-in special. So get on the phone. Give us a call if you're in that market for a TL15. It does come with that extension table. And guys, we're going to have free shipping nationwide. We do have some special financing that we can offer, and we're going to ship it really quick. Hopefully, we'll get it out here for you for Christmas. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 if you want to place your order, or you can talk to them on chat as well. And then, like we've been telling you, Kyle has been putting in the chat, he's been putting that Google Sheets link. And what that'll do, if you can't get through on the phones, you can hit that link. It'll open Google Sheets page up. You can just write your name, phone number, and the product you're interested in, and then it updates real time in the call center. They'll give you a call back. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we are going to go all the way up to Wisconsin, and we're bringing our good buddies in, Charlie Thomas and Valerie Tribble, and they are going to be talking all about some Arrow products today. Now, Harley, he's the VP of e-commerce sales at Arrow, and Valerie is our sales rep. She's the West Coast and e-commerce account manager. and we get to talk to them a lot all the time. And hopefully, you wonder if Harley sent some Grubhub to us today. What do y'all think? Don't y'all think we ought to? And they were supposed to dress up today, so we'll see it.
Just wait.
Okay, they were supposed to dress up for us today. So, guys, welcome to the show, Harley and Valerie.
Merry Christmas! And then you got this guy.
Oh my gosh, really?
I know. Disappointment.
Do you hear? I hear Kennedy in the background heckling me, Blaine. What's going on over there?
The whole SMP nation right now, Harley, is heckling you because you didn't dress up.
I know.
Not a single ounce of holiday
However,
on you.
I did
No.
outsource dressing up, Blaine. We have someone
Okay.
special joining us in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
Kennedy said.
I can hear Kennedy in the back.
It could be somebody in a pocket.
Oh,
costume.
Harley's a Grinch. Harley's a Grinch. Says right
Yeah.
there.
Great, I'm a Grinch.
All righty. So,
The
guys,
elf and the Grinch.
Blaine,
great costume, Valerie. Glad you dressed up. You know,
and Blaine, you've been talking
Anything
about
for
Carl's
you guys.
Jr. all morning. I've heard
Yeah.
you talk about Carl's Jr. Did you not get breakfast?
No, that's them two over here. They're the Carl's Jr. fans.
Okay, well, we'll see what we can do. Harley is a Grinch. Linda, thank you. We'll see what we can do. You know what, though? I'm not a Grinch because we worked out some really great deals with Blaine for Countdown to Christmas.
That is
So-
true. So we'll let you off the hook there, Harley, because you didn't dress
No.
up. Because you got some great holiday specials. So, guys, we're going to let y'all jump right into it, and then y'all can come throw it back to me if you need to do a set change, and we'll give them. We'll tell them how they can get it, but we'll let y'all take it away.
Sounds good. Thank you, Blaine. Good morning, everybody. I'm Grinch, joined with
I'm Valerie, Buddy the elf's wife, Joby.
Jana says Harley is no Grinch. See?
Oh, she doesn't
Yeah,
really
I'm not a
know you.
Grinch. That's the way it is.
Yes.
Well, and now we have extra time, so we can just talk about whatever.
We
But I
can.
think we should talk about a big embroidery cabinet that has some really awesome features for people that like to quilt.
A must-have for your sewing room. And I think there's still time to get it underneath your tree.
There is still time. We have free shipping. Get your order in to Sewing Machines Plus. They'll get it to us, and we can get it out the door so it can get under your tree.
All right. So what cabinet do we have here today, Harley?
We have the Sydney cabinet today, and this is in our lovely gray color. It also comes in a teak and a white color. We're going to go over some of the features, lifetime warranty, heavy duty casters, soft close drawers, but you guys don't care about that. You want to see it work.
I
and
love
what it is.
I love how big this cabinet actually is. It folds down to a very compact size, but we can almost touch. That's okay.
Can't quite get there.
If
It's
I
too
reach,
far.
there
It's
we
too
go.
far.
All right, so it's got this beautiful drawer cover here on the left-hand side that you can easily have on or off just to extend your workspace. Soft closing drawers there. They all do lock. I absolutely love the fact that there is, my fingers don't want to work. Been making too many toys and cabinets. And it's got this beautiful thread holder that is removable. So you
It's
can
really
take this
big
out. And it's got these two little knobs on it so you can easily grab it with no issues whatsoever. I'm just really clunky. And then it's got a nice little bottom drawer with another little drawer that you can either have in or have out and put in whatever drawer you want. Soft closing, all three of them do lock. Look at that. So if you want to keep those husbands away from those cutting scissors, keep small hands out of there so they don't hurt themselves. But it's a really nice little table here on the left-hand side.
You know what the Grinch wants to do?
What does the Grinch want
I
to
think the
cut?
Grinch wants to include this daylight slimline floor lamp
That is
free
a really nice lamp.
with the purchase of.
With the purchase
Said
of the
cabinet.
city. Yes, absolutely. It also has a space down here too. I don't know if you can see that right here. It's got either a drawer in there or it's got a pull-out embroidery arm. For those people who have a Bernina sewing machine, this is the Bernina embroidery arm. This is actually making its debut.
It's making its world premiere today.
You know, I don't think we've ever shown this on any video before, even have photography on it. But your embroidery arm just goes in, soft closing, and you have a nice little place to store your embroidery attachment.
It's safe and sound there. The other nice part is on this right-hand side, you've got a pressing area And it all folds together. The door folds up this way, so you have a pressing area so you can press and then start your project as you go around.
And this is a nice large workspace within here. It's also got this beautiful quilt leaf here in the back. So again, I can't stress enough of having this dual gate leg quilt leaf in the back here. It's just gonna be able to give you extra space for another sewing machine or even a cutting surface. And then right behind this cutting or the pressing mat right here, it's also got this little side leaf that comes up that you can actually extend your workspace here on the right. But what makes a sewing cabinet, Harley?
I don't know, but Bernadette really wants one of these.
We can
Very
make Bernadette's
badly.
Christmas wishes
She really
come
wants-
true.
Another person really liked our quilt.
That is.
I think it's that quilt, not the quilt behind us, which you'll see in a little bit.
Yes. So you can order this custom made acrylic piece. This is an additional purchase. It's custom cut to be around your machine and the opening of the cabinet. So right here, we have the brand new Viking Epic 3. So as you can see, this is a very large machine. So this accommodates all the machines out on the market. Harley, do you know how big this opening is?
Ginormous. It's big enough I don't have to worry about it. Nor do I have to memorize the dimensions
You
because
don't.
every machine fits in this opening.
Every single machine. But this one
But
has
in
got
reality, I could tell you how
a
big it is.
3-position hydraulic lift. So you can have it right here. You can bring it up to your free arm. You can put your embroidery attachment on there, your accessory tray. If you have to do sleeves or anything, if you're doing garment sewing, you can press it right here. But you can easily press it down into storage position when you want to have that beautiful.
Then you can put your
workspace.
30.5-inch top on top of it.
Oh, coming out with measurements now, huh?
Of course, I'm coming out with measurements
Then
every
it's
now
got
and
this beautiful cover right here. So if you just need to sit here and cut and do whatever you need to do, you've got this nice work surface here. And again, you've got this beautiful lamp that's going to come with it that you would be able to brighten up your project.
You know, the nice part about this cabinet, other than its size and versatility of it, is you can actually close. This one has a door that can close, so you can use it in a multi-purpose room. It could be in a bedroom that sometimes turns into a guest room. And the motion on this is so nice, just to push this machine down. It's so smooth.
So when this cabinet, when it's completely open, is 6¼ feet by 5 feet. When it is closed down, it's only 5 feet by 2¼ feet. So a very small footprint when you do have it all closed up, but it can be an expansive workspace for you. So do we want to show them how small this is?
I think we should show everybody how small
Yes.
the
absolutely.
Sydney becomes. Now you might notice this one's called Sydney. This one's named after a city in Australia. Many of our other cabinets are named after animals.
Would you
except for
like
the
to
kiwi.
show them how that door closes down?
Are you trying to challenge me?
I am.
So it comes with a removable mat, has rubber feet on the bottom for you. You're gonna make me come over here.
I am. And then this pulls out. So you just want to open the door all the way and you
There
just
you
kind of flip
Fold
it
up.
down and then it closes all
I
the way
couldn't do
up.
it backwards. Sorry.
That's
I
okay.
tried.
And then you can lock it. So your machine is put away. Like Harley says, if you don't have it in a bedroom for its own area, you can at least put it in like a living room, close it up so you don't have to worry about anybody coming in and getting into your machine. Because if this is holding those large machines, you know those machines are super expensive. So it is on heavy duty locking casters. Like Harley said, it comes in white, teak, or gray, and it has a lifetime warranty on it. And we have a fantastic customer service team that will help you if you have any problems putting it together or working with the lift, but they will be here to assist you with all of your needs.
It has a great lift on it. It's a beautiful cabinet. Again, it comes in white. You'll see another teak piece here in just a little bit. And it also comes in white.
Great.
White. So it's really nice. Yes, the gray, very, very classy looking. I agree. And I like everyone putting on their wish list, but you know, if you buy it today, it'll get to your house. That's the beauty of it. Let's slide this back. And we'll talk to Blaine here in a bit, but not yet. We have more to show before we talk to our friend Blaine out in SMP TV world. So we're going to show you the Krista cabinet. And this is named after some inspiration of Krista Watson, who helped us with this cabinet. It's got a lot of neat features to it. And we're going to start with its Probably how big it is to start. Why don't we start with that?
Yeah.
We'll
Oh,
show the quilt leaf
I
on it.
lost my
It's got a
notes.
quilt leaf on the back.
Do you have my notes?
You don't need notes, Valerie.
I don't know dimensions for this one
Yes,
off the
I
top
do.
of my head.
I do have your notes.
You do. See, you are
I'm
the
gonna show
Grinch. You
these.
are stealing.
I am the Grinch. I am
Jeez.
guilty as charged.
So when this is completely open, is 6 feet by 3.5 feet. When it is closed, is 4.5 feet by 2 feet. So you can have that, and it's got the same concept with the drawer cover as the Sydney. Oops. If I can line it up. It's hard to do things backwards. When
It is hard to do things. See, I couldn't get
There.
the door
You
backwards.
couldn't. All right, so this is the Krista cabinet. It just has just a little drawer cover right here, as you saw, to just have that little extra space here on the left-hand side. It's got a nice little right leaf there for you to have that excess space on the right. And then Harley, why don't you just show them about the quilt leaf and
Well,
the
before we
other
do
stuff?
that, I'm going to explain why this cabinet's different than the last cabinet.
That's a great point.
So the Krista cabinet is at a more value price point. It's part of our Aero product line. And then the thing about it is it's got something what we call a manual lift. So it has a 2-position lift. It could be in this flatbed position that you'll use it most of the time, or very easily, we can bring it up and now it's in what we call free arm for your garment sewing.
And you'll want to lift your machine when you're moving it between those positions. You're not going to be able to, you don't want to leave your machine on there when you're adjusting that. So just easily lift your machine and put it right back on.
We hear from a lot of people that they never put their machine away. They never put it in storage position. So by removing that and having this 2-position lift, it can be adjusted to the correct height for your machine. It lets us offer this cabinet at some smoking hot pricing, especially here for the holiday season.
Yes.
And for under $1,000, you can have this beautiful cabinet. Comes in white, white, and white on this one, like snow.
Yes, and in regards to the lift, unlike the last cabinet we just showed you, this has what we call our A7 opening. So this is going to fit about 95% of the machines on the market. So this one is 23 3/4 by 12.5. So when you're measuring that, Ethan's got a great little picture up there. You're going to want to measure your knobs and your cords to allow for enough space for your insert and all of that to sit on there so you can have that center needle sewing. So again, this is 23 3/4 by 12.5. So about 95% of the machines. The last one we just showed you, you don't need to worry because every machine on the market will fit.
Now, along with this is something we call Krista quilt catchers. It's like a guardrail for your quilt if you're free motion quilting. So you can put it on the rear. It has a clamp. You can go on the rear of the cabinet. You could put one on the rear and one on the side. So when you're free motion, you won't lose your quilt off the back side. It's a great add-on, a great accessory.
And they just clamp on, so you can adjust them for the thickness that you need for your quilt leaf that you have on your cabinet. They do work on cabinets other than ours, or
They work on
flips.
almost every cabinet that there is out in the market, and it is a wonderful. They're more than 35% off for the holiday.
Yes.
So if you want them, get them now. They're
But don't
great.
be afraid. They do come in different colors. So we do have, this is a flat white that is going to match the Krista cabinet. We also have these to go with our other cabinets. So we have this in the gray, we have it in the teak, and we also have it in our ash white that's going to have that nice wood grain finish. So
Diane
again,
needs a pair of these really badly. She loses stuff off the side of her.
and it's nice because
Hey.
your quilt's not going to pull or anything. So it's just going to kind of just bunch up right there in the back. So again, you can either have it in the back like that, or you can put it down on the corner just to make it like a little corner gate. So these are a great must-have on your cabinets.
You've got a lot of nice workspace in this cabinet. It's got a flat finish and rounded corners so you don't catch your fabric.
And this is part of our Aero line. So this has a 10-year warranty on it, and it will be an easy put together for anybody. Oh, you got to get that one over there.
Now, what do we want to do next?
I don't know.
I don't know if I hear our guest, or should we have Blaine talk about these two cabinets first? Blaine, would you like to talk about the Sydney and the Krista cabinet? And then what we'll do is we'll come back and our guest might find their way into our
All
studio.
right, I sure would, Harley. All right, let me tell
Thank
everybody
you.
how they can get these two cabinets, and we'll come right back to y'all. All right, guys, the first one up was that Sydney cabinet. Now, again, it's available in teak and white. And guys, you're going to get a free $310 daylight slim light floor lamp with it. $24.99 is the price. But wait, we have a call-in special. So get on that phone, call us at 800 401-8151. And guys, we have free shipping nationwide. We're going to ship that right to your doorstep, absolutely free. And the second cabinet that they showed was that Wallaby 2. And again, guys, this is available in the teak and the white and the gray, wasn't it? Is this all three colors? I think we're going to double check that. I thought this one, the Wallaby, was in all three colors. But anyway, Christmas pricing, $16.99. We're also going to throw in that daylight lamp. So it's only the two colors in. Okay, yeah. So it's only available in teak, you see on the screen, and the white color. We have some special financing available. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. If that is something you're interested in, either one of these cabinets. Now, guys, again, you know, these, what they're really kind of famous for is the quality of the cabinet and then the compactness of it when it's all enclosed. And, you know, you can take it from me for personal experience. I built one of these for Michelle, my wife. And guys, these things are just awesome. It looks like a little small piece of furniture in your sewing room. And then if you want to just pull it out from the wall and expand it out, then you have a huge sewing work center. And I tell you what, they are so versatile. Would highly recommend either one of these for you. Can't say enough about them. So, all right. So, guys, we are going to go back to Arrow with Harley and Valerie. And let's see what their next one is. I want to see that special guest.
Blaine, hello, welcome back. So the Wallaby, we actually showed the Krista. We mixed it up and we messed you guys up. So we showed the Krista cabinet. My fault, because I am the Grinch. So now you guys have already seen the special pricing of $16.99 on the Wallaby with a light. Do you hear that? No?
I don't, not yet.
You're not jingling enough. You don't hear it? There, jingle.
There we go.
Oh, that's so much better. I think I hear Santa, or at least a sleigh.
You
Hey, Ethan, where's Santa?
Santa!
Oh, there he is.
Oh, Merry Christmas, everyone. Well, we've got an update. We're going to have to move Blaine to the naughty list.
Blaine can't go on the naughty list.
But Kennedy's on the nice list.
Okay, as long as Kennedy's on the nice list.
That they were taking care.
They need some love too.
They're on the nice list. They were automatically on.
Okay.
They're doing the hard work. Greetings, everyone. Santa Claus. I'm taking a little bit of a break from toy making to bring you some exciting news. Arrow Sewing is offering, as you just saw, the free floor daylight lamp for free with that Sydney cabinet, available in all three colors, the white, the teak, and the gray. We've partnered with some of the finest elves in the sewing and crafting world to create this elegant, sturdy, and downright jolly furniture for your homes and for your sewing studio. Whether you've been naughty or nice, everyone deserves a comfy place to sew in peace this holiday season. And speaking of comfort, our sewing cabinets are so comfy, you'll be sewing for hours. Mrs. Claus even gave her seal of approval. Now, our elves are busy packaging and preparing furniture for delivery. And as you already heard, today is the last day to get your order in so you can have it under the Christmas tree. Our hardworking elves are putting the finishing touches on each piece, ensuring that your furniture arrives in top-notch condition. So whether you've been naughty or nice, time to treat yourself to some incredible furniture this holiday season. Merry Christmas and happy furniture shopping to all, and to all a good night.
Thank you,
Back
Santa.
to you.
Santa found his way all the way here to the SMP TV live stream. And you know why that is? I think because Blaine is really on the nice list, or he's really on the naughty list, and Santa wanted to see him in person.
Had to check up on him.
Blaine, do you have anything to say to that? I don't know if you're still in the studio mic'd up, but I'm wondering if you have anything to say to Santa, or you have a special request for Santa.
Yeah, you know, I hope you got my letter, Santa, for what I wanted for Christmas. But I thought I've been a pretty good, guy this year. So let the SMP Nation know if I've been nice or if I've been naughty this year. Y'all let us know in the chat.
There was some chat saying you were very nice, Blaine, but I would like to know what the audience thinks.
I try to be nice.
By the audience, I will take this into consideration.
Ho, ho,
All right,
ho.
y'all get in there and chime in, SMP Nation. I need some help. Go in there and vote right now. I'm either
Let's
nice
see
or
it,
naughty.
SMP.
All right, thank you, Blaine. We'll be back to you in just a few.
I don't know if we could top
I
Santa
don't
being
think
here.
we can top Santa being
Oh
here.
my goodness.
You know.
I dressed for him too. I
How
hope I don't
big
get
is
it.
this sleigh if all this furniture can fit in there?
I don't know, but he's got magic.
He touches the side of his nose
He
and
does.
down the
You
chimney.
saw
it
the
goes.
magic on the cabinet the other day.
Valerie, I don't know if you saw, but there are a lot of comments up there that are not calling me a Grinch, and people actually do like me.
Yeah.
I'm on Santa's good list, I think. Just Blaine and
we
I are
gotta
together.
just, do a little bit something about your dress attire there.
Okay, I'll work on that. But
Okay.
in the meantime, let's tell the audience about the Wallaby. It's part of our
Yes.
Kangaroo sewing furniture line. It is what you would consider of the Kangaroo line, probably the space saver. It's for if you have a little less space. It's not quite as wide, but it's jam-packed full of features. And it has this great quilt leaf off the backside that you can see in the camera. We'll support that, I guess.
There we go.
Show it around.
Look at this expansive workspace. You've got this little spot here on the left-hand side. You can use your serger right here if you have a serger, or if you want to just have that extra little space here to put your arm or have your quilt sit on top. Folds up and over, but then right down here, you can either store a serger, you can put a little tote in there of all your extra threads. You've got another little drawer right here that's soft closing. So just a nice little compact cabinet. And then on the right-hand side there, you just got the 33 thread holders and the little cubby. And look at pockets sitting in there, all nice and comfy, cozy. I didn't see Santa with the pockets.
Pockets
Wow.
was in the tree on Monday. I saw
Ooh.
Pockets in the Christmas tree on Monday. He was hiding in there.
Okay.
But saw his little pink and white face in the Christmas tree.
So this is our Wallaby cabinet. It comes in white or teak. So it's just the two options for that. And then we have that A7 opening, just like we had on the Krista cabinet, but instead of that manual lift, like Harley showed you, this has got that 3-position hydraulic lift.
Very similar to the Sydney, but it's the A7 opening.
A7
what we call A7, which means it's
23 3/4 by 12
Ethan
and a
will
half.
put the graphic up.
And then you can easily just,
Uh-oh.
don't break the machine.
I've got to push in a different spot. That's
You
the
do.
door that actually
So then you can
opens.
bring it all the way up into your foot arm, put your embroidery attachment on it, or you can put it all the way down in storage. It does also come with that cover. So look at this workspace that you have right here. If you want to just put the cover on the top, that is a large, expansive workspace.
Good for cutting,
I can't reach.
piecing. You can't reach that far?
I can't reach that far.
Okay. There you go. So the nice part about this machine and this cabinet, and actually all the Aero cabinets, is you have a dedicated place to sew. So instead of sewing on your dining room table, taking all your stuff off, cleaning the table so you don't get jelly on your new fabric or on any of your equipment that you might have, you want to have a dedicated space. You've got to go get your machine, put it on your kitchen table, then you have to plug it in, drag your project boxes out. I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
It is exhausting.
If I wanted to sew with an Aero or a Kangaroo cabinet, I open the doors, I pop it up, I'm going to sew flatbed,
Boom.
and now I'm off to the races and I'm sewing. So can't be easier than that. We've solved a time problem.
Yes. But you know what? Another thing we can solve is their lighting issue if they purchase this cabinet.
You do. You get included the daylight floor lamp. It's very bright. It helps illuminate things. I don't know about you, Valerie. I'm slightly older than you. Not as old as Santa.
Not as old as Santa, but yes, you are slightly older.
I do
than
need
me.
a little more bright light to see things better.
Yes.
I'm not the guy though in the restaurants. Well, sometimes I am.
With the magnifying glass.
That might turn on his camera light, and it's really bright in a dark restaurant. So I could do that.
It is sometimes hard to read those menus.
It is.
So this is a really nice cabinet. And like Harley was saying, it is very compact. Should we show them how small this gets?
We can, but before we do that,
Yeah.
I want to talk about the Kiwi that's over here on the
You
side.
can show them how that all works. You can cut, you can press, you can sew. Do you want me to sit and demo?
That is perfect. And Ethan's got the camera at the right angle, so we'll be able to see the whole thing
Oh.
at once.
Yes, so this is our Kiwi cabinet. So it comes with the cutting mat, it comes with the pressing mat. You can sit here, you can cut, you can press, you can spin around, you can sew. And the nice thing about it, in two of the drawers, and you can position them wherever you want. It comes with 2 removable thread holders. So you can either have it sit here at the top, you can have it sit right next to you. So if you want to change out your threads throughout the project, they're easily accessible. And then you've got the second drawer here. Again, top 2 drawers, but if you want to put them in the second and third, and then just a nice little small drawer. But then the bottom drawer is nice and big. Look at it. It's got a small serger that you can fit in there. Again, soft closing drawers. How big is this cabinet, Harley?
I'm reading Shannon's note that it comes in boxes and it's easy to assemble. I like to see that.
Oh, that is awesome to hear.
Are the inserts on sale? That's a great question for the elves at Sewing Machines Plus. Give them a quick call.
So with this Kiwi cabinet, this can match any of the furniture that we do have here. So it comes in the ash white, it comes in the gray, and also our teak here too. It does move easily. It does have a lifetime warranty, and you can put that with any sewing cabinet. It just extends the workspace. As you can see, it's the same height as the cabinet. So you can easily just place it right there, and you've got a nice flat surface.
And it matches all the finishes. So
Yes.
we've got one to complement any cabinet that we have and complement your sewing room.
Yes.
You know, we were worried we were going to run long today, but
We're
I
not
know
done
people,
yet.
we're not done. Are
We're
we
not done yet.
Oh, I feel like I've been at this all week, like Blaine
I know.
and everybody. Please, Santa, need a cabinet and chair. I don't own either.
Oh, no.
Bernadette says. Bernadette, I hope
Bernadette,
Santa
we gotta
changes
get you.
that for you. And I'm sure SMP Nation, all your friends here in the chat are wishing you the same thing. They all want you to get what you deserve.
And look how small and compact this does get. So this one too also is on heavy duty locking casters. The front door does lock here, so if you want to keep little hands out, you can do that. Has a lifetime warranty on this cabinet. And again, you're getting this beautiful daylight lamp with it. And it has this quilt leaf in the back that you can easily fold down. And then that,
It's so small when
It is.
when it's down. That's why this is for, if you don't have a lot of space, this is a good option.
so
where
we
the city's
actually,
really big.
So I do a lot of quilt shows, and we actually had a lady who lives in like a very small apartment. And so what she uses this for is not only for her office work, because she uses it as her desk, her sewing, but then she brings the quilt leaf up and that's her dining room table. So, I mean, it's very
wow.
versatile.
Yeah.
Or if you're having guests over, just put a little tablecloth over the top and you've got an extra serving area.
Oh, you can put desserts there.
Absolutely.
Or milk
Christmas
and cookies for Santa.
Mhm.
I wonder if Santa would like that. Is Santa still around?
I think Santa
Oh,
loves
oh,
his
oh,
milk
he
and
loves
cookies
milk
a
and
little
cookies.
bit too much sometimes.
Yes. So this is the Wallaby. I almost called it the Aussie. That
It
was,
is
that
not.
was earlier
It's
in the week.
quality.
This is the Wallaby with the daylight lamp. I think next, are we talking about our favorite products?
I
next?
think we are. Do you
Yeah.
think those? Do you think Santa likes sitting in those when he goes to people's houses?
I think we'd have to be careful with Santa. But Santa's under 300 pounds, which is the weight limit on our sewing
Yes,
chairs.
he is.
I think we're going to show everybody our sewing chairs next,
Awesome.
which is going to be great.
So do we want to turn it back to Blaine?
Well, we could, but we don't have to.
Okay.
We
all
could
right.
just show,
I'm just
unless if Blaine's there and wants to jump in. Otherwise, we're just going to show chairs and more chairs and more
all right,
chairs.
I'm going to
The
be
elves
his
have been
camera
very
here.
busy. Look at that. Chair, chair, chair.
All right, so Harley, I'm going to talk about the Krista real quick while y'all getting
Sounds
those
good,
chairs
thank
set
you.
up. So, guys, the one that we kind of missed earlier was the Krista. They kind of flipped them around. But anyway, guys, this is the Krista right here you're seeing on the screen. Again, guys, the price on this is $999. What a great, great price. This has the mechanical lift on it. We do have a call-in special on it for give us a call. And Kyle, these come in all three colors or just the one? Just white, isn't it? They're looking to see what colors. Just white on this. And okay, so guys, this only comes in the white. $999, guys. We have special financing available. We're going to ship it free nationwide right to your doorstep. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. If you've been interested in any of the cabinets you've seen on there. And guys, too, just because there's cabinets that we haven't shown does not mean they're on special. So any of the Aero cabinets that are on our website, if you want to go check them all out, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar at the top of the page, put Aero cabinets. It's going to take you to all the different cabinets we have. We have specials on every single one of them. We are just highlighting these 3 because they have the best deals. But we have specials on everything. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. So let's go right back to Harley and Valerie at Aero. And we're going to talk about some chairs, guys.
Blaine, thanks for coming back to us. We are going to talk about chairs.
Absolutely. They're so comfortable. We're so tired we had to sit.
And as you've heard Blaine talk in the past, the people at Sewing Machines Plus have these chairs scattered around their store, in the office. There's salespeople, consultants on them that answer the phone. It's really nice. Now, the chair of Aero, the Aero sewing chair, is the #1 rated chair.
So
People write about it all the time. It's made with just enough firmness to not squish like an office chair. And it's designed for sewing. It's not an office chair that you're going to buy for $99 and then your back is going to hurt.
Karen's got 3 of them.
Karen's got 3. You have to have them.
Yeah.
So the nice part is 360 swivel spin. When Harley drops stuff or pushes Valerie off, we can push and we're not going to fall off the chair because it's got the 5-star base. The other nice part is there is some storage here. You can put things in there, right?
You know, I think we're missing a chair.
Well, should we go over the colors first? Make sure that we didn't lose it. Maybe we lost one. Let's check real quick.
All right. Do you want to do the colors or do you want me to this time?
Sewing Notions.
Black Sewing Notions.
Just Sewing Notions. It's fine. Good dog. You're a good dog. Bright buttons. I need my sunglasses, not just at night. I need to wear them for this. So now, so wow. This is the most popular color. I know it's white and it's lighter, but don't worry, it doesn't get dirty. Then we have the cat's meow. So we have good dog, cat's meow. We almost have all the animals covered.
Almost.
We don't have any reindeer. We need reindeer and farm animals.
We do. All right. So then for our salads, we've got our Princess Hazel. Don't be, alarmed. It's not just tan. It's got different colors interwoven in there. You've got your Royal Purple, our Baroness Black, Crown Ruby, and Duchess Blue.
Yeah, we forgot Ruby. We are missing one. Lady Gray.
Where is Lady Gray?
Oh, Lady Gray.
Where is Lady Gray?
Hey, Santa.
Hey!
Hey, Santa's still here, everybody.
When I stop in Wisconsin, one, I have to have a Kringle. That's the special thing about Wisconsin. I love the milk and cookies, everyone. But in Wisconsin, it's Kringle. And these Aero sewing chairs are just so wonderful. On my lumbar support, it's a long day making toys. Can you see? Well, they demoed it wonderfully. It's all about this push back, relax. Santa's got, does a lot of lifting. I've got the traps. They relax. It's nice. I'm back to toy making. It is absolutely lovely. Thank
Santa,
you, Harley.
Can people see the gray color?
Ooh, let's see. Can we see the back?
Oh, they can't.
Is it there? Is it there?
A glimpse of it.
Oh, it's a tease.
They've
What
seen
can
it
I
before.
say?
You know what? It might be a tease, but they can get one under the tree.
They can. If we get those orders in today, my elves will have it to you before Christmas. Oh no! And I lost.
Blaine,
I lost my
think
little
we've had
guy.
Lots of fun with you guys. Santa, thanks for stopping by and spending some time here.
Merry Christmas,
Hopefully you
everybody!
enjoyed your chair.
I love my chair. I'm gonna see if I can get them installed in the sleigh.
There you go.
So, Blaine, that's what we have from Santa in the North Pole in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, home of Aero Sewing. We've had lots of fun joining you guys today.
Well, thank y'all, guys. We love our partnership with Aero, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get these great chairs, and hope y'all have a great holiday up there as well, and Merry Christmas.
Same
Merry
to
Christmas
you.
to
Thanks,
you too.
everybody.
Bye, guys.
All right. So, by the way, Santa, they did the vote, and it was overwhelmingly on the nice list.
I'm on the
Yeah.
nice list automatically, so I'm thankful either way. You're on your own, Blaine.
Well, and even my wife verified I was on the
Santa's
nice
still
list.
here. Should we bring him back on really quick?
Yeah.
Yes, I am here. I am
Santa?
here for as long as you need me.
Did you see the vote?
We saw the vote. We saw the vote. The list has been amended. You are on the nice list. I've got that letter. I will make sure you got those presents under your tree, sir.
You're a good man, Santa Claus.
I try. I try.
All right, guys.
Thank
we're
you,
gonna tell
sir.
y'all how y'all can
Charles
get these.
Jr. is on the way.
There you go. All right.
Merry
So we're going to tell you how you
Christmas.
can get these great chairs. And guys, this was the Aero chairs. They come in the 11 different colors. You have the 6 solids, and then you have the 5 multi colored ones. Guys, they're $329. And we got a call-in special on them. So go ahead, pick up that phone, call to get the best price. And we've got a great special on them today. Going to save you some money. We're going to ship these things absolutely free to your doorstep. And if you order by today, you're going to get them in time for Christmas. That's the great thing. They're in stock, ready to ship. And so get on the phone right now, get your sewing chair, treat yourself to a great chair. I tell you what, there's a reason why these are the most popular sewing chair in America. So anyway, give us a call, 800-401-8151. So let's bring our co-host back in, Miss Jane Klaus.
I am on the nice list.
Well, I know you and Kennedy and Kyle are automatically on there, but I don't know
True.
how I was even teetering. I don't understand it.
Well, I mean, there's got to be something out there that somebody knows. I'm not sure either, Blaine,
I think it was Harley's negative influence to Santa Claus. I really believe that.
Right, because like when they went to break, he was like whispering in Santa's ear, probably. But we all know that you are the top of the nice list, Blaine. Tippity
Thank you.
top.
I appreciate you giving me the verification like the SMP Nation did.
Well,
Yeah,
you
we
got
love
me.
you. Yes, absolutely. I mean, we're all on the nice list, right?
I hope so.
I know. I think so. We're friends.
All
That's
right.
how it goes.
We're going to let you take it away. But before we do, let's give something away. What do you think, Jane?
Because you're on the nice list. You're giving things away, Blaine. I see you. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, guys, we are going to give away one of our world famous sewing mats.
Oh, yeah.
So, Jane, I'm going to let you do the honors on all this.
Okay, friends, you know you want one of these world famous sewing mats, and I'll tell you why, because you're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have one under your machine. So, oh boy, Blaine, he's real nice today. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel. And this is true. If you say it enough, it will be true. We are on the nice list. I love it. Oh, Rena Reeves, congratulations.
She can't win. She
Oh,
works
Rena,
for
she's
it.
your Rena, right?
That's Rena. She's one of the ones that's
Oh my God, I'm like,
monitoring
what
the
are the
chat.
odds of two Renas spelled the same way?
Yeah. So just to let y'all know, Rena Reeves can't win. Melinda or Rhonda cannot win. They're the ones monitoring all the chats.
That's so funny because I saw that and I'm like, I think it's their Rena.
Yeah, it is. All right.
All right.
so
Well, my
Kennedy-
spin the wheel was bad. So you spin it again. Your wife
right,
is telling you to
so-
spin it again.
Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
That was good, Blaine.
Thank you.
Spinning the wheel feels different after Santa told me I'm on the nice list. I don't know.
Oh,
Feel
that's
extra good.
sweet.
There it is, Rhonda Kennedy. So congratulations to Rhonda. Now this is a different Rhonda, by the way, not our Rhonda.
And not your
Rhonda
Kennedy either.
She is watching today from YouTube. So Rhonda, you just won yourself a sewing mat from SMP. And what we need you to do to claim that prize, you have 30 days to claim it. Just go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information completely. And most importantly, you got to let us know what color sew mat you want and what size you want, and hit submit, and we'll get that shipped free right to your doorstep. And if you want to know, any of y'all want to know what the dimensions and colors and all that is, just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. In the search bar, type in sew mat. It'll take you to the product page. You'll be able to see it. You can go and look at each size and get the dimensions so you can fit it to your machine. And then you can see all the 13 different colors we have of all the sew mats. All right, so let's do one more giveaway, Jane.
Let's do it, Blaine.
All right, so we're going to give a sewing machine away. What do you think?
A sewing machine this early in the day?
Let's
Okay.
do it. All right, so we're going to give a sewing machine away. We're going to give that K132A necky machine away. So Jane, please do the honors for me.
Okie dokie. Kennedy, spin that wheel. Or as one of our friends said, Kennedy, please spin. I didn't know it was like a happy one or like Kennedy, please spin. Pamela Nestler, congratulations. Hanging with us on YouTube today, day 5 of Countdown to Christmas. You are the winner of the sewing machine, Pamela. I feel like we know Pamela because she's always watching and hanging with us. Pamela, you know what to do. I know you won before. Go to smplive.tv, fill out all the information, and where we're going to send you your brand new sewing machine. Blaine, you are pretty nice.
All right. Well, hey, you know what, Jane? I'm going to jump out of here. I'll see y'all back in a little while, but we're going to let you take it away and go to the next presentation.
Yeah, our next presentation, I'm actually hoping, because I know she's close by Santa. So maybe Santa will be there with her as well. Okay, joining us today to talk about all June Taylor products. You'll love her. It is Jill Rep. So let's welcome Jill Rep to the show. She has been the VP of Marketing and Sales for June Taylor for over 30 years. Hey, Jill, how you doing today?
We're doing great. Look what I found.
Oh, you've got the Elf Valerie. I didn't know if you were going to have Harley or Elf Valerie or Santa.
Santa left me a helper. So I have somebody nice and bright to complement my nice and bright, and we're going to brighten up your day with some fun new ideas.
You always brighten up our day. And of course, Valerie gets the nod to be on the show because Harley didn't dress up. So this is how
That's right. That's right. He's the Grinch today.
Talk about naughty or nice. We know who's on the naughty list. The only
Absolutely.
person. Jill, I don't know what you're showing today because you have so many cool things, but you did the t-shirt quilt the other day and I went out and bought 2 of them. I love them.
Ah, wonderful.
So it's a great demo.
We're going to talk about 4 different things today. We're going to make placemats, table runners. We are going to make some wine totes. And if you don't drink wine, I have other ideas of what you can do with them. And then we're going to end with this gorgeous denim quilt behind me that uses up all the old denim that is in your drawers from your blue jeans that don't fit you anymore. Because we've all lost so much weight, right? So we
ordained.
We have to just put those away. But we're going to start out with something nice and bright today.
Yes.
We are going to show you how to make this Casablanca placemat set and matching table runner. And we are going to use a system called Quilt As You Go. It's actually a sew by number system where instead of sewing your quilt pieces together, layering them with batting and backing, we're going to do it all in one step. So what we've done at June Taylor is we've actually printed the quilting pattern right on the batting. So when you get your Casablanca set of 6 placemats, it's going to be quilt batting with the pattern printed on it in a numeric form. And you are going to basically sew by number. So each Casablanca kit comes with printed batting to make 6 placemats. We're going to start out by cutting the 6 placemats apart. So we're going to work with one individual unit today. Here's my placemat cut out. And the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the backing fabric. And to do that, there's a couple different ways you can do that. You can use quilt basting spray, which is an adhesive spray. You spray the batting, not the fabric, and that will adhere your backing fabric to your batting.
So you didn't sew this on right away.
I did not.
This is all held by that.
By this.
Awesome.
This is odorless. It won't gum your needle. It's got a very fine mist. You can also use a glue stick if you want to adhere the backing.
Can I use an Elmer's glue stick?
I would use one that's made for fabric.
Okay. I'm
one,
new to this, so you're teaching me a lot here this week.
I love this project because it's really gorgeous and it's so much fun. And then what you're going to do is you're going to starch your fabrics. And we use our man-made starch called Starch Savvy. Starch Savvy has no corn or potato in it. It's all made so that your projects can last through years without attracting bugs. Starch with potato or corn in it will definitely take a toll on your fabric. So this is all man-made. It has no odor. It's clear. You're going to starch your fabrics and you're going to cut them. And we tell you exactly what to cut. So we're going to start out by using piece number 1, which is a 7.5-inch square. We've cut it out. We've starched it. Now we're going to find piece number 1 on our batting and we're going to attach that. This is where I just use that glue stick. Just put a
Ooh,
couple
it's
of,
purple.
it's purple, but don't worry, it's gonna
Okay.
dry clear.
Perfect.
Now we set our piece number 1 right here, and it
Right
is
inside those
attached.
lines.
Right. Piece number 2 happens to be a 2-inch strip. We cut that. We find position 2, put it in place, flip it back on piece number 1, and we're going to line it up right on the placement line. So the lines on the batting are for placing fabrics together, not for sewing. We are going to sew in 1/4 of an inch from the edge, which is standard in the quilting world. So sew in 1/4 of an inch from the edge, and I've got that done here for you. So you can see that 1/4 inch seam allowance. We're going to flip that over, and it's going to land right on the next placement line.
That's so easy.
And we've sewn through all layers. So
Yes.
as we sewed through these 2 pieces, we went through the batting and the backing. So that's why it's called quilt as you go, because you quilt as you sew. Now we either want to finger press this seam nice and flat, which is why we've used the starch, or use our magic seam wand. This is a little wooden gadget that I love. It has an angled edge to it, and you can actually put that angled edge against your iron, heat it up, it will retain the heat, and then you can use it to get those seams nice and flat. We don't want to touch an iron to the batting because you might distort it. So just use that seam wand or finger press. And then we continue on. So we find piece 3, another strip, place it down, flip it back.
And why would you want to place it here and not just flip it right away?
Well, what if it's directional? Like what if it has a Christmas tree on it?
Absolutely.
You
I
want to
didn't think
make
of
sure
that.
it's facing the correct direction. So for safety, I always set it down, flip it back, find that placement line, and stitch 1/4
And if you
of an
don't, you
inch.
make that mistake just once, right?
Just one time, and you will never do it again. And there's my 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to flip it over and look at that. It lands right on the next placement line.
Wow.
If you get off track, just always go back to the placement lines. Piece number 4, we're going to flip it back, sew 1/4 of an inch, and we're just going to keep on going here until our placemat is done. So I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to do my pressing. I would add my next piece, and the process continues on. I just want to see if we can see this on the back. It might be a little hard to see, but you can see our sewing lines are all through here. So we're sewing through all layers in
Quilt
one
as you go.
quilt as you go, or quilt as you sew. We are all the way up to piece 8 and 9, so those 2 will be added. And then 10 and 11, those will be added. And you can see that our placemat is starting to come together. The last piece that we have are the 4 corners. We're going to have you cut a square and cut that square in half on the diagonal. But it's the same process. You right sides together with the last piece, sew in 1/4 inch and flip. And that will create that absolute square corner for
So
you.
if I wanted to buy this kit, does it come with the fabric or do you have to purchase your fabric?
We want you to pick the fabric that matches your kitchen. So you will get the 6 placemats that are printed. You select your own fabric, or you can dig into your stash. You might
Use
might
up
have
some of
enough
those
in
scraps.
Exactly.
Awesome.
So now that my 4 corners are done, I want to lift up the corners, find the crosshairs. There's a printed crosshair that will show me where to put my ruler so that I can literally just trim into a rectangle. And then the last step is to add our binding. And after our binding is added, we have our beautiful placemat complete.
I buried it here.
It's right here. And you're going to make 6 of these. And
That's easy.
just look how different this design looks when you center a beautiful motif in the middle. This is our Christmas placemat where we had Christmas trees for our 7.5 inch square. And this might be a little hard to see, but after we put piece number 1 down, we actually quilted it a little bit more. So it
you
gave
put
it a
the nice little lines in there.
We just use painter's tape and evenly spaced lines. It gives it a little loft in the middle. Here's a little bit perhaps easier way to see that is after we put piece 1 down, we quilted it immediately. And then you would add all the other pieces around the edge.
Okay.
So it's a really nice pattern if you have a large motif that you want to center.
And how long would one of these projects take?
You can do a placemat in a little over an hour.
Okay, so if
So-
you have a last minute Christmas idea that you want to do something real quick for somebody, these would be an easy
They're
thing
great.
to
And if
just whip
six
out.
six is too many for you, Meals on Wheels is always looking for extra placemats.
Oh, awesome. Good to know.
do. Here's just another couple of beautiful placemats and table runners to show you how great this pattern is. Again, you get the 6 placemats, and then the matching table runner comes 1 per kit, and that is called Morning Blend. We have a few others here to show you, just because I think you kind of need to see these in all different colorways to see how they might work in your room. You can mix light and dark. You can have everything contrasting.
Holiday.
You can do holiday. You can do kids motif. There's the matching table runner. I love that this table runner comes to a point. Here is our London Blues. Isn't that gorgeous? And there we have that pretty design in the center where we went dark, light, and of course the matching table runner that goes with that. If you've got an embroidery machine, isn't this gorgeous?
That's
This
beautiful.
is Bon Appetit. And you can use your center to do your embroidery, maybe a monogram if you want, and then go ahead and use the center as that one piece. And think about kids. You could actually, this is an adorable placemat where we've actually did a twist in the center using a twist ruler, and then added some kid prints around to make it really nice for a young one. So again, Casablanca placemats, 6 per kit. And the Morning Blend table runner comes 1 per kit.
That's
so now
beautiful.
everybody is skilled in quilt as you go, right? Everybody knows.
I am now.
Everybody knows how to do it. So let's move on to something that is really fun using this quilt as you go method. And we are going to show you our pack of 3 wine totes. So this quilt as you go is going to make 3 different wine totes. We'll put these off to the side for a second. This is what the kit looks like when you open it up. Again, you will get the printed batting to make 3 different designs of wine totes. This will hold a traditional bottle of wine. If you are not a wine drinker, you might want to put a beautiful bottle of olive oil as a gift or a nice vinegar.
For somebody who loves to cook or something.
Right. If you have a scooter, these are wonderful to actually construct and hang on a scooter or on a walker. So they're great for gift giving, wonderful for May Day. We started out with the same process where we have all 3 of the wine totes printed onto the batting. You cut them apart and you would do all of your piecing using that same numeric system. I pieced this one up just to kind of show you what it ends up looking like. So as it's laid out like this, you're starting in the center, piece 1, 2, 3, and you're working all the way out to the edges until you get this done. And then this is the fun part of this one. Then you are actually going to bind along this thinner side here. You're going to actually add your binding. And the binding is what makes this nice opening here. It seals that nice opening here.
Makes it a little bit more sturdier too.
Right, so you bind, then you go right sides together and you sew your side seams. And then you've got the circular bottom that you need to work with. So you're gonna cut the circular bottom out. You're gonna place it over your fabric, and we have markings on here that you are able to sew all the way around the edge and an X in the middle. I've got that done here. Now you can see I've got the sewing lines here. And you can see it's on the back. I've used a contrasting thread so it's easy to see. And then you're going to take another piece of fabric, put it over the top, and re-sew over that same X and circle pattern. And that is done here. And then you're going to trim around that, and that is what is going to create that circular base for the bottom. And then we're going to simply put right sides together. Then turn it right sides out. My binding is already done. So really great scrap buster. Here are some lovely Christmas prints you could use to give a gift. If you are a knitter, I know a lot of people that will give this with a skein of yarn in here, and at the very top, they're going to put a buttonhole, and you can pull your yarn right through that buttonhole and your yarn won't get tangled. Nice to wrap up a fabric in a roll and maybe a rotary cutter as a gift. Here is some scraps of batiks. Are these not gorgeous? These batiks are so pretty. And that's, again, a huge scrap buster that you can make a wonderful gift out of. And again, give it with wine. It's great for a water bottle. And here are some wine prints. There's so many great wine country prints out here to make your wine tote with. So again, you get 3 wine totes, use them as gift giving. They are the perfect thing to bring to your holiday party this year.
Wow, those
Pretty
are awesome.
fun.
Those are fun. But you know what? I'm really excited for our next one.
I am too.
I'm super excited.
This is something that you're not going to believe how this all comes together. But you've noticed there is a quilt behind me. Can we get a shot of this quilt behind us that is so bright and colorful? It is made with our charming circles ruler.
Ethan, are you able to show a clip of the quilt behind us?
Yes, ma'am.
For now, I'm going to grab this little tote bag here. This is also another gorgeous sample until we're waiting for that. All of this is made using all your old denim. Look at that gorgeous.
Look at that beautiful quilt. Look at that.
All those blocks are going to be made using denim and a special ruler and a 5-inch charm square. So each one of those squares finishes off at 5 inches. So it's easy for you to figure out
how big you want it.
Exactly. So if you want it 60 inches wide, you just divide that by 5, and you know you're going to need 12 of those circles across the top. Let's get back to how the process works, and I will show you. So we're going to start out with this ruler that's called Charming Circles. It's a special size ruler. And what we're going to do is take that ruler and take a piece of denim, and we are either going to rotary cut around that, or we're going to mark it and cut with the scissors. So I'm going to use a rotary cutter, and I'm just going to use this cut and press mat. This is a cutting mat on one side and a pressing surface on the other. That helps me spin it a little bit better. So you're going to simply place the ruler down, and I'm going to take my rotary cutting blade, and I'm going to go all the way around the edge of the circle. Then I'm going to turn the mat. Let's see where I left off here, right here. And I'm going to keep on going. If you are not comfortable with a rotary cutter, it's okay. You can simply use a marking pen. And you're going to cut as many circles as you need. So when I take this away, I have my perfectly cut circle. And you're going to get all your other denim pieces. Use lots of different colors of denim. And you are going to cut as many circles as you need. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take that ruler, you're going to bring it back up, and we are going to use a marking pen to actually mark in these slot openings. And that's going to be our guide of where we're going to end up putting our 5-inch charm square.
And you want to do this on the dark side or the light side?
You're going to do it on either side, because this side that you haven't marked is going to be the back of your quilt.
Okay.
So whatever you want on the back of your quilt, put here, do the marking on the other side. And now you're going to either use a pack of charm squares, or you're going to cut 5-inch charm squares. Either one.
Okay.
What's cool about this ruler is if you have a motif that you want to center, you can put that ruler right in the middle of the motif. See this beautiful flower? And I can just use my marking pen to actually mark where I want to cut that 5-inch square so that I center that flower. Once all your 5-inch squares are cut, oh, one other thing you can do too is if you have photo fabric, you could print photos
pictures
onto fabric and then cut your 5-inch square. Once all of your squares are cut, you're going to take and attach them to your denim in the markings that we made. And I just use our glue stick for that. So just glue them right on the denim, right in the markings that we made. Then you're going to take two, you're going to put right sides together like this, and you are going to stitch across the top, right across the top of the
just
charm
on one
square.
side.
So you're going to attach these two together.
Okay.
I've got one here, and you don't even have to be close. Just kind of get across that charm square. When those two are sewn together, it looks like this. So here is that seam. This is what it looks like. This is going to be on the back of the quilt. Now you're just going to keep going. We're going to add another one.
For however big you want this.
For however big you want it. And again, these are going to finish at 5 inches, okay? So now I've got 3. I'm going to add one more. Now I've got 4. So if I wanted 12 across, you continue to do this and make 12 of these blocks and join them. To join rows, it's as simple as folding your circles the other direction and sewing 2 together to make the rows. So again, you're just sewing right across the top of those charm squares, and then your rows are joined.
That is awesome.
After all your rows are joined, you're going to have something that looks like this. And
So
what
how
you're
did you
gonna-
get them like this?
I took this spray starch, Starch Savvy, starch it, let it soak in, take a hot iron and press all of these flower petals open. Once they're all pressed open like this, we're going to go to the sewing machine and we are going to sew around each petal 1/4 of an inch away from the edge. And you can actually sew in kind of a wave pattern. So sew here, bring it right around here, go to here, and go to here. So you can
Okay.
sew one whole
And you could
row.
almost do a different color to really
could.
bring something out in that.
You absolutely could. So now that I've got some of them sewn, let's look what that looks like. These are all sewn down here. My petals are sewn down. And then for the outside edges, we're simply going to take those, fold those under, you can glue them down, and then continue stitching until you've covered all your corners. Now what you're going to do is take this denim, throw it in the washer, throw it in the dryer, and it's going to all puff up and give us that beautiful, beautiful shabby chic look. If you can't see this up close, it's so soft, it's almost fuzzy-like feeling. And it's so pretty when you have it done. This is actually a tote bag, and we give you the instructions on how to make this. So there's 9 on the front, 9 on the back, and 3 on the side. We actually use the waistband of the blue jeans to make the handle. And we even saved the belt loops here so we could attach our car keys. So this is just another idea of what you can do with these. But I want to just give you a couple other frame of reference here. This is from a lady, a quilter in England, who sadly lost her husband. And he was a construction worker and he wore plaid shirts every day. So these are all his shirts that she took and cut apart into 5-inch charm squares and put that into this lovely blanket of his. Even the buttons she left on the shirt are so cute.
And I love how that is all embellished right here with a different kind of
Exactly.
stitching.
If you don't like that shabby chic look, you can take all your beautiful decorative machine stitches and go right on the edge. So now you wouldn't go 1/4 of an inch, you'd stitch right on the edge. And look how nice that looks on the reverse side.
So the back side here, you're not going to put batting or anything like that. This is what you're going to leave for the back.
This is the back. So this is actually the back of that round circle we initially cut, and this is the front.
Awesome.
If you're not a fan of all the different denim colors, here's one where we've actually purchased denim. So everything is the same. We used photos for our little 5-inch charm squares. We opened our petals up, pressed them, and used this gorgeous machine stitch to go all the way around. So this would be a great grandma bag where you take make the tote bag and have all pictures of your grandchildren.
That's a great idea.
It's as pretty on the back as it is on the front. And all we did was used our one ruler, our Charming Circles ruler. The packaging gives you all of the different sizes and number of squares and circles, number of charm squares and denim circles you would need to cut to make various size blankets. For those of you who like a weighted blanket, that is about a 12 when you make a big quilt like that. It gives you about a 12-pound weight.
That's awesome.
It's not warm because there's no bedding in.
Yep.
It's just denim.
Okay. You just gave me a really great idea because my father just passed away in August and my mom gave me all of his old flannels and he was notorious for wearing bib overalls and he was a large man. So I have a lot of fabric to go by and you just gave me a great idea to make a memory quilt of my dad's clothes.
Yeah,
So-
you know, the one that's behind me is actually using 5-inch squares from a lot of the dresses I made for my daughter. She's now an adult, but when she was a little girl, I made her all kinds of dresses.
That's a great idea too, because you can take some of your kids' favorite clothes as they were babies and growing up and everything.
And they remember that. And that's
Yes.
what she was sent off to college with, was a big blanket like that. It's great for a picnic. It's denim. So
It's denim. It's durable.
Very durable. Yes.
Could
So
you do it on a pillow? I mean,
you can absolutely do it on a pillow. Anything, I will tell you, denim works the best for this. You could use fleece, you could use flannel, but the denim is what would really fluff up the most.
okay. All right. Well, that is awesome. I absolutely love this. I like I said, you have changed my plans and what I'm going to do. I've learned so much this week, and you've made it look so easy for everybody who either are advanced or beginners and don't have a clue on what to do. So
Exactly. And if you're not into rotary cutting, remember, we do have the ability to just trace around the edge with a marking pen. Do we have time to show anything more?
I'm not sure. Ethan, how much time do we have left? All right, so we are actually going to pass it back to Jane then, and she can tell you guys all how you guys can get these amazing kits to put together these last minute projects, do a memory quilt, anything that you would like.
I love it. Jill and Valerie, what a great way to be sustainable and repurpose and reuse all of those clothes that may end up in the landfill or just sticking in the closet, and to make the memory quilts and the bags. I love it so much. I love the kit. So Jill, thank you so much. Valerie, you're awesome. And we will see you guys soon.
Have a Merry Christmas, Jane.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Bye.
ladies. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. You saw it here first, like super cool. Love the way that you can upcycle to create all of these amazing things with the kits here from June Taylor. And Kennedy is showing you the website, all of the different products and all of the different things that Jill was showing us can be found right here on smplive.tv. Call to place your order. Call if you have questions, 800-401-8151. A lot of us are wanting to create, get rid of the scraps that we have in our sewing stash. We want to repurpose and recycle all of the denim that maybe just doesn't fit anymore, or make a memory quilt. Well, June Taylor has everything you need to make that process simple and easy. Why spend the time figuring out how to do it yourself? They've made it easy. They have it for you right here. Look at all the products. We're scrolling to the website. That's where they're at. Just put in the search bar, June Taylor, Tailor, and you can see everything that Jill and Valerie talked about and more. So again, that is search for June Taylor on the website. All of the products she talked about are there, even the ones she talked about earlier in the week. So give a call if you have questions to place your order, 800-401-8151. And you can see right there, if you need to chat, the chat's waiting for you. They love chatting. I think our chatters are wanting to chat, because otherwise they're getting thrown into the mix of winning a prize. So let's get them chatting. 800-401-8151. All right, so let's move things along right now. And we're going to move on to our friends at the Grace Company. Joining us is Laurel Daniels and Anthony Weiderberg, and they are talking about the Grace 21X Elite. Now, Laurel is an account executive for the Grace Company. Has been with the company for about 1.5 years. And Anthony has been with the Grace Company for 1 year as a customer service rep, and is quickly took on his wholesale accounts. So please say hello to Laurel and Anthony. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
We're doing really good, and we're very excited to be able to talk about some wonderful products with you guys today.
I love it. So what you're going to be talking about, which ones?
So the 21X Elite, so we're going to be highlighting the machine a little bit, and then we actually have the same machine just on 2 different frames. So we're going to be talking a little bit about those as well.
Okay, cool. I'll let you take it away, and I'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes. So I'm Laurel Daniels. Actually, it's been a little bit long. I think I want to say it's been about just over 3 years that I've been here now. So it's been really wonderful to get to know the product and all that. And I know Anthony, I think, has it been about a year, maybe a little over now as well?
It's been a little over a year, so we're still accurate there.
Yes. Awesome. But yes, we're super excited to be with you guys. First thing we're going to be talking about is our wonderful top of the line Qnique 21X Elite. So this is a beautiful machine, and I love it because of a few specific things on it. First is actually just in the throat space of the machine. So we did keep it simple with the names of our machines. We kind of just threw in the actual measurement of the throat space into the name. So this measures at 21 inches. So it's again that Qnique 21X Elite machine. But again, you can see there you have that wonderful long throat space, and that gives you the ability to do and really finish more quilts in one go, right? You don't have to shift your fabric as often on that, and I love it. Anthony, maybe what's one feature you just really like about that 21X Elite?
I gotta go with the 7-inch display here on the machine. It's on all of our Elites, but pair it with that 21-inch throat space, it's golden. This screen is honestly a lifesaver for all the features it has. Should I go over some of them?
Yes, I was going to say I love it. And the biggest thing is that it's a touch screen, right? So that kind of brings in a familiarity feature of like, hey, your phone's like that, right? You might have a tablet, a laptop that's that way. So that's a really wonderful key feature about it. But yes, why don't you go ahead and show us some of those different features that can be found on that screen.
All right, so let's get started with just the easiest. We have our stitch regulation modes here, right, easy to use. So you can switch between precise, cruise, your manual, and a basting stitch. Just touch of a button, super fast to do. You can also change your stitches per inch right here on the screen. And it's got a couple options of your single stitch, your needle up, needle down. But what I want to highlight the most here is the help guide. I don't know about you, but you know, I always keep my manual in a place I'm never going to find it again. Yes. I always think I'll remember where it is, but I don't. So when I need to go back to find, you know, some troubleshooting issues, some how to get started using the actual machine, the maintenance, you can just look at it right here on the screen. So you can pull up your maintenance, the cleaning guide, the oil guide, how you should do it, how long you should do it, and troubleshooting. If you know you can't contact us over the weekend, it's late at night, you can easily troubleshoot what's going on with your machine yourself. So that is a wonderful feature I love there. It also gives you preparing to quilt options, so you can look at it to thread your machine, figure out what needle's going to work best, and winding a bobbin up.
Yes, and I love that just because this is, again, I did mention it is our top of the line, but it definitely can be someone who maybe is just starting to get into quilting though, right? Because, you know, people will say go big or go home. This is definitely, if you're getting into it, right, you might as well get into that largest machine you can. And that's what you can see behind me. We have a larger frame here as well that we'll talk about in just a little bit. So it's wonderful to have those help features. And yes, like Anthony said, I think I put it in what I call too safe of a spot. So I actually lost it, but it's safe, you know. So wonderful to be able to have that at your fingertips. And it's just kind of good to always be able to look back at things, right? So I went a little bit into the maintenance of, hey, making sure, you know, where to oil your machine, and I think it mentions in there as well how often. So, and again, basic things like, hey, I got to thread my machine. Maybe you are going to rent this machine out for people, right? And you want to make sure that they're going to get it done right. You can do that, or if you have a friend that's maybe just coming over, right? And this is maybe their first time being able to get their hands on it. It's good for them to also be able to have that resource at it. And then I love the different features that are built into the screen. It's really unique with some of those different features. And maybe, Anthony, we could talk about just a little bit, if this is kind of, so for some of those watching, the first time seeing those different stitching modes, maybe you could just share with us a little bit about what makes them different from each other.
Absolutely. So your precise mode, that one is my personal favorite. So once you have it in precise mode, oh, let me get it back over there. In precise mode, it's going to just keep that needle jogging while you're going. It'll keep it going. And once you stop, that needle is going to stop. So it's not going to keep going up and down, making a rat's nest under there if you're, you know, kind of stuck on where to go next. So that is a great one to use when you're just, you know, going with the flow, seeing what you can come up with. Our cruise mode, I kind of like to think of it as cruise control for a car. That needle is going to keep going at a similar pace. Even if you stop, that needle will just keep jogging up and down. And I like to use that for just, you know, getting into tight corners. You can get in there, let it stitch a couple times, come back out. And really good micro stippling as well.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, filling in an area, it's perfect because it'll help still continue to stitch, right? So it's like cruise control. Hey, you still go one speed, but you can slow down or speed up with it. So yeah, great for that. Yes. Wonderful different things you can find in here within it.
Yeah, we also have our manual mode. This one is kind of the wild, wild west of stitch regulation because there is no regulation. Once you go it, as fast as you're moving, it's going to keep changing those stitch sizes unless you're good enough to keep it consistent. I'm personally not, and I never venture out into that stitch regulation mode. But then we have our basting stitch, so you can easily baste your quilt with either small, medium, or large stitches. So that is extra convenient to have.
Yes, yeah, I know that manual mode is one I will admit as well. I don't use it as often, but there are some people, let's say, you know, maybe you have even just done with your own machine, right? And you do the push quilting. Those definitely are a little bit more of that manual where, hey, it doesn't, you know, keep up or slow down with you. It's just going to go that one set speed. So some people have been doing that for years, so have a really good and almost a skill with what that is. I do know that's actually also another one that can be used. I know Carla, our educator here, she uses that same one, honestly, when she's filling in an area as well. So kind of like what that cruise control was, but it's, hey, she is just straight up filling an area, and that's kind of all she's looking to do at that time with it. But yes, beautiful features within it, and again, really nice to be able to choose between each of those very easily at your fingertip. Some other things that is nice as well within it is that some of the features on the screen can be found on the handles as well. So I am very much a touchscreen person, so I think more often than not just use those controls on the screen. However, again, some of those are on the handles. So we're going to start on the right hand side first. So located on your right hand side, starting on the left, it looks like a little play button, and that's essentially exactly what it is for the machine, right? It's a really nice, easy click and release, and that's what's going to start my machine. So if I click it, release it, you hear a beep, and now if I move my machine, hey, again, I've now activated it, and I can click it one more time, and that's what stops my machine. So super easy, start and stop. And then over here on the right, we have our needle up, needle down. So you can click it again, it'll raise it or lower it. There is also a setting that you can change within the screen that if you want, you can make that feature be a full stitch in place of a half stitch. So instead of just doing down and then hitting it again and going up, you can say click it once, it'll do a full down and up for you. So kind of nice to be able to have that at your fingertips as well. And then moving to the other side, this is one where, again, definitely I just tend to go to the screen, but it is just to change your stitches per inch. So super easy. It's kind of, again, what Anthony showed on the screen, but if you're like, hey, I already have my hands on there, I want to just change it one or down one, you know, you can definitely do that with it. So super easy, wonderful to have on the handles. And then kind of speaking with the handles, Anthony, what's another amazing feature about them?
These handles are adjustable, which is really nice. You don't want to, be stuck holding something in the same position. So, if it's easier for you, you can pull these levers here on the side. You can pull them out a little closer to you. You can push them in. You can turn them in, out, upside down, whatever is going to feel best for you. I typically keep mine just a little bit more turned in because that just is what's most comfortable for me, is to hold them a little closer to the machine so I can access that touch screen faster if I need to.
Yes, and then I do love that that depth can be brought out towards you as well, because I know some people, well, I am a little taller, but sometimes for those that are a little shorter, yes, I wasn't going to say anything, but when working out a frame, especially with that, again, 21 inches of throat space, it can be quite a stretch to get to the back of that frame. So to be able to have those extend out, it's much less of a reach, right? You're not really feeling like, hey, I have to stretch to get to the back of my frame, right? Yeah. So bringing in some comforts to give you the best quilting experience possible. So some other things I do just like to show as well on the machine. One of them is just the dual thread stand, so, or cone holder, if you will. So there is two for a reason. So on our machines, they actually have two separate motors built into them. One of them is actually set to help run the machine, right? So when you're actually quilting with it. The other one ties into the bobbin winder in the back. So that's where it's really nice. I haven't seen many people do it, but if you want it and you're in a rush, right, you can be winding a bobbin and be quilting at the same time. It actually is a little bit quicker to help you kick out those bobbins so you can just continually be quilting with it. So really nice. Again, the machine does have two separate motors in it, and it does have a built-in bobbin winder as well. So I love that as well, because a lot of different machines out there, they are separate from the machine. Yes. So really nice to have it. Another one is just a little feature for those that just need some help threading the needle, which I will admit I need help with.
I think we all do.
Sometimes I get it first try. Sometimes I'm like, all right, this is my 20th try. Here we go. So it is a magnifying glass that comes on it. There are different magnifications you can get for it. So if you want, this little front piece can actually pull off as well. So if you're like, hey, I actually want to just look at my quilting, and see the stitches, as opposed to needing help threading it, you can pull it off. There's a handheld device. So again, you can use some of those stronger magnifications. Super easy again, so you can see it. Or if you're like, hey, I don't need it right now, you just flip it up and it's up and out of the way for you. Perfect. So beautiful, beautiful machine. Works wonderful. It is definitely my favorite just because it comes with all the things. I love the screen on it, and I love those help features built in. And I will admit it, I love how it tells me how to thread it, because I have gone to our many different machines and I'm like, I know how to do it. And then I'm like, I don't know how
You get
to do
halfway
it.
through and you're like, I feel like I've done something wrong.
Yes. So I love that it can show me that. Again, just overall, my favorite machine. It's fantastic for you. There is really all sorts of different machines within our lineup, right? So there are different ones that can fit you and your need and all that. But we're gonna go ahead and now we're gonna talk about the actual specific frames that we have these two machines on.
All right.
So maybe let's go ahead and start with the one that's right behind you, Anthony.
All right, so I am working on our Evolution hoop frame. So we have two styles of the Evolution frame. Let's start with the hoop, which is one of my personal favorite frames. If you have a smaller quilting space and you really want a nice sturdy frame, this is going to be one of your best friends here. This frame is small enough to fit in a 5-foot space for you, so that you have a smaller quilting space, but it is still a mighty frame because you can make any size quilt on this frame.
Yes. Love that with it. And that's where you can see right now, it is obviously a bit of a smaller piece we're working on. But I do like here, you'll also see some of the leader cloths on there. So like on the back, the one that actually has a rope in it. So that's the one that you can get, or in this case for the Quilter Evolution hoop, it actually will just come with it when purchasing it right off the bat, but it has a rope in it and it gives you a surface to roll your fabric up on, but then especially on the edge, that's what I love to be able to show you guys as well. So when you are working on a smaller piece, this can still be attached to your quilt top to give you and help keep that tension. Because I know that's the thing, people say, hey, well, okay, yes, I can, you can do any size quilt, that's great. What happens when I'm working, within a space that's smaller than the frame? And sometimes that's where you can see a little bit of a dip happen. They're like, hey, it's going to change my stitching. So if you have those, it's wonderful to be able to keep it nice and taut. And then it is nice as well that, hey, if you don't want, it does come with some bungee clamps as well. So kind of a little bit of a different way, and they all are meant to help keep that quilt that you're working on nice and taut for you. But then why don't you go ahead and just share with them a little bit about the rails and kind of maybe how it's a little bit different shaped than they might see compared to our other frames and even those in the industry.
Yes, so if you can see here on the sides, you can see that they are a little more dipped in there. And that is actually a really nice feature for the clamps on here. You can push them in, they lock in nice and tight for you. You can even ratchet these front ones up here. If we want to pull it a little tighter, they do ratchet, and that clamp is going to stay nice in there. You don't have to worry about it, like repositioning a clamp on there for you. So these star rails are going to be wonderfully convenient for you. And I do want to highlight the clamps on the back here as well. They are fairly massive. And they have this little gray piece here that can help hold in all your excess fabric so it's not sliding under on your machine. Or under your machine so you don't stitch it back up in there. I've had a couple instances where I've kind of let the fabric drape down and it's gotten wrapped up in the bottom. So these nice back clips are going to have that, so you can put your fabric in here, keep it nice down tight in there.
Yes, and I love those. They are definitely a little bit bigger clip-wise, you'll see, and even size compared to some of our other frames and different in the industry. Part of that was to come up with a design that, if you will, is a little bit easier on your hands. So if you've seen our other frames, one of them has a set of bungee straps that come around and are used to help hold that fabric. So with that, different things have happened with people. I know even here we've had a coworker who accidentally sewed over that type of strap before, right? So they're going back through, unpicking it. Or some people like, hey, I might have a little arthritis in my hand, so it's hard to be able to use that and stretch it up and around. So this is super easy. Anthony showed you there. That clip is super easy. It is strong enough that it will hold that fabric, so there's no worry of it coming out, but it also is very light for you to pull it back, so very easy to tuck that fabric right up inside there. And again, that's also part of the reason to have the height on it, is we wanted to give a spot for that fabric to sit nice and tucked as well. That'll help it be able to be rolled up, but not necessarily squeezed as tight, so you don't end up at the end of your quilt having kind of some pinch marks from it sitting there as you're going through quilting it. So wonderful and nice to be able to have that on there. Another thing is the front clips are a little bit different. Anthony highlighted those as well. They are meant more specific for the Evolution frames where they can clip directly in, and again, really a lot of them are to help keep that fabric nice and taut, especially on the back there as well with it. let's see, and I think there was a question that said they didn't get those clips. Are they standard with the purchase of the Evolution? So it depends on what version you're getting. So on the hoop version, it does come with them. Whereas if you get the one like I have right here, it is still an Evolution, but it's the Elite version. So with the Elite version, you don't need to clamp, and work in zones. It is meant for, hey, whatever size quilt you're gonna do, that's the size you're gonna set the frame up to. So again, if it's the Elite version, it does not come with it, but if you use the hoop version, it does. Yes. Hopefully that helped answer it.
Yeah.
But maybe one other thing you can talk about, and it'll kind of help us transition into this one.
Yes.
But there's a cool feature within this one that allows you to expand it to this one.
So, we start with a smaller frame. It's the space you have now. But let's say one day you want to upgrade and, you don't want to go through the process of buying a whole new frame just to get the rolling rail situation. You can actually purchase an upgrade kit to make your hoop frame into the Elite frame. So you can purchase the upgrade kit to turn it around, and you can get extenders to make it as large as you want, up to 12 feet.
Yes, which is super nice, right? Like most of the time, like Anthony said, hey, you'll start out with the smaller frame because you're like, I am doing a wide range in size in quilts, but I don't have the space for a larger, right? Like I can't go take my dining room table out, or hey, I can't kick my son out, So it's a great way to be able to do any size quilt, still working within a small space. However, sometimes, things do change. Maybe your kid did move out and now you have space or a bedroom to be able to take over. When that does happen, there are different extensions you can get to help, expand it out to whatever size is still going to fit you, right? So there are 2-foot extensions, 3-foot extensions, and a 5-foot extension that's available. So if you're like, hey, I start out with the 5, I'm ready to go to a 10, great. There's an additional box, if you will, that comes with it that helps change it into a full rolling rail. Right, so that's where you won't use those back clips anymore because it's going to be just a rolling. So you're going to use a little hand wheel to help advance that quilt up. So again, we don't quite have it here, but this is usually where it'll sit just right on the back here for you, and that's what you use to roll your fabric up around this back rail. And again, you do have those 2- and 3-foot extensions as well. So if you're like, hey, I'm not ready to go to a full 10, you can get the 2 or 3 to help keep it still in a smaller space, but again, turn it into a rolling rail frame. With that, there are a few things I do want to point out as well that you'll notice are a little bit different between the 2 frames, but then a little bit again on this front rail. So like Anthony pointed out there, it is that star shape. One thing that is also different about it is the rail itself is actually thicker. Now, at first I was like, okay, I don't know why, that's nice, but hey, why does it need to be? And it's actually because when you get up to your quilt, what happens a lot, and I think I even did at the beginning of this, but I was leaning on it, and you're like, yeah, hey, how can I help you, right? So you're leaning on it and you don't mean to, or you're trying to look at your quilt, and so you're like, hey, I'm putting a little bit of pressure on it. So it is thicker to just help really forego that, right? So there's not a concern with that. So that's where you'll see that is a little thicker. So again, that rail and that thickness actually is the same from the hoop. We've just carried it over to the Elite. And then another thing I love to show is specific with the ratchets. So this is where different than you'll see in the industry and really different for Grace Company ourselves as well. So originally, and Anthony, I think you've seen it as well, right? The Continuum 2, if you've been with us for a little bit as well, that Continuum frame, the original one, it came with plastic, right?
Yes.
On the ratchets. So with that, sometimes what happens is maybe you're using a thicker batting, just thicker fabric, more fabric on there, right? Or sometimes you do have a friend that's coming over and they just aren't as well aware of things, so they'll over tighten it or something, right? And so it can cause that little plastic piece to potentially snap. So what we've done is we've actually made the ratchet itself and a ratchet stop metal. So this completely forgoes any concern of like, hey, is it gonna snap on me? Is it gonna potentially, come undone while I have a quilt on there? The answer is no. Again, fully metal for you. So you can see this whole tab in the back, plus the teeth on it are metal. And then again, up inside here as well, we have that where it is also, maybe I can flip this up here. Sorry, just so I can show you guys, because I do love to show that specifically on the ratchet as well. Again, it is a nice metal component for you. Just creating a nicer, sturdier frame to really stay with you for the ages, right? So again, there's that wonderful metal ratchet that can be found. That same type of ratchet, again, is found on that hoop version as well. So wonderful, beautiful frames.
Yes.
But another thing I do want to talk about a little bit is kind of in the assembly, but really some extra components that were added to help create some more sturdiness with the frame. So sometimes what happens if you're moving your frame, sometimes, and we've seen it happen here, with a middle leg or whatever, you're dragging it over a cord and it might pull it potentially one way, right?
Oh,
Or on
yeah.
the end, it might pull it one way as well. So when that happens, you can see the edge of the frame sometimes kind of want to just slightly, right? Just ever so slightly move underneath the frame. So what you have to do is you have to go almost, let's say, kick out the frame, right? With this, there's extra brackets put onto the edge of the frame, really the legs of the frame, to make sure that that doesn't ever happen. So wonderful extra sturdiness that comes in with that to just give you the absolute best frame and capabilities that there is. With this one as well, the Elite version, there are additional batting and either rail that can be added. That is a little bit different, and maybe Anthony, you can tell them. With our older frames, it was very specific. If you got the batting, hey, how to go where that batting rail would go.
Yeah.
If it was the either rail, it would have to go in that same spot. But with this one,
we just call it essentially our accessory rail
Right.
because we wanted to give the option of, do I want the idler or the batting rail? And maybe this is your first time working with a frame, and so you don't really know which one you're going to prefer in the long run, which one you want. So it does come with the hardware to make both happen on either way. So you can buy the accessory rail thinking, I really want the idler rail, this is what I want it for, and maybe it's not what you totally envisioned, and you switch over to the batting rail, it's so much more perfect, and you didn't have to come back and be like, can I return this and get this instead, or spend the extra money to get that batting rail. So you can get two if you want the idler and the batting, but you can start with one and see where you like it the best.
yes, I love that with it, just because I know that was a common question. Everyone would be like, well, hey, can I, swap them between them? And hey, the answer used to be no, because they were very specific brackets for the different parts. Now it is interchangeable, so you can choose to do whatever you'd like with it, whether it is as a batting or the idler rail, but really love it. I do like to point out, just because I think it's a unique feature within this hoop frame as well, specifically that evolution hoop, is that when working on a smaller size piece, and here we do have it set up as what we call, again, the hoop style frame. So saying, hey, we're going to work with a quilt whatever size, and all we're going to do to shift it is unclip the clips, and shift the fabric to the next section. If you are working on a smaller piece like we actually have on here, what you can do is you can take off those side leader cloths that we have, and there is a different insert that can come right up in the back. Right, Anthony, and that's where there's a different hand wheel that can come in as well, so it actually can turn the smaller frame when working on a smaller piece into a rolling rail frame as well.
Yes.
So I love that. It's, again, different and unique to this frame compared to any ones that we've done or other ones in the industry that you can, again, still roll on that frame, but only when working on a smaller size quilt than the actual width of the frame itself.
I always forget about that, so I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, so again, not always necessarily something, people are like, hey, I want to do that right off the bat. But sometimes people are like, hey, well, maybe I am starting out with some smaller size quilts and I do want to work my way up to the larger. It just makes it a little bit easier if you are working on a smaller size piece to not have to completely unclip, every time to just shift that quilt. It makes it just a bit easier, to roll it
Overall,
up around that.
Yeah.
Yes, a little less managing you have to do with your fabric on that. So beautiful machine. Again, it's the same machine we have on both frames. It's that QNeek 21X Elite. We have it to where it can fit on that Quilter's Evolution hoop frame. So right, that's what Anthony talked about, that 5-foot frame. Or you can put it on that Quilter's Evolution Elite frame. This one, if you want to start out with it right out the bat, you can also get it in an 8, 10, or a 12-foot, right? So it's not only, hey, you have to only upgrade it. It can be bought just on its own, again, at any of those 3 different sizes. But maybe we can go ahead and kick it back over to Jane to let us know how they can get these amazing deals and what they are.
Hi, I am here. Yes, amazing deals for sure. Great job, you guys. That was super awesome. I've been just like following you guys. I'm online. I'm looking at SMPlive.tv because I want to go through all the things and learn more about it. Great presentation. I am in, and I love the 21X Elite. So let me tell everybody how they can get their hands on one. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, you guys.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Okay, that's Laurel and Anthony coming to us from the Grace Company. We love them. All right, so this is your Grace Unique 21X Elite long arm quilting machine. Now, they talked about the bigger touchscreen. That's a 7-inch full color display. You're getting a variety of tools and options right there at your fingertips. You've got the edge warning alarm. You've got the simplified handlebars. We all love that. The functions are so much easier. So many great features with the Unique 21X Elite long arm quilting machine. And you've got your special Christmas pricing right there, but you're going to call in for the special. You're going to call in for the special for this machine. And also going along with it, you're going to get the Continuum 2 frame for free, which is amazing. You can get it in 10 feet or 12 feet, but that comes along with your purchase today. And then also 20% off of the QCT6 robotic package. That is really, truly amazing. Again, this is your Unique 21X Elite long arm quilting machine. You got the 4 quick access buttons. You've got the adjustable hopping foot. We love that. The comfort grip design. Oh, that's a mouthful for me to say. And of course, the best of free motion and those adjustable handles, dual thread options, which is fantastic. And the bobbin estimator. So many features on this machine. You got to call for a special 800-401-8151. Yeah. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, so thanks again to Laurel and Anthony from the Grace Company. Let's keep things moving along here. I think we have a minute here. I can just chit chat with Blaine a little bit. Right, Blaine?
You are right, Jane. Well, another great presentation, and we got some more on the way. And we're only one presentation away from our first educational session today.
I'm really looking forward to education. Like, this is cool. I think Melinda's going to be making a table runner, which I'm excited to see because we're all decorating our tables. We're tablescaping for the big holidays coming up.
Yeah, I can't wait. And we get to show everybody her. Well, you'll have to ask her a little bit too, Jane, about how long she's been doing the pajama making.
Oh yeah,
that'll be kind of cool. We got the pictures that you can show. We got a picture to show of I think 2 different ones that.
Oh, good.
Show them all lined up on the staircase. It's pretty good.
Okay, cool. I was going to ask if we had pictures of them. I'd love to see it. Yeah. So that's super fun. Okay.
All right. Well, hey, let's get going. I'll bring you back here in about 30 minutes. We're going to go ahead and we're going to go, and we got Baby Lock in the house next, guys. We have the array, and so we got Mike Johns coming in, and Mike, man, he's been on our show many times, but he's growing up in a family of crafters. Mike said he didn't become serious about sewing and things until he got studied costume design and technology at Florida State University, and a little over. And he corrected us. It's probably been 24, 25 years now since he's been there. But anyway, y'all, welcome to the show, Mike Johns.
Mike Johns.
Mike Johns.
There's my rap, right?
We had to do it, Mike.
I know. How are you guys doing? Good to be here.
We're doing great. How about you?
So I'm going to apologize really kind of quick off the bat, Blaine, before we even get started. For some reason, today's the day that they decided to start messing with our internet. So if I disappear on you guys, we apologize, but we're crossing fingers and hoping everything kind of goes well.
Well, you know how it is. Technology sometimes is awesome and wonderful, but then it can be your worst enemy sometimes. So we totally understand. We'll cover for you if it happens, but I'm gonna let y'all get going while you got a good signal, and we'll be back in 25 minutes and tell them how they can get this array.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. Well, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, guys. So I am sitting next to the Baby Lock array. This is one of 3 machines that are in our free arm lineup of machines. You may just call it our multi-needle lineup of machines, even though one of them is not really a multi-needle. But this is a multi-needle. This is our 6-needle machine, and it's kind of the midline of the pack. We have a 10-needle and we have a single needle. We did the single needle a little earlier this week, and I came on and talked about that. But now we're up to the 6 needle, and the 6 needle, it has some amazing features on it. One is the 6 needles itself is the amazing feature, because what we can do is you'll see that we have 6 spool stands up at the back of the machine. We thread all 6 of those spools, and basically we can walk away from our machine while it's stitching because we're not having to change our thread spools. The machine is going to do it for us. And what's even neater about it is once we get through those 6 colors, if it's time to change those spools into different colors, the machine walks us through that process. So we don't really have to even know when it's time to add that new color. The machine's just going to tell us on the screen exactly when to do it and exactly where to put that new color. So it's really user-friendly. It's really simple. And as long as you can take a minute and read what's on the screen, you're going to have complete and total success every time you use this. Now, a lot of people get intimidated by multi-needle machines because they kind of look at it and they go, ooh, that's a lot on the front, right? Well, really and truly, it's not. If you kind of imagine taking your regular tabletop sewing machine and just kind of sitting it on its side, that's all this is. It's just kind of sit on the side, and you got your take-up levers here. And instead of 1 take-up lever, you got 6. Other than that, nothing is different about it. It's threaded the same exact way. And if you've ever had a baby lock, you know we love to label things. We love to color code things. We love to just make the user experience really simple and really easy. So if I wanted to thread spool number 1 here, all I'm going to do is follow all of the little placement keys that are labeled number 1. And I'm going to follow the thread paths. Even up here in the tension disc, I have actual guidelines that are actually part of the mold of the machine itself that shows exactly how it goes around those tension guides, where it goes around my guide post, how it goes through my tension clips, and even write down how it goes through my take-up levers. And when you get down to those needles, you don't have to thread those needles at all. We have an automatic needle threader that we like to refer to as our never miss needle threader. And it does such a great job. Now, the one thing about that never miss needle threader is it's 1 needle threader for all 6 of our needles. So really and truly, once you figure out how to do it one time, you just wash, rinse, repeat, right? I like to call it the shampoo method, right? If you've ever read the back of a shampoo bottle, the directions say wash, rinse, repeat. It's kind of the same thing whenever you thread a multi-needle machine. You just do the same thing over and over and over again. This does have a front-loading bobbin, so this takes an L-class bobbin. If you'll notice that I just opened my bobbin cover here, and this is my bobbin casing right here. The good thing about this is, notice I didn't have to take off my hoop to be able to access my bobbin case area. So unlike a flatbed machine, because this is front-loading, I can actually change my bobbin if I run out of thread without having to disturb my project. And I love that, because one of my biggest things that I kind of like wish was different about a flatbed machine is I wish I didn't have to take my project off of my flatbed to get to my bobbin case. Well, on my multi-needle or free arm machines, I don't have to do that. I just simply reach under and change that thread in my bobbin case area, close that case cover again, and then I'm off and stitching again with no problems and no issues. These machines are super easy to maintain. They are all self-enclosed oiled systems, so you don't have to really do a whole lot to them. You're going to oil your bobbin case area the day that you use it. So if you're going to use it that day, 1 drop of oil down in the bobbin hook area. And then there's a little bit of maintenance that goes on the needles about every 50 to 60 hours. And that's it. Other than that, you're going to rely on your Baby Lock tech to come in and service your machine for you about once a year, and you're good to go. Everything else is self-enclosed, and you really don't have to worry about it. Keep a cover on it when you're not using it to keep it dust-free, and it'll last you a lifetime. You know, it's one of those things that you make a great investment in a great machine, and it'll be with you for a long, long, long time to come. So the embroiderable field on this machine is approximately 8 inches by 12 inches, so which is a nice big field of embroidery. Of course, we can go in and get multi-hooping designs in here. So if you wanted to stitch bigger than that, but you can also go much smaller. So with this machine, you get a total of 4 different hoops. The one that I have on the machine right now is my 5x7. I've already mentioned that 8x12. So that's a big hoop, right? I mean, I can get the backs of jackets with this. I can do quilt blocks with this. A beautiful 8x8 block would fit in here with no problem. And yes, I do quilt blocks on my multi-needle machine, and a lot of people do. So if you've ever thought about I'm a quilter. Can I do embroidery on a quilt on a multi-needle machine? Sure, you can. You also have a 4x4 hoop. I use this one a lot. This is great for left, right chest embroidery. It's great for doing things like the top of sleeve caps, even actually going up and down the leg of pants, those kinds of things. The way that you use this is kind of endless. And then if you really want to do some smaller work, we have the 2.4 by 1.5 inch hoop. This one is great for doing things like monograms on babies' clothes, or even doing monograms on like men's dress shirts, things like that. This fits perfect on like the back center of a man's collar, or even if you're doing the cuff of a man's dress shirt. So great variety of hoops that come with the machine itself. And of course, we have a wide variety of optional hoops that can work on this machine as well, including our magnetic hoops. So if you like to use those magnetic hoops that Baby Lock makes, or maybe you like to use those dime magnetic hoops, which I know Blaine sells, you can use that on this machine as well. They work beautifully. So aftermarket hoops are always an option whenever it comes to Baby Lock products as well. So if you like looking at those, give them a review and see what you find out there as far as different sizes. Now, one of the things about this machine that is really unique is that this machine is our biggest kind of memory of fonts. This has the most number of fonts on it of any of the Baby Lock machines. So if you're a font person, this machine was kind of made for you. This has a total of 50 different built-in fonts. That's bigger than any other machine that we have in our lineup of machines. So if I kind of go into my category here, that's the built-in fonts, you can see as I scroll through this, we have a ton, including that we have some foreign language, and we have 5 different micro fonts. And what is a micro font? A micro font means that it's a font that stitches at 1/4 inch in height or smaller. So we have 50 different built-in fonts. On top of that, you're going to see that we actually have some large decorative fonts. So quite a few of them actually. We have a total of, 11? Count that right? Yeah, 11. I've been working on different machines all day, so sometimes I have to double check myself. But 11 different large fonts. Now, these do not come in as text or font text. They come in as embroidery design. So what that means is these come in as individual letters. And so when you do this, you're going to see that they're actually fairly large, and you're not going to be able to use your text editing features on them. But what's really cool about it is you can use all of your embroidery editing features on them. So these are great for doing things like baby blankets or beach towels, or doing those. I'm from the South. We put monograms on pretty much everything. And like one of the things that's really popular around Easter is to do those monogrammed Easter baskets. So think about that. I could do one of these big monogram letters on the side of an Easter basket. And because I have a free arm capability here, I can do the Easter basket without having to do any kind of crazy hooping, right? I don't have to undo any seams. I don't have to do kind of some weird hooping where I'm trying to manipulate that basket to lay flat. That free arm allows me to do it without having to do any of that, which I absolutely love. So when we look at those decorative fonts that are large, there's a lot of possibilities that we can use there. Now, something you may not think of when you think of a multi-needle is, believe it or not, we have buttonholes on this machine. And when you think about that, you might kind of go, why would I need buttonholes on an embroidery machine? Well, if you've ever tried to do buttonholes on a flatbed machine, nowadays they're pretty easy to do because we have great technology with our buttonholes. But if you're into like home deck or even outerwear or something like that, where we're doing oversized buttonholes, a lot of your flatbed machines can't do buttonholes that are above a certain size. Well, our multi-needle machines or our embroidery machines, they can. So if I come in and I grab my buttonholes, you're going to see that we have a series of buttonholes here, and I can do buttonholes, and you can see this one is up to 4 inches in length. That's a huge buttonhole. And, you know, nowadays we always encourage people to think outside of the box and find different ways to use things other than their intended methods. What other kind of things could you think of that you could do with buttonholes besides using them as a buttonhole? Nowadays, people are using them for things like creating towel toppers to hang your kitchen towel over your stove handle, right? That's now a use for a buttonhole. So a large buttonhole like this would be perfect for that. We use buttonholes to actually create designs. So we would take a series of descending sized buttonholes and maybe make a Christmas tree. Or you could take buttonholes and rotate them around and make box shapes, whatever. As long as you're willing to use your imagination, you know, it's unlimited what you can come up with. What's really cool about it is that if you notice this first category in that same tab, we have motif stitches that are inside of our multi-needle. So one of the things that comes up sometimes is people say, can you stitch on a multi-needle? Well, our initial answer is no, not really, because it's not a sewing machine, it's an embroidery machine. But technically we kind of can, right? It's a little different than sewing on a sewing machine, but because I have these motif stitches in here, these are the things that are on our regular sewing machines that give us those decorative stitches that you might see in heirloom sewing, or you may see a lot in like little girls' dresses, things like that. They give character and a lot of body to those little dresses, things like that. Now I have them right here in my machine, and I can use those to create my own patterns, my own whole cloth fabric. You know, have you ever went and looked to see how much fabric costs that is whole cloth fabric that's embroidered in the store? Well, it's pretty expensive. And now because I have this here and I have a lovely 8x12 field, I can go in and create my own whole cloth fabric and create lovely zipper bags, tote bags. I can do anything I want to with this, right? And because I have it built in, I don't have to worry about knowing whether or not I'm stitching straight or if I'm keeping my rows evenly spaced or anything like that. And there's quite a few of them in here. If I remember my numbers right, I believe we have 100 and my eyes are kind of blurred out on me there. I can't even see. Let's go big. I have 50 on this one. So 50 different motif stitches on here that I can go in and stitch out. And you notice that there are satin stitches in those motif stitches as well as running stitches in here. So you can get some fairly large designs and you can repeat these over and over again. Like if I wanted to do a really cute little winter theme, I can pull that in, say set, and then I can use what's called my border feature, which is this one right here. And I can add to the side and add to the beginning. And now I've filled my hoop with a line of those little snowflakes. I can stitch that out, and just like that, I could do multiple rows of this, and I can do that right in here, right? I can say add some to the bottom, add some to the top. And now I've made something that almost looks like something that I could use on pleated fabric and make something that looks like kind of maybe a cheating way to do kind of a pleated fabric with embroidery on top of it, right? Kind of get something unique that I've created myself, and I get to use my own color threads to match whatever the project is that I'm working on. So lots of possibilities in here and lots of opportunities to be creative, which I absolutely love. Now, one thing that's really fun about this machine is it's Wi-Fi enabled. And what does that mean? That means that we can actually transfer designs wirelessly to our machine. You don't have to go looking for a USB stick any longer. We do have USB on the side of the machine. So you have 2 USB ports plus a wired USB connection. So if you want to connect your computer directly to your machine, you can do that. But if you have Palette 11 digitizing software, which is the Baby Lock software, or if you have our free program, which is called the Design Database Transfer Program, you can wirelessly send your designs from your computer directly to your machine, and it will show up in your memory pocket that's labeled as your Wi-Fi memory pocket. So it will just show up here underneath your Wi-Fi symbol, underneath your row of memory locations here. So I love this because I don't know about you. I used to always keep a ton of USBs around, and I never knew which ones were empty. I never knew which ones had things on them. I would always lose the one that I was looking for. Now I don't have to worry about that. I can just send it wirelessly from my computer. And if you're doing it via Palette, okay, it's actually a two-way street. So if there's something on here that I want to send back to my computer, if I'm using Palette, I can do that. Now on the free version of Design Database, it is not two-way. It's only from your computer to the machine, but that's okay too. That's still a big advantage. The other thing that's really nice is because this is wireless, we can do our updates wirelessly to the machine. So updates are free for life on this, but because you have Wi-Fi, you can actually go in and have those download automatically, so you don't have to get those off of the Baby Lock website. Notice I said updates are free for life. Upgrades are not. Upgrades would include anything that would have hardware attached to it or anything like that. So if we had an upgrade become available for this machine, which currently there isn't, this is still a fairly new machine, but if an upgrade became available, that would be something that would be an additional purchase that would go with the machine because it would have hardware on it. All right. The other thing that I really, really like about this, and this is the first machine that we've introduced this on, is that this is a customizable machine, meaning that I can actually go in here and customize the way that this screen actually looks. I can turn different features on and off. So if I wanted to make sure that nobody could access my memory ports here, I can turn those memory ports off, and I can do so by going into my settings page. So my settings page here, and I'm going to go backwards because I'm going to go over to page 8 of my different settings here. And you notice that the first thing you're going to see at the top is that I can actually put passwords on my machine. How cool is that? I can actually make it to where nobody can touch my machine but me. So if you're one of those people who sits there and says, nobody better come touch my machine, well, you can actually make it to where they physically can't now. So you can come in and set a password on this to where if it goes to screensaver or if it goes into its sleep mode, in order to wake it back up, you have to have a passcode to be able to type it in. You can also set it to where they need a passcode to get into the settings screen. So that could be really useful if you're in an environment where you're working with other people on your machine and you don't want them to be able to change settings that you've pre-programmed into your machine. But down here at the bottom, you're going to see that we have what's called key optimization mode. And right now I don't have it on, okay? But if I went into edit, and you'll notice it's going to walk me through it on the screen. I'm not going to read through that right now. But you'll notice that it takes me to, there's 4 different screens that I can go in and customize. So maybe I did not want these to be available. So you notice how I just go through and I touch them and they gray out. Now, if I go through the entire process here, so I'm going to go to the 2nd screen, 3rd screen, and 4th screen, and I say set, I say edit in, sorry, and I say okay. When I go back out to my screen, what you're going to notice is that all of those memory pockets are disabled at this point. So now I can actually have it to where no one could actually come in and access those memory pockets. Why would that be important? Well, if you're running maybe a small business or something like that, and you want to make it to where if you've got employees in your small business and you don't want them to be able to access things or save out some of your designs, those kind of things, you could come in and do that by disabling these memory pockets. Likewise, if you didn't want them to be able to access certain built-in designs, you can also do that. So lots of customization here. I love the fact that I can make this fit what I need it to do. I don't have to worry about, am I making myself to where someone can come in and take something off of my machine that I don't want it. But not everybody's going to use those features, but they're really fun to have there. I really like the passcode because I don't know about everybody, but I've got a fur baby, and sometimes they get up and my fur baby's big enough, she likes to get in my chair. And so her tail is like a drum and she likes to hit my screens. And next thing you know, there's things on my screen that I didn't know were on my screen. So sometimes I will actually just put it to where the passcode's there and she can drum on that screen as much as she wants and she can't unlock it because she'd have to hit the passcode. And as talented as she is, I don't think that she can paw out the passcode quite yet. But maybe you have kids or grandkids, you don't want them to go in. Now, maybe you don't need that feature. That's okay too. There's other features that are going to make this really successful for you. For the alignment, the one thing you are going to notice is this machine does not have a camera on it, but this machine does have what we call a needle drop laser crosshair. And this crosshair is actually extremely large. It's going to actually show up pretty much about this tall by about this wide. Unfortunately, our camera, we tried it a little bit earlier, our camera doesn't really show it very well in this lighting because we're underneath fluorescent lighting, but it does show in person. So if you had fabric in your hoop and you turned it on, you would actually see that the crosshair is quite large. And to be able to turn that on, I would just come in and grab one of my designs. Okay. And then once I go over to, oops, let me change to a larger embroidery hoop. Let's get a different design. We'll get something small. Had a feeling that was going to be too big. You'll notice right up here in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little marker with a red crosshair underneath it. It's going to turn on automatically, so it's going to default to the on position, but you can also turn it off if you don't want to have it on. But if I kind of put my, I don't know if my hand underneath there, Joan, would do it. You know what? Let me see if we do a different color. We played around a little bit with it. Yeah, maybe that'll do it. I'll step in front of the camera here for a second. I don't know. Can you see it? So grunge was the answer. So there you can see there's that crosshair that's kind of in there. So I can use that crosshair in combinations with my move key. Joan's going to get you a better camera angle there. I can use that in combination with my move keys and my positioning keys for my design. And I can get that exactly placed where I want it. So I can get perfect positioning with no problem whatsoever. Okay. Absolutely love that. It's a lot of fun to do. This also has what we call 9 points of placement on it. Almost all of our Baby Lock machines have 9 points of placement. To do 9 points of placement, it's this icon right here. You touch this and you're going to see that you have a 9 point of placement for both entry and exit. So this would be at the start and the end of your design. You're really only going to need to use it for one or the other to actually test around. I tend to use the placement for the entry. And one of the things that we've added as a feature within the recent models is that if you look at the top, if I had multiple designs on my screen, I could say, I want to see the 9 points of placement in reference to everything in my work area versus just one part of my design. Now I only have one design. Yes, we do have Wi-Fi. I just talked about that. Yeah. If you have questions about Wi-Fi, just ask. I'll be glad to answer them for you. But I only have one design here, so I could actually choose either one of these. But if I had multiple designs, if I chose the key to the right, that would be just the design that had the red selection box around it. If I chose the key to the left, it would be everything in my work area. But what 9 points of placement does is right now, this is showing me where the center of this design is. If I wanted to see the upper left area of the design, you notice that my crosshair moved up here. And you probably heard my hoop move, and now my crosshair that's being projected down on my workspace is showing me where that upper left-hand corner of that design is. So I can literally go around and just do all of the different corners, and I'm going to get to see exactly where that design is going to be lined up. So you can get perfect placement. Even though I don't have a camera on this, I can get it to where it's exactly where it's supposed to be. So do we have any questions on there, John? Yeah, it's an the array. The Altair is a great machine too. Yeah, we've been filming on different machines all day today. Yeah, Joan is, just so everybody knows, Joan is my helper on here. She's running the board for us. Joan is our video producer that she works with us here in the studio. She is the one who keeps all of us straight and keeps us on board. And we've been doing video all day today. So saying the Altair was a very, very acceptable thing because we've been on all kinds of machines today. But this is a workhorse of a machine. It stitches at 1,000 stitches per minute. So it will take off and do a job for you very quick and very easy. There's a wide variety of accessories that can be used on this, including you can get a wide table that fits on here that will give you a solid surface to work on. The table, if you use that, it does obstruct the free arm. So we would not be using that if we were doing something that required the free arm, but that is something that is attached and detached on there. So you can take it off when you don't need it. If you do need some support, but you still want to use the free arm, we have what's called our narrow support or our tubular support table that fits on there. Like I mentioned, we have a ton of optional hoops that you can put on here, including 2 different cap frames that fit on here. You can use our regular cap frame or you can use our flat brim cap frame. The difference between those is basically that the flat brim flat brim cap frame is the newer of the two, and it is designed to work the best with trucker caps. So if you don't know what trucker caps are, those are the ones that are going to be a lot more stiff in the front and have flat bills. So if you can only get one of the two, we always recommend to go with the flat brim cap frame because it really can do all of the cap frames that are out there. So that would be my choice for that. But lots of optional accessories, lots of things that you can add on here. This is a great machine for people who like to do things at craft fairs, things like this. This is a wonderful monogram machine. But, you know, this is a great
Well, Mikey hung in there till the end, and it looked like we just lost his internet. So, well, anyway, guys, we sure do appreciate Baby Lock. Sure appreciate Mike Johns coming on the show and doing his demonstration. But guys, we were talking about the Baby Lock array. Here it is right now, guys. We do have it's $11,999. We have a free accessory bundled valued at $742.50 that comes with it. But guys, don't despair. We have a call-in special. So you can give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. We have special financing, and we're going to ship this machine absolutely free right to your doorstep. So guys, get on the phone right now and give us a call. If you've been interested in a 6-needle Baby Lock machine, look no further. This is it. We're going to make sure you have the best price in the nation. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, so let's bring our co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Howdy, Blaine. How are you?
I am fantastic. So, Jane, I've got a contest for everybody. If everybody's ready.
I'm ready. What's your contest?
So the contest is going to be, what do y'all think Jane's necklace is made of?
Oh, okay. What is my necklace made out of? I think you know. I made it.
So
good contest, Blaine.
We're going to give everybody 5 minutes to be able to put their comments in there and for a drawing. However, between that time, we're going to actually do a general drawing too. And we're going to give away some of our event bags, Jane.
Oh, yeah. Let's do the event bags. Okay, cool.
My hat is crooked.
Oh, you got to fix your hat. We need to get you a purple hat, actually.
Well, they sent me, I got to tell you what happened. You want to hear the drama about the hat?
Yeah.
Get your popcorn.
They sent me a hat in to match the jacket. But what happened, Kennedy?
It was not the right purple. It was
like
not
wine
approved. It
Yep.
was like wine.
Wine
maroon.
burgundy. It looked terrible. So we had to send it back. So then they're sending another one in. It didn't make it in. And so guess what? We're wearing green hat today.
I was curious. Everyone was asking about the green hat. I think it looks great. It's very festive. My purples are not the same either, but I feel like they really do,
Close enough. Looks
they
good.
work well.
I like my red hat.
I like your green hat. It looks great.
I think the contrast is a little better than the red. The red.
Yeah, exactly.
Red and green.
It's like your Christmas Hulk.
Red and green goes together. All right. So we're going to give away some event bags. Jane, do the honors, please.
You betcha. Okay, you get a bundle of the SMP Fabulous event bags. So Kennedy, spin that wheel. Oh, it's the perfect time to spin the wheel. 2:00 Central Time, noon straight up in San Diego. Oh, Karen Carr, congratulations. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. It's wonderful to have you here. You are the winner of the SMP event bag. So you know what to do. Go to smplive.tv, scroll to the bottom of the page and fill out all the information so we know who you are and where we're sending your event bags. You have 30 days to redeem your prize.
Very good. Very well done. All right. So next up, we are going to give away some of our world famous sewing mats.
Ooh, we love a good sewing mat. You're so good. All right, everybody, you know the drill. If you do not have a sewing mat underneath your machine, you're doing your machine a disservice. You buy the machines, they're amazing, you use them, but you want to take care of them too. So, Kennedy, spin that wheel. Excitement on a Friday.
Oh, yes.
And the lucky winner is Karen Dickey hanging with us on YouTube today. Karen, it's great to see you. Thanks for hanging with us. You know what to do. Go to SMPlive.tv. Scroll to the bottom of the page. Fill out all the information. Tell us where we're sending it. And most importantly, tell us what size mat you need and what color you would like. Those are the crucial, important steps there. And you have 30 days to redeem your prize. And Blaine, I think you said if they're trying to figure out the sizing, what size they need, is there like a ruler there or there's a size chart?
Well, it's not really a size chart, Jane, but what they can do, they can just go to their machine and measure their machine, kind of see what size they want to have, because you want a little bit of overhang around the machine. And then just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com website, type in sew mat in the search bar. It'll take you to the sewing mat page. And they can look at all the different sizes we have, and it gives the dimensions. So that way they can go, okay,
yes,
my machine needs to be, I need an 18 by 22 inch mat to fit it. And that would be perfect. That's how they can do it, to see the sizes. And it's real simple.
Very good. I love somebody just said it's Friday, more mats.
All right, let's give one more mat away.
Okay, let's do it. Here we go. One more mat. Spin and spin. Oh, Kennedy, spin that wheel. She's already spinning it.
She's ahead of us.
I thought we were going fast.
She got excited. Marissa Danrich hanging with us. Your picture's so cute. Marissa, thanks for hanging with us on YouTube today, this week, all the time. You're the winner of a famous sew mat. Go to SMPlive.tv, fill out the prize form, tell us where we're sending it, and like Blaine said, let us know what size mat you need and what color you want. That's going to be the hard choice because there's so many cool colors. But congratulations to Marissa today. You have 30 days to redeem your prize. Super important.
Great job, Jane. All right, so we're going to continue this on. Let's go ahead and give away another $100 gift card to SMP.
Is this for my necklace, or when are we doing that one?
Well, we're still going to do the zipper. Let's do the $100 gift card.
Oh, you just told everybody the answer.
Do it. Spin it.
Okay.
I love you so much.
I did tell them the answer, but she's spinning, so they had to be quick. So spin it.
All right.
Spin it. Spin it.
Oh my God.
Well, that right answer was zippers. Your necklace is made out of zippers.
Yes,
So,
my necklace.
and there was a few people I think got it.
Some people got it. Some people said faux.
11 people actually guessed it, Jane. That's pretty incredible.
And now everybody is. I'm going to show you a close-up of it. Congratulations,
Marcella.
Marcella Pergin.
So Marcella was our winner. She gets a $100 gift card. I almost screwed that up, didn't I?
I wasn't going to say anything, and then I did, which is super funny. It was just a little.
I'm glad you did. All right, so Marcella, you win a $100 gift card, and you know the drill. You got to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says "Claim Your Prize." Fill out all the information complete. Hit submit. Once we get that in, we will send you an email back with a coupon or a gift card code that you can put in at checkout, and it'll save $100 off your purchase. So, and Jane, she has 30 days to claim it.
And I'm going to show you guys. Here it is up close. See, these are 6 YKK zippers. And I love YKK because I love this. But I made this a long time ago, and I just put it on sort of like it's hard, 2 layers of hard felt board. I don't know the proper term for that right now, but you know how you do it. You just wind it up. And I was making buttons and things, but I just made this because I love the bib plate. I think I saw it at a craft fair. So I made my own, and I thought it looked really cute with the purple.
You're very talented, Jane. I like it.
I like it too. I saw it in my stash, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to wear this today."
You know who else really likes it?
Who? Michelle.
Marissa, the one that just won.
Oh, of course she does. She won a $100 gift card.
She sure did, just for guessing the right answer. All right, so hey, guess what? It's education time.
I'm super excited to get inspired. So can I take it away?
Well, yeah, and actually, first off, I want you to find out how long that tradition's been going on with her making pajamas and show that picture. So
I got all.
I'll see y'all back here in about an hour.
Perfect. Thanks, Lane. Yeah, I got all the questions written down. We've been looking forward to this all day long. So first, let me introduce Melinda Stephenson. She is a national baby lock educator. She's been sewing for over 25 years, and she is also a professor at Florida State University, FSU. So I'm excited to say hi and actually meet for the first time Melinda. Hi, Melinda.
Hi, it's so nice to meet you, and thank you so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here.
Oh my God, we're so excited for you to be here because you are doing the education session and you're going to be doing a surged table runner, which is exciting. Is that right?
That's exactly right. This is a quick and easy table runner. You can make them in about 20 minutes, depending on how fancy you want to make it. So.
I love this so much because we love our serger. We love quick and easy. We love the inspiration, a little creativity, imagination. But I have to ask you about the pajamas for the entire family. So here's my questions. I'm going to put my interview reporter hat on.
Okay.
How many years ago did you start this tradition?
Well, my oldest child is actually 35. And so I started the tradition probably 30 years ago and then as the children were added, then I just continued it. So yeah, it's been going on for a very long time.
That's so cute. Now, it's been so over the years, the styles have changed. How many did you start in the beginning 30 years ago making? Was probably just your own family, and how many pair of pajamas do you make now?
Right. So we started out with 4. I started out making 4, and now I'm up to 16.
And everyone looks forward to it, and everyone crams in that same staircase every year.
It's true. And my children told me last year that we're going to need to move up to the next level of stairs.
And everyone, because a lot of times mom makes the pajamas and then you're like, okay, mom, we're teenagers, stop. But not your family. They're like, oh, God.
They've been great. They really have been great. I try to make them super comfortable so that they'll wear them, throughout the winter.
Okay, so when do you actually start making the PJs? You're going to have to start as soon as the holidays are over.
Well, no, you'd be surprised because with my serger, I can really do it in about a day. It doesn't take that long. Honestly, the embroidery takes a whole lot longer than the serged pajamas do. So I've got those down to a science, and I use this wonderful simplicity pattern that just has one pattern piece. And so I cut them out, it takes a couple of days to cut them out, and then I serge them in about a day. So it's not bad.
Do you let any of the kids lean in and say, okay, I'd like them to be this color this year? Have you thought of this?
No, I just choose one color. I'm not even going to go. They all have to have the same color. I do show them the color before I start searching them and say, hey, is this okay? And they did veto 1 year. So I have all, and I use sheets, okay, to do it because that's how, I'm able to get a lot more, pants out of a sheet than I am out of just a regular yardage. And so we have a lot of sheets in the house for the year that they vetoed. So
sheets of fabric or
no, sheets for your bed. I use king size flannel bed sheets. Okay. And 1 year, I will tell you this, Jane, 1 year I was like, I know these guys are getting so tired of this. So I'm not going to do it. And so I told them, you guys, we're just going to, buy pajamas this year. And my daughter said, no, Mama, I will help you do this. And so here we are, Christmas Eve, stitching all of those pajamas because she did not want the tradition to die. So there it is.
That is so cute. I really love that you use king size bed sheets because at this point it's more cost effective and you get way more material.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's fun. It's really fun. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Do you have we have those 2 pictures. Can we pop them up one more time? And then I'm gonna let you do your thing because I know it's quick. Oh, there they are. So now we won't get this year's picture until you have to do it on Christmas Day, right?
That's right. That's right. And we have 2 new grandbabies that we added this year. So there's actually 2 more infants that'll be in the picture for this year. So yeah.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I love it. So I was going to ask you about grandbabies. You never know. All of a sudden you're like, whoop, there's another grandbaby.
That's exactly right. And we had 2 brand new ones this year. We have another one expecting next year. So it's going to get bigger and bigger.
The family's growing. The family's growing. Congratulations. That's a beautiful story. I love the tradition. I'm really excited to see this table runner.
Thank you so
everyone
much.
is going to be taking notes and probably making one either along with you or as soon as you're done.
Thank you so much. It's so easy, Jane. Okay, guys. So I want to tell you how easy this is. I'm just going to first give you how much fabric you need. So all you need is for the interior, and let me move my camera over so that you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so give me just a second to set my camera on the camera that I'll be able to show you. There we go. Okay. So there's obviously this, the machine that I use, but I just want to kind of show you this. Oh, wrong thing. Okay. Let me show you what the table runner looks like. Now, many of you have seen this table runner. Okay. Because it's actually, and there's a picture of it, I think online, but you can see that this is really just sort of quick and easy table runner. You can make it as long or as short as you want. And I've got a couple of other examples that I'll show you. This is a short version of it so that you can see what the whole thing looks like whenever you get it completed. So it's just like a little, and again, this is a short version. So the longer version really does look a whole lot better. But you can do it several ways. I'm going to show you today how to quilt it using some specialty thread. But you can also just make the table runner without using specialty thread and just simply, and this is how you do it in like 20 minutes, is if you just create it using regular fabric, right? And just regular serger thread, okay? So the way you put this together is that all you have to do is have a 1/4 yard of your center fabric and a 1/2 yard of your outer fabric. And you can make it as long or short as you wish, as long as the center part is a 1/4 yard and the outer fabric is a 1/2 yard, okay? So I'll show you how I'm going to piece this piece, and then I'll show you how I'm going to put it all together, all right? So give me just a second and let me grab my fabric pieces so that we can start out with the piecing work. All right, let me get my machine. Oops, I need to brighten up a little bit here so you can see my machine better. Oh, that's still kind of dark. All right, so let's back up a little bit. Get that machine so it's as bright as we can get it. It's very cloudy outside today. And so there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, that might give us a little bit better light. Okay, all right, so let me grab the fabric so that we can get started on this. Okay, so now this is fun. One of the things that sewists tend to do is we tend to collect threads and fabric. And we collect these wonderful specialty threads. And one of the specialty threads that I love collecting is in this Madeira thread box. And this thread box has 6-weight, 4-weight, 12-weight, all sorts of different weights of thread and all sorts of different colors. And this is kind of really fun to play around with. And you can see that what I've done is I have threaded my machine and I'm using Madeira 6-weight in my upper and lower loopers. And I'm using just Madeira Aerolock in my needle, my needle 1 and my needle 2. So that's the thread that we're using. I'm using just a normal weight fabric. Quilter's cotton actually is what I'm using, okay? And what I'm going to show you what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch together my pieces I'm going to put, instead of right sides together, I'm going to put wrong sides together, okay? And in putting wrong sides together, I'm going to make that specialty thread show up really, really nicely. All right, so let me just make sure you can see that, all right? Okay, so the first thing I've done then is I have measured my pieces so that they are 1/4 inch wide and they are as long as the width of my fabric. So this fabric is about 40 inches wide. And so I just cut 1/4 inch strips, and then I cut a 1/2 inch strip as my outer fabric. So these are the 1/4 inch strips that I cut, and I just made them a little bit different sizes. So here we go. So I'm just going to, you can see now, let me just talk about my settings. I have my settings so that I have a 4. I've got my, let me make sure that that's in focus. All right, there we go. That's a little bit better. So my stitch length is at 4 and my stitch width is at 7.5. I have both my left and right needles in, and on my acclaim, I have my stitch selector on A, and then I have my differential feed on N, okay? So those are the settings. So again, stitch length at 4, stitch width at 7.5, stitch selector at A, differential feed at N. And the wonderful thing, of course, about the Acclaim serger is that the tension is automatic, so it doesn't matter what size thread or what width or what thickness of fabric I have, it's always going to stitch perfectly. Okay. All right. Now, my this is what happens sometimes. My net fell off of my thread in the back, but you can see, and I'll show you how to fix that. But you can see what's happened here is that my decorative stitch is really lovely. Isn't that pretty? So you can see that that's the 6-weight Madeira, the 6-weight blue, the 6-weight pink, and then I just have regular serger thread on the rest of the serger. This is a great way to use some of that decorative thread. All right, so I'm going to clip that, and then I'm going to go back here. I don't know if any of you have ever used a thread net before, but I didn't do a very good job of getting my thread net on my machine. So what I'm going to do is I got the blue one on, but I didn't get the pink one on very well. So let me put this pink one, and all you have to do is kind of get that net around your hand, and then you're just going to slide your thread right down, okay? And the reason I have that thread net on is that sometimes that heavy decorative thread will pull, P-O-O-L, pull around the bottom, all right? And that makes it so that it catches, and then you can break the thread or you can kind of mess up your design. All right, so that's one. I've stitched one of my pieces, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch another one of my pieces. Okay, so here we go. Let me get my right sides together. All right, and I actually did not get my right sides together, but I'm going to pretend like I've got my right sides together, but I'll definitely get my right sides together on this one. All right, so let me unwind. I'm sorry, wrong sides together. Okay, so here are my wrong sides together. And again, the reason I have my wrong sides together is because I want my decorative thread to actually show up. Okay, so I'm piecing wrong sides together. All right, so here we go. So there are two of my pieces. Okay. So I've got my decorative thread up, and I have a choice whenever I press my fabric. I can make it so that the blue shows, or I can make it so that the hot pink shows. So it's up to me, and I can kind of do every other one if I want to, all right? So now I'm going to stitch another piece of fabric onto my table runner, and again, I'm going to put wrong sides together so that the right side shows up. And I'm going to do two more of these. And then I'm going to finish my table runner. So here we go. All right, so let me make sure that this is even. So there's one more piece, all right? And then I think I'll just add another piece. Now I'm gonna have to do some cutting over here at the cutting table. So you'll need to give me just a second after I've stitched this piece to do a little cutting, because we're gonna do some measuring of our pieces. All right, so again, put wrong sides together so that the right side shows. And here we go with our piecing. I just love the way that Madeira thread, the Madeira Decora 6 looks. I think that's so pretty. Okay, so now I'm going to take it over to my cutting table and let's do a little cutting. So give me just a second on the cutting table. All right. I'm going to walk over here, flip my light on so we can see. Okay. All right, so let's make sure that you can see what I'm cutting here. Let me get this thread, all this other thread out of the way. I mean, fabric out of the way. Okay. So I have to measure my fabric. I have to see how. Let me make sure is my audio okay, Jane? I'm not sure if it is. Yeah, it's probably not. So let me change that to my.
Yeah, it's okay. It sounds fine.
Okay, you can hear it. Okay, good. Yeah. Thank you. I just want to make sure that the audio is, because for whatever reason my mic is not working properly. So that's okay. Okay, so let me get over here. Let me get rid of the settings. Okay, so here we go. All right, so we have, and you can see this is the one that's already completed, but I've got this fabric. And here is the piece that I've just finished stitching, okay? So there it is. All right, so what I need to do is I need to cut a 1/2 piece wide. So I'm gonna go ahead and use my width of fabric, okay? Because it's just about right. So that is just a blessing. I will tell you that, okay? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut my half width, 1/2 yard width, and the length of it is going to be what the original width of my fabric is, okay? So here I go, cutting. Let me see, make sure I get it even. All right, here's my cutting. And cut. There we go. Get it nice and even. Let me cut off this selvage. So I'll cut off my selvage. Okay, and then I'm going to cut a 1/2 yard of fabric. All right, so that's going to be about 18 inches. So let me get everything out of the way here so I can cut my 18 inches. All righty. Now again, what I'm doing, this is going to be my outer fabric. This is going to show on the outside, and I'll show you again what that's going to look like. So I'm going to look at 18 inches. I'm going to cut my 18-inch width here. Okay. Let's see. Yep, there we go. All right. Okay, so there's my 18-inch width. Now what's going to happen, this is the length of my fabric, but see, I don't need that whole length. I just need half of that length. So I'm going to measure what I've just sewn, what I've just stitched together, and I'm going to get this exactly the same length. So this is really easy cutting. You don't have to remember anything except for 1/4 and 1/2 yard, and then you're just whatever length you make that center piece, that's how long you want to make your outer piece. All right, so here we go. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give that a little cut. Making sure everything is even. Okay. So now I'm ready to do the easy part. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. I'm going to be stitching this to this, right? And then this to this. and then I'll stitch the end. All right, so I'm going to go back over to my serger. Now this time what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to rethread my serger so that instead of having the decorative thread on my upper and lower loopers, I'm just going to put regular serger thread on my upper and lower loopers, okay? And I'm going to stitch this right sides together, straight down. And I'm going to, since I didn't have a chance to press this, I'm just going to make sure that as I serge, my beautiful stitches all go down, okay? In other words, they're all going to be folded over to the right, okay? So that they're all the same, okay? Okay, another thing that you can do if you wanted to vary those stitches and if you wanted to put the blue on one side and then the red on another side, what you can do is before you get to this step, you can just go to the sewing machine, you can stitch that straight across, and that way you have pink and then blue and then pink and then blue or whatever colors that you're using, okay? But we're going to simply stitch it as it is, making those threads all go in the same direction, okay? So give me a second and we'll go right over to the serger where I will rethread my serger. All right, so here we go right over to the serger. Give me just a second again so I can get over here without pulling my, all right, there we go. Okay, so here we are at the serger. And now I'm going to get my regular serger thread, and that's my arrow lock serger thread. And I'm going to serge. I'm going to put that in my upper and lower loopers. Okay, so here's my upper and lower loopers. And the easiest way to get this out, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to clip the thread. I'm going to clip the thread. And then I'm going to serge it right out. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and very quickly rethread. And of course, I don't need my thread nets when I'm using the regular serger thread. So here we go. With the regular serger thread, I need to put my cone holders on the serger. There's my cone holders. Okay, there we go. All right. And Jane, let me know if there are any questions, okay? All right, here we go. I'm going to thread. Raise my presser foot. And I always like to give my thread a little clip before I stick it through my threading port. So let me give it a little clip. Whoops, you can't see that. Let me get it back down so that you can actually see what I'm doing. There's my little clip. Here's my threading port. I'm going to open up my serger so I can see that thread go through. So this is my upper looper, so you can watch it come through here. Except for that I dropped it before it went in. So let's try that again. There we go, came right through that upper looper. And now I'm going to thread my lower looper. Okay, and that's going to go right through my lower looper. Okay, here we go. Whoop. Got it tangled. All right, so now my upper looper and lower looper are threaded. And I'm going to just stitch across here just to make sure that I have it threaded properly. I like to always do a little test stitch. All right, so I'm going to turn my stitch length to 2.5. And then I'm going to put my stitch width at M. Okay, just made it a little bit more narrow so it'll hold a little bit better. And now I'm ready to serge those sides. So again, what we're doing is we've stitched our centerpiece. After we finish stitching our centerpiece, what we've done is we have cut our outer pieces, our outer fabric, so that it is the same length, but the width is a half yard, whereas the width of my centerpiece is a 1/4 yard. So all I'm doing is I'm stitching down the sides with right sides together. Okay, so here's my right sides together, and I'm going to hold this up just a little bit so that you can get a better idea of what I'm stitching. So these are my right sides together. Okay, so this is my outer piece. This is my centerpiece. Okay, so I'm going to make sure that's down. And I'm just using the edge of my machine as my guide. And this goes pretty quickly. And again, I'm going to fold that down so that they're all going in the same direction. And by fold that down, you can see this is my decorative thread. And instead of folding it backwards, I'm going to fold it this way. Okay. And now, as happens, you can see that I've got a little left over, even though I cut it, try to make it even. Sometimes that happens whenever you've done some piecing, because that individual, especially when you're using this decorative thread, sometimes it'll stretch as you stitch. So I'm going to have to remember that I need to start my stitches right here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the, I'm going to start my stitching right here. So what I'm going to do, and you can see, look, there's all this fabric in the middle, but what I'm doing is I'm simply stitching the edge to the edge. Okay. All right. So I'm going to move it down a little bit. All right. And I'm going to lay this out a little bit so that you can see it, because I know it's kind of confusing right when you look at it and when you see this. All right. But I'm going to keep these together. Okay, and again, this time I have to make sure that my thread is going up rather than down. Whoop, that one almost went up, so I got to lower the needles in and pop that up. Not very neatly, but it's done. All right. Okay, let's see if we can squish that up. Not perfect, but doable. Okay, I'm going to have to take it off the machine so that I can see it, what I'm doing here. Okay, so you can see what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to move that so that it's flat and up rather than, oops, yeah, flat and up. Okay, there you go. You can see that. All right, so I'm going to lay it down nicely. Woo! There now. Okay. There we go. Have to start that a little bit earlier next time. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get this one down here ready. Okay, that one's ready. All right, then I'll get this one so that it's folded up instead of down. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to take it back over to the cutting table and I'm going to cut my ends and then I'm going to turn it so that you can see what I'm doing. So here we go back over to the cutting table. All right. So here we are. And I'm going to turn it right side out. Okay. You can see. The next thing I would do is I would press it. Okay. Try to even. Isn't that nice? It's kind of cool how that comes out, isn't it? Sort of like self-binding. Okay. All right. So now the very last thing that we have to do after I trim this a little bit, the very last thing that we have to do, okay, is get it even, and then we're going to stitch across the ends after we give it a little bit of a trim. And I'm going to show you a couple of techniques that make stitching across the ends work a little bit better, okay? Now, in an ideal world, you would press this next, okay? But we might run out of time if we try to heat up the iron. All right, so there we go. And you can see how cute these little stitches are, right? Okay. All right, but what I need to do is I need to make the ends even, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my cutter and I'm just going to cut these ends. And you can see I pulled a little bit on that. It wasn't exactly straight, but that's okay. This is just a sample, right? When you make this at home in your home studio, you'll be able to take a little bit more time, slow down a little bit, so it turns out exactly the way you want it to. So here I am. I'm going to clip off, I'm going to cut off this end so that it's even. Okay, and then I'm going to turn it around and I'm going to clip that other end so that it's even. Hardest part is just getting these, the binding, the faux binding even. Because as soon as you think it's even, then you look at it again and it doesn't look so even. Okay, so here we go. We're going to clip off that end. Okay. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is we want to make it look like this. Okay. So the question is, how do you make this look like this? Well, the answer is pretty easy. Let me unfold this so that you can see what you do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half, right? Just like that. And then I'm simply going to stitch right across the top. Okay, so let me take my piece right here, get my measuring out of the way, and then I'm going to take this piece, I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm going to try to get these pieces perfectly even right here. Okay, and then I'm going to stitch right across the top. Okay, but I want to make really certain that when I get to this end that it looks nice. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little trick on how to begin and end your seams on the serger so that it looks nice. All right, so let's go back over to the serger and let's stitch across, and then we'll flip it and I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, so here we are at the serger. And let me show you how to begin and end your stitches neatly. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I've got those perfectly even. I'm going to move this up. I'm going to stitch a couple of stitches onto my fabric. Okay, and then once I've stitched a couple of stitches onto my fabric, I'm going to leave my needles down. I'm going to raise my presser foot and I'm going to pull. I'm going to give this a little tug. So this is a tail. I'll give my tail a little tug, and I'm going to make sure that it goes in between my needles. I'm going to stitch a few stitches, and then I'm going to cut it off. I just cut it off using my Okay, now I didn't do a very good job on the end there, but I'll show you how to end it on the other side. All right, so let me get some scissors and give that a little clip. And then you can see when I turn it, you've got a nice, neat edge, okay, without having to use your freight check or anything like that, okay? And you want to make sure, that's one of the things that you kind of want to be careful of when you're stitching it. You want to make sure that these two are even, okay? So I'm going to give that a little poke, and then I'm going to do the same thing to the other end. Straighten that out a little bit, fold it in half. Okay, let me get those even because I can see that I'm a little bit uneven here. And again, that's kind of the trickiest part, is getting these ends even. Okay, there we go. So there's that. All right, so let me put this under my serger. And again, I'm going to give it that little start and stitch a couple of stitches on. Okay. Pull that tail forward, give it a nice little tug. Lower my presser foot, stitch a few stitches, and then I'm going to pop it off so you can see that I'm going to cut it off with my knife. All right, and then I'm going to make sure that we're still even up here. And now let's make this end even, okay? So I'm going to stitch 2 stitches off of the edge of my fabric. Okay, or 1, as long as it's a good stitch. Okay, there's 2. All right, so I'm going to raise my presser foot. So 2 stitches off the edge. Then I'm going to pull a little slack in my needle thread. Very carefully, I'm going to pull it back off of those stitch fingers. And then I'm going to flip it over. And then I'm going to pull the slack out of that needle thread. And then I'm going to stitch right on top of what I just stitched to get a neat end. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to raise my presser foot again, raise my needles to the highest position. I'm going to pull this off the stitch fingers a little bit. And then you can see I have an absolutely perfect, no stitches showing at the end, okay? So now I'm going to turn it right side out, And let's take it back over to the cutting table and make sure that everything looks as it should. Okay. All right, so here we go to the cutting table. Okay, and let's get this high so we can see it. Okay, pull that out a little bit, press it. Now, I've made this one, pretty short, okay? All right, so there's the end, but let me raise this camera up a little bit so that you can see what the whole thing looks like. Oh, I just dropped my scissors on the floor. All right, so here we go. There's what the whole thing looks like, okay? Now you can imagine stitching this on a longer piece or a shorter piece, okay? So let me show you how I would cut this if I were going to make this into a bit of a longer piece. And let's look what it would look like if I chose not to do this piecing in the middle of it, okay? What if we just, we want to do it really fast. We don't have time to do that piecing. We just want to use 2 pretty pieces of fabric in order to make our table runner. So here we go. Okay, so I'm going to pull these cute Christmas fabrics. So this is the one I'm going to use for my center fabric. This is what I'm going to use for my outer fabric. So at the very beginning, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my fabric up. And this is my centerpiece. So I'm going to cut 1/4 yard of my centerpiece. So a 1/4 yard is going to be 9 inches. All right, so here I've got my 9-inch mark. So I'll cut 9 inches. Get it over there so that it's even. Okay, so here's 9 inches, and I'm just using the actual width of my fabric, and that will end up being the length of my table runner. All right, so I'm going to cut this a 1/4 inch. And then I'm going to take my other fabric and I'm going to cut 1/2 inch. Again, I'm going to use the width of the fabric as my guide. Okay, this will be my outer fabric. So here's the width of fabric is my guide. Okay, so again, I'm going to use 18 inches, which is my 1/2 yard. And this is so easy and so fast, guys. Now, you'll note that my fabric is not going in the directions I like for it to go in, but that's okay, because I'm just going to show you this and it'll turn out okay. Okay, so now all I'm going to do is, remember, the process is super easy. All I'm going to do is going to put this fabric so that it is right sides together. And I'm going to stitch down the entire length of this. So here we go. I'll stitch down the length of both sides, and you'll see how quick and easy it is to finish this thing, like almost immediately. All right. So I think, let's see, we've got about, I've got like 8 minutes. So let me see if I can do this in 8 minutes. Here we go. We'll do a test. We'll see how this works. All right, here we go. I'm going to zip down. Now these colors are not exactly beautiful, but that's okay. So I'm going to zip down one side, and then I'm going to zip down the other side. Let's see if I can get this done in 8 minutes. Now let's do the other side. All right, so quick. We're going to take it over here. We're going to turn it right side out very quickly. So right side out. All right, then we're going to make even up our ends. Make sure we got even ends down here. And then remember what the next step is. After we even up these ends, what are you going to do? Anybody remember? It's the easy part. Okay, there's, whoa, looks like I need a new blade, doesn't I? All right, now let me get the other end cut. And then we'll stitch across those ends and we'll have the 10-minute table runner. And it didn't even take us 10 minutes, I don't think. It's more like the 5-minute table runner or the 8-minute table runner. Okay, now we'll take it back over to the serger. We'll serge it with the backs together right across. And that blue thread is going to show, which is not going to be attractive, but that's okay. All right, we're going to stitch across the edges, the ends. And start, make it even. And remember our trick. Couple of stitches on. Pull our thread back. Stitch our other end, right sides together. Back sides together. Get up there and get our thread ready. Okay. Pull it through. Take it over the table, see how it looks. Minus the blue thread. Just pretend like this is not blue thread. Okay, so there. So here we go. Let me get all this other fabric out of the way so that we can test our work and see how it looks. I think with a little pressing, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll have our second table runner. You can just do a bunch of these in one day, can't you? So this is a great last minute Christmas present. All right, see that? Okay. All righty. Okay, so back to you. Let me come back over here to the camera. Have a seat. All righty. Jane, all's well?
Oh my goodness gracious. Everybody was hanging on your every word. Okay, that was a 5-minute table runner at the end. Super cute. I love the stitches. I do have a bunch of questions for you. So,
okay.
Ooh, the decorative thread on
Yes.
the first, when you were doing the piecing together, what
Yes.
needles was that going in?
They were going, the decorative thread were going into the upper and lower loopers. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And you always want to remember that your lower looper uses the most thread. So if you're about to run out of thread, you want to make sure that you're using you're putting the thread in your upper looper.
And then that was a single needle? Or
Two needles. I was using 2 needles on my overlock. That's right.
Okay. And somebody said no batting, but no batting needed.
No batting needed. It's just a little table runner. Now, if you want to put batting in there, you're welcome to do that. You just double the fabric. So,
how do you know what tensions to set your upper and lower loopers? You seem to just like whip it out. These are
that's because I'm using a baby lock serger, and there's no such thing as adjusting tensions on the baby lock serger because there are built-in cables, and those cables read the width of the thread and the width of the fabric, or the thickness of the fabric.
What were you setting? What were you adjusting?
That was the length of the stitches.
Yeah.
And the width of the stitches. So that was the length and the width. Mm-hmm.
And so I guess that was the question. I'm sorry. These are
So
from like
the
40
length,
minutes.
so the length of the stitches, I had the length at, whenever I was using that decorative thread, I had the length at 4, which is the widest length, the longest length. And then I had the width at 7.5, which is the widest width, because that decorative thread is thick and you want to make sure that you don't like bunch it up. Now, on the regular, when I was just stitching, that really quickly, I was using the stitch length of 2.5 and a stitch width of M or 6.
And I'm trying to get through these questions. You have a very sharp rotary cutter. It is self-lining. It wraps right around itself. Jana says she'd be buying 5 times more fabric than she actually needed. So give us the amounts again.
What you have to remember is simply the width and the length. Okay. So the width of the center section is 1/4 yard. The width of the outer section is 1/2 yard. You can make it as long as you want. Okay. So you can make it a 20-inch table runner, or you can make it a 48 or a 60 or a 70-inch table runner. You still just have to keep that center section a 1/4 yard, and then the outer section a 1/2 yard, as long as you want to make it.
Perfect. That answers Kim Wolf's question. She was like, I'm confused why you're saying 1/4 inch, but it was 1/4 yard. Okay.
I'm so sorry. Yes,
No
a 1/4 yard. Yes.
Let's see. Let's see. Are all of these 4-thread overlock stitches?
Yes, all of those were 4-thread overlock stitches.
And then the ending, you're folding the right sides together, but it's turning into a point. Would you ever top stitch that point then?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So it is a really good idea to top stitch the point, and that way it kind of stays together. So yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
And then if you didn't, and you make it super long, and it's at the end of the table, and then Grandpa can, like, all of his dribblings will go down into the point. It's fun. It's like a food catcher at the end of the day.
There you go, Jane. That's a great idea. Who knew?
I don't know. No, I mean, super cute. Those were my questions. I wanted to speed through it. But Melinda, you're amazing. That was so much fun. You did it in 5 minutes. Everybody's like, I'm getting my fabric scraps now. I don't know. I have some like fabric around me here. I'm going to grab some of that and make it during our next session.
That's a great thing.
So easy. I love it. All serger all the time.
I'll serger all the time, Jane. Thank you.
You are a joy. Thank you so much. Enjoy your Christmas with your beautiful family. And I can't wait to see the picture from this year.
Thank you so much, Jane. I love being on. And thank you so much for being so kind.
You're
Merry
welcome.
Christmas.
Everyone say bye to Melinda. Okay. Wow. That was so fun. I love easy projects like that. Think of the embellishments. You can put embroidery on those. You can just do other things with it, personalize it. Okay. Let's keep the party going. Joining me is my friend. I see her every day at this time. I think you know who it is. She's going to talk to us about the King Quilter 2 and Butler Robotics. Aubrey Hartman. She is an area sales manager with Butler Robotics, and she's, oh yes, we know, she is really tight with thread, fabric, and a sewing needle. She's been sewing since she was 5, and she also has a degree in theatrical costume design. And of course, she makes her own clothes and her own Halloween costume. costumes every single year. And this week, every single day, Aubrey is with me at this time. So say hi to Aubrey Hartman.
Hi, Jane. Hi, SMP Nation.
Hi, Aubrey. How are you?
I'm great, but I can't believe it's the last day. I'm so sad.
I know it. It's so crazy. I'm excited to see what you do today on your fabulous quilt. Yesterday, we lost you maybe 2 minutes early to the gremlins, so hopefully they won't come back.
Yes, we're going to be very careful with the camera when I move it around, so hopefully we don't have any problems today.
I think we're going to be fine. So I want to let you get to it so I don't waste any more time because we got 27 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Jane. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to my sewing studio. Again, thank you for going on this quilting journey with me as we talk about the King Quilter 2. I've got the Elite model and the Butler Robotics, and I have the professional model. So we're going to talk real quick about my machine here and my robotic system, and then we'll get to quilting. I want to remind you that Blaine has got some wonderful deals this week on both the King Quilter 2 Elite and the Butler Robotics system. They work great together, but if you're in the market for a new machine, you can get the machine, you could get them in a combination, or if you've already got a long arm at home and you've been thinking about automation, now's the time to get it, as the Butler Robotics system are a universal system. So it doesn't matter what you've got at home. Give Blaine's team a call and they will get the right Butler Robotics system for you. Some of the things that I just love about my King Quilter 2 Elite is my beautiful handlebar here. I'm going to move this back just 1 second so you guys can see. I have adjustable handles here on both sides. So we've got little wing nut screws here on the side where I can twist them and release both of my handles separately, so you can position both of them any way you like. If you are a free motion micro stippler, you can get that real close to the needle and make sure that you have full control over where you are going and get those nice tight stitches. If you need these more towards the front like this, you can turn them any way you like and get them positioned where you're most comfortable. I know that that's something that's really important to our free motion quilters and people who maybe have carpal tunnel or other wrist issues. This is a great feature to have. And like I said, these do adjust independently, so you can move them however you are comfortable. And that is so nice to have on a machine like this. The other thing that I love about my Elite is all of this bright lighting that you guys can see here. I know it is just glowing on your screen. So while we're talking about this, I'm actually going to turn it off so that you guys get a better view of my fabric for what we're about to stitch. There is a cute little light bulb button here on my screen that I am going to engage, and you can see probably a bright yellow bar, but I don't know how much detail. That is my light slider for my bar here on my handlebars, and I can slowly dim my lights down and I can turn them off on my handlebars. Now you can just see the nice glow that I get just from my needle light, but we're going to go ahead and turn that off as well. This does have a UV light on it, so if you are a quilter who likes to work with white thread on white fabric, you do have a UV light here, and you guys can see that glow. That helps you see things a little bit better. Or some people like to work in glow in the darks and neons, and that's kind of cool to have too. So those are wonderful things that I like about my Elite. This is an 18-inch throat space machine, and we've got all of our threading right here at the front, which is so nice to have because you don't have to reach towards the back of your machine when you're rethreading with different colors. And I think that's just a wonderful feature. On our Butler Robotics system, I am a little bit spoiled and I have the top of the line. This is the professional model. It comes with a 12-inch EPC full color touchscreen. It's got all of the features that Butler Robotics offers, and it includes over 500 built-in patterns. So you don't have to go shopping on websites and buy patterns and load onto your Butler Robotics system the day you get it. There are patterns preloaded in here for you so you can start quilting right off the bat. If this seems a little intimidating to you, we do have two other systems. There is the basic Butler Robotics system that comes with an 8-inch full color touchscreen, and that comes loaded with 160 built-in patterns and will allow you to do all of your edge to edge and basic block design work. And then if you're looking for a little bit more and you're feeling a little sassy and think you want to give some more editing and features a little bit of a try, then you've got your deluxe model that's right there in the middle. That comes with a 10-inch EPC display screen, full color touchscreen, just like the other two. And you've got 260 built-in designs with a lot of editing and fun features for you to play with and learn about. I honestly think you can get any system, play with it, have a good time, get your quilting done, but I am a little bit spoiled by my top of the line here. I like having everything available to me, and I've loved learning all of the different features and showing you guys all of the different features that have been available. So we're going to go ahead and get down to our quilt because I really want to finish it today. Maybe we won't finish it on camera, but I've got 3 little sections left. I don't know if you guys who have been with me all week remember, but back at the beginning of the week, I put a couple of reindeer on my fabric way at the top of the quilt, and I put 2 new reindeer on this quilt down at the bottom. I'm going to do some kind of mirroring from that row down to this row. So I've got these cute little reindeer here in the center. And when we get to the end of today's session, I will take my camera down very carefully so I don't lose you and show you what I've got here. There is a feature on here that we went over called free motion, and I showed you how you can use your free motion and like write with it or draw with it and save it as a design. But there's also a way to use this to trace around something on your quilt and turn it into an applique space. So I know a lot of you out there are beautiful embroiders, or you use your embroidery machine and embroider on quilts and make patches and appliques and things. This is going to allow you to crop out that applique or that embroidery that you've put on a quilt and quilt around it. So I'm going to use my little reindeer here as an example, and we are going to trace around that with this feature, and then we're going to put a design around that. So I am going to go to my free motion, and I have my start stop button here. The other day we used our save when we were writing the word winter. Today I'm going to use the applique button down here at the bottom. So when I trace around my reindeer, I'm going to turn that into an applique. So I'm going to come over here to my little reindeer, and I am going to just get as close to the stitch line around these guys as possible. You would decide how close you want to get to your applique or your embroidery that you have on your quilt top. I'm going to start my free motion, and I am just going to slowly move around my design here. And I'm just allowing the width of the foot to get close to my little reindeer stitching. And that's about 1/4 inch. I'm not being super precise because this is just for funsies. But if this was a really important quilt to me, I'd probably be going very slow and making sure that I was very accurate. And then I'm going to come straight across the line that is in between the 2 fabrics. The cute fabric with the squirrels climbing trees and this little snowflake here. And I'm back at my starting point. So I'm going to turn off my record feature, and it's made this giant blobby looking thing on my screen, but it is the outline of these 2 reindeer. And now I am going to hit the applique button. I'm going to see if I can bring this close to you guys. It is a very pale yellow, which you probably can't see on camera, but I want you to know it's there, and that has turned my little trace of those reindeer into an applique. So we are now going to go to our layout screen, and I'm going to lay out this whole piece of fabric that has the little reindeer in the middle. So we are going to create a new space by hitting our plus sign, and I'm going to set the first point, which I've always this week been using my top left corner. And I'm going to hit my plus sign and come down to my bottom right corner and add a whole layout area. I'm going to hit my check mark, and now I've got a big orange box on my screen that simulates that whole piece of fabric. I am going to go to my patterns, and I picked out a really busy pattern, so hopefully you can see what happens when I crop out that applique. So this kind of looks like pebbles. And I am going to multiply this so I can fill in my whole box. So I have gone to my repeat button, and I'm going to do a horizontal repeat of 6 times. I'm going to go to my scale button because I'm overhanging a little bit on the top and a little bit on the bottom. So we are just going to scale that into place to fill my box perfectly. It just adjusts the size a little bit. So now that I've done that and my whole quilt space is filled with pebbles, I'm going to go to my crop feature. And when I engage my crop button, it has now taken the outline of where all my little reindeer space is out of the middle. Let's see if I can get that as close to the camera as possible. I think you can see that there's pebbles, and then a big blank space in the middle in the shape of my reindeer, and then pebbles on the end. So if you've done a quilt with applique on the squares or beautiful hand embroidery on the squares, and you want to quilt your quilt with an edge-to-edge design, but you don't want that quilting to go over all of that beautiful handwork that you've done or applique work or needle turn work that you've done, you can crop that out, do all of your quilting around it without it actually touching all that other work that you've done. I just love that this feature is available. Now I'm going to go back and do this later because all these pebbles are going to take a really long time to stitch out, and we don't have that time together today. So I'm going to go on to the next piece of fabric here, and it is the blue with the little snowflakes. So we're going to make a new layout box. So I have hit layout again on my screen, and we're going to hit our plus sign to add a new layout area. And once again, I'm going to my top left corner and then to my bottom right corner to just mark out this whole area. All right, let me get that centered here on the screen. So I've got a new orange box, and that's simulating this whole piece of fabric. I go in my patterns next, and I found this cute little squiggly line. I don't really know what it's supposed to be, but maybe it's something that would fit in a border. I just thought it was kind of cute and figured, I bet I can do something with this. So we're going to go into our repeat, and I am going to do a horizontal repeat to kind of fill this space, and 6 times just about fills the space and goes over a little bit. So I'm going to go to my scale button, and I'm going to smart scale that and let it fill in the whole space itself. So it kind of filled in the area for me. But I'm going to go back to my pattern. My little squiggly is still highlighted, and I'm going to add that a second time. I'm going to repeat it again 6 times like I did before. But this time I'm going to mirror image it. So I'm going to flip it upside down. So I've got my mirror image top to bottom over here. Flip it upside down, and then I'm going to scale it again. And now it's made something that looks like cute little ribbons to me. So I think that's fun. And we're going to go ahead and put that in this quilts area. So the next thing I'm going to do is go to my home button, make sure that my needle is engaged. Get that on screen for you. My needle's engaged. When it's engaged, it'll stitch. If you want it to trace out and just make sure it fits your space on your quilt, you could disengage your needle, but we want it to stitch. And then I can hit my start button. So I'm going to hit my start button and move my machine down to the end of my fabric. Once again, it's double checking to make sure my needle is not down in my fabric. We don't want to risk any tears in our quilt top. I'm going to hit my check mark. My King Quilter 2 is going to move to the start point and take a stitch so I can pull up my bobbin thread. My Butler Robotics is going to double check and make sure that I pulled my bobbin thread up, and I'm going to go ahead and hit start. The King Quilter 2 is taking its tie-off stitches, and we're ready to go. So while that's stitching out, I had a question from yesterday. I think it was yesterday. So I want to answer it for you guys. Over my shoulder, this shoulder, you guys can see my little llama quilt. And somebody asked if there was a pattern for that. Yes, there is a pattern for that. This is the pattern. It is called Lloyd and Lola by Elizabeth Hartman. No relation, unfortunately, but that'd be wonderful because I just love these patterns. They are available on Sewing Machine Plus website. I actually have multiple patterns from this designer. This is a fox one, and I got flamingos because I think they're funny. There are ones that are not animals. So this is a cool piece quilt that I thought was really neat. If you like bears, if you like cats, dogs, sea creatures, you name it, there's a pattern for it. So I know that Blaine's got a bunch of these up on his website, so you should check them out. But they're really fun patterns, and I like making them because the pattern comes with not only written directions, but also picture directions. So as someone who's a visual person, these are really easy for me to follow. So I hope that answers whoever's question about my llama quilts in the background. All right, we're at the end of our first row here. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull my bobbin thread up. And start the pass going back in the opposite direction. So the King Quilter 2 is gonna move back to its start point. I'm gonna walk real slow with it so I don't lose my tail. And then it'll start the tie off and stitch out that second row that I put in there that I flipped the design upside down on. It's asking me to pull up my bobbin thread. And we're gonna start taking our tie off stitches. And there we go. I always try to put my scissors back on the little hook I have on my handlebar so that I don't misplace them, because I have found my scissors in some odd places. And I know all of you out there have done the same thing, where you have your scissors in your hand and you walk out of your sewing room with them and you find them in your refrigerator or in your bathroom sink, or who knows where you leave them. So I always try to put my scissors back on here. All right, so as that's finishing up, we're gonna let that go. I'm actually gonna roll my quilt forward to the last row of fabric that I have on here. So I don't know how much of me releasing the rollers you're gonna see, but this is a very easy roller system for the frame that comes with the King Quilter 2. There are just little release buttons that you press, and then there's a hand wheel on the side where you can just turn your quilt forward. This is probably the easiest frame I've ever worked on as far as moving your quilt forward or advancing your quilt, I guess is the proper term. I really enjoy using this frame. So if you're worried about that when you're thinking about your purchase, don't worry about this frame. It's really easy to use. And it was really easy to assemble too, because I did put it together myself. All right, so I've got that bobbin thread back up. Put my scissors back where they belong. So I'm gonna release my belly bar and the roller bar at the back and turn my hand wheel just a little bit and get that last piece of fabric up for us and re-engage my locks. And it was literally that easy for me to advance my quilt. And we are on our last piece. I can't believe we've made it this far. My goal was to get this quilt done this week, and I'm so glad that we've had time to do that. I am gonna put in my layout space for this last piece of fabric. So I hit layout, I'm adding again. And once again, I'm in my top left corner and my bottom right corner. And if you guys have been with me all week, you know that I use these cute little trees as a design motif on the first piece of fabric of the quilt. So I'm going to use that on the last piece of fabric of the quilt so that the top and the bottom mirror each other. If you haven't, then yeah, you get to see something new. In my patterns, it is these cute little edge-to-edge Christmas, I guess they look like Christmas trees, pine trees, but they've got little swirls in them. And anybody who knows me knows I love swirls. I love polka dots, anything fun. So these trees have little swirls on them. I'm gonna open up my repeat button, but this time instead of me saying, oh, I wanna repeat it this many times, I'm going to let the autofill feature do that for me. I love that because sometimes you just don't want to think. So I'm going to hit my autofill button. It is going to go ahead and fill the whole space with my cute little trees for me. I'm happy with that. I don't want to adjust that at all. So I'm going to hit my home button, make sure my needle's engaged, and hit my green button to start stitching. So it's that easy to do an edge-to-edge design. I'm going to bring my machine over to the end just to save us a little time so the machine doesn't have to move itself. Again, we are checking to make sure that needle is not up or dragging on our fabric. I don't know how many of you have ever experienced a tear in your quilt because your needle was down, but I have been there and it's heartbreaking, especially when you've spent hours and hours and hours working on a quilt and then it just gets torn with a needle. All right, we're taking our tie-offs with the King Quilter 2, and the Butler's ready to go with that design. I've got my little thread pile in this corner so it doesn't end up on the floor. And we're gonna finish stitching out. I wanna remind everybody that when you purchase your Butler robotics system, whether it's with your King Quilter 2 this week or whether you're buying just a robotic system to add on to a machine you already have at home, you get your EPC display screen that you purchase. It just is a matter of which size you want, 8-inch, the 10-inch, or the 12-inch. That's your basic, your deluxe, or your professional. Oh, I have someone coming through with a question. It says explain what a tie-off is. So that's like your tacking stitches. And in your Butler robotics system, you can actually tell it how many tie-off or tacking stitches you want. And it does that at the beginning of a design and at the end of a design. So it locks those stitches in place so your thread doesn't pull out. I hope that explains everything all right. I have it set at 3 tie-off stitches, so it stitches back and forth 3 times to make sure all of that thread's locked in place. So whoever had that question, great question, thank you. Along with your display screen, you also get your robot box that attaches onto the carriage of your machine. It looks like this. It's not very heavy, but it packs a whole lot of power. This is what's going to drive your carriage in your machine and do all the hard work. It's got little gears on the back and a pulley up here on the top. Don't be scared of this. You can install this yourself. I did it myself. So if you've been thinking about robotics for a while, this is the time to get it. Plain's got some wonderful deals for you this week. It is the time to treat yourself. It's the holidays. If you get this robotic system now, you can finish all those quilts that have been hanging in your closet for a long, long time. I managed to finish 8 quilts that have been sitting for quite a few years once I got my robotic system. So if you have been thinking about automation, if you've been thinking about getting a long arm, take advantage of Sewing Machines Plus's Countdown to Christmas specials. It's really a great time to do something nice for yourself. We are getting close to the end of our Christmas trees. It is stitching out beautifully. So I'm going to go ahead and be super careful so that my cord doesn't come unplugged today and take you guys off of my tripod so that you can see what everything looks like. I'm just going to go nice and slow and make sure everything stays steady. All right, guys, let's see what we've been doing here. All right, so here are our cute little Christmas trees that are stitching out right now. There's that little loop-de-loop that I've been talking about that I think is just so cute. And then here is that design work where we took that one little swish and turned it into something that I thought looked like ribbons. I think that's just really adorable. And it just goes to show you that you can take a very simple design, and by using the features that are available to you in the robotic system, you can really turn it into something quite special. You're never limited to just what the design looks like. You can always do something. You can make it bigger. You can make it smaller to fit your space. You can just add a little something and make it your own. And really, isn't that what quilting's about? Making it your own and making it special. And I've got people saying they want to see pictures of the quilt when it's completely finished. So I will make sure I get Blaine those pictures so that when it's done, and I promise to put binding on it, we can get pictures of that for you. Well, I guess if anybody else has any questions, I should go back to Jane and see where we're at. And if not, she can tell you how to get it. Oh, there's Blaine. You guys are surprising me today.
I tricked you.
You did.
So Aubrey, great job again, as usual. We enjoyed having you and Butler here all week, and thank you for demonstrating the King Quilter and the Butler. Great combination, and hope y'all have great holidays, and we're going to tell everybody how they can get it. Okay.
Sounds great, Blaine. Thank you guys so much.
All right, we'll see you at Road to California.
I can't wait.
All righty, talk to you later. All right, guys, that was Aubrey Hartman. She was showing you the King Quilter and the Butler. First up on the screen is the King Quilter. Guys, this is our very own brand machine that we have made for us, and this is the Elite version. This was $79.99. We have a Christmas special at $62.99, and we got a call-in special. So give us a call if you're in the market for a quilting machine. Guys, this is an 18-inch arm. We absolutely love this. It has the handlebars in the back, it has the adjustable handlebars in the front, and you have your choice of a 10-foot or 12-foot frame with this. So if you can't fit the 12-foot, we have the 10-foot for you. Anyway, and some special financing. And if you want to take this to the next level, we also have the Butler. Now, the Butler, we have 3 different models of the Butler. And if you've already got an existing machine at home, there's a good chance we have a Butler system that'll fit on your long arm right now. But this one, the first one, is the basic edition. It has the 8-inch screen. Not all the designs are unlocked on this one. But guys, we have that introductory price at $36.99. We're gonna have a call-in special on all 3 models. Now, if you the step up from the basic, if you want to unlock some of those and go to a 10-inch display, a little bit bigger screen, more designs, locked in, it's $59.49. And then that final version is the Pro version. And guys, this has the 12-inch screen on it, has everything unlocked, all the designs, all the features. And again, guys, like I said, all 3 of these models will fit almost any long arm on the market. All you have to do is let us know what machine you have, and it'll fit on there. But this is a perfect combination to our King Quilter. We have used this robotic system many, many times on it, and it works awesome. So again, guys, if you wanted to get into long arming in a big way, this would be what you'd want. The robotic systems make life so easy. Guys, we have special financing on both. We're going to do free shipping on the machine and the robotic systems right to your doorstep. Give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on, and this is our last presentation of the day. And guys, I think y'all know, if you were here yesterday, we have Garrett McMahon. He's from SWF, and Garrett had to go to urgent care yesterday. He is still not recovered. He got sick, and so we are going to show a videotape of him again from Hoop Fest last year. Basically, it's the same demonstration he would be doing if he's live, but he's not going to be live. But he'll be on there doing that, and then we've got just a smoking deal on the SWF right now for a countdown to Christmas, and we'll share the pricing with you and how you can get one. So let's go ahead, Kennedy, and roll that videotape, and then I'll be back with y'all in just 25 minutes or so.
So yeah, we'll get right into it. This is our MAS 12. Like Blaine said, SewingMachinesPlus has had it for a couple of years. They've done great, great dealer of ours, both sales and support. They do an awesome job. So if you guys do decide to purchase one of these, you're going to be in great hands with their support and with their dealer system there. So machine comes essentially like this whenever you order one in the crate. Basically, there's very little assembly with the machine. So it's going to come looking a lot like this. The only thing you have to install is going to be your thread rack. Everything inside or on the head itself is going to be pre-threaded for you. So basically what that means is whenever you get your machine, like I said, install your thread rack. It's only 4 different components. From there, once you get the thread rack installed, You'll just route your thread back through the tubes with a thread wand, or you can use a needle to do that as well. Simply tie a knot on the back, and then you just pull it through the front, and then it's as easy as that to swap out the factory thread that's pre-threaded with your brand of thread of choosing or your colors as well. The other side of that from setup is going to be your stand as well. So the stand comes with the machine. It's only going to be 5 components to set the stand up. So the great thing with this is with the stand, the thread rack, and then mounting the control panel is your last step to set up once you pull out of your crate. Most of our customers are seeing about a 2 to 3 hour setup time. That's threading, machines, the stand, everything. About 2 to 3 hours, and then you're ready to start watching all of our videos that we have that are available to anyone that buys one. For in your first 2 to 3 hours, you're actually starting to do embroidery and production. So we'll walk into the control panel as well, because that will be the first thing that the customer, you guys as a customer, will see whenever you turn the machine on and power it on and get it ready. So Kyle, if you want to go ahead and zoom into the control panel for me. Make sure you guys can see that good. There we go. All right, so the control panel it is the same as all of our other industrial models that we carry. It's the same as the MAS15, the 15 needle version of this that we have. We love this panel just because of its ease of use. Everything is labeled very simply on the control panel. Whenever you're setting up a design or doing anything like that, makes it very simple, and you're not trying to jump through a bunch of different buttons to get to certain screens. So with this panel, it is USB compatible, which is the primary method of customers loading in a design. So to do that, basically just grab any of your USB, you put a DST design on there, and then put that in. The really cool thing as well is it is Wi-Fi capable. So if you have a router in your house, you can hook this control panel directly to your Wi-Fi network. And that allows you to seamlessly send designs to the control panel. The really cool thing with the software that comes with the machine as well, you're able to preload all of your designs with their colors and their basically the different the color codes in it. So a design can be running on the machine, and then on your computer, or your desktop that you have it connected to, the machine connected to your computer, you can go ahead and preload your next colors of your design, and then load that design into your machine. So whenever that existing job that you have running, whenever that one's done, you can go into the machine and select that design, and you're good to go. The only thing you got to do there is position it and do a trace. We'll walk through the control panel just to really show you how simple it is. There is a lot, seems like a lot going on here, but it's actually very, very simple. So we have like our manual needle change up here, manual thread cut, and then we have like the size of our design, and then the needles that are going to be running. So it's just a very simple, basically run out of our design, or a explanation of what our design is doing. We have our speed up and down here that we can adjust prior to running or during the running application as well. This machine will run up to 1,000 stitches per minute, depending on the garment that you're running. If you're running hats, you're going to run about 500 to 700 RPMs or stitches per minute, depending on the structure of your hat, whether it's a thin, unstructured hat or a thick structured hat. That kind of depends on the speed that you run that. If you're running from like a flat, like a bag or a t-shirt, back of jacket or something, you're going to run that around 800 to 1,000, depending on the size and the intricacy of your design. So like I said, we'll walk into the actual setup if I'm going to pull a design into the machine, just to show you guys how simple it actually is. So go to our design button here, and then it's as simple. We already have a bunch of preloaded designs in here. So if you're selecting a design you previously ran, you just select whichever design you want and then go to your color button. But like, let's say we're going to pull one from the control panel or from the USB. Hit that, load all of the designs on our USB, select the design we want, and then just hit the plus button, save. And it is as simple as that. From there, whenever you go to the design button now, or the design slot, that last design that we just read in is already ready for us to go. We can hit the check mark, and that's going to pull us to this secondary screen. So what we've done here is whenever you load a design in or go to run a design, basically you have 3 different screens that you need to access to set the design up properly. First design being your design screen to select the design you want to run. The second screen would be like your needles, your color options, where you can load out your different colors for that specific design. And then the third screen would be the settings screen for the design. So if you're wanting to angle it or mirror your design, change the size of it, there's a couple different other editing options in there for you. But with this screen here, we have made everything to where it combines into the one screen. So based up here with the full color LCD, it does display the design that we chose, where you can still make sure that's the correct one you're wanting to run. It shows us the total stitch count of our design, the size of it, the total amount of colors that are in our design. And then as well, over here to the right, there's more of the design editing features. So we have like our mirror, which is set to no. Our X and Y scale is 100%, meaning that our design is the true size that we created or bought the design in. And then the angle is at 0. So if you're running anything like a shirt or a bag, you're going to have that on 0. If you run a hat, that'd be flipped to 180 to flip your design for you. But like I said, if we want to adjust the design, all we do is go into the design button there, and then we can make whatever adjustment we want. So if you wanted to adjust the angle, you just click there, type in the number you want. But in this case, we'll leave it at 0. Then our needle colors. So a really cool option here is all the needle colors show up, or all your different steps of the design show up on the left side. And then on the camera, I'm pretty sure you guys can see the different colors there. But the cool thing is, once you guys get the machine in your shop and you get all of your cones, your colors of cones and everything that you want on the machine, what you can do is every number, you can customize the color code behind the coordinating number. So like, let's say we have black on 1, I can go in here, select the black color, and then tell the machine that black is on 1. We hit save. It tells us it has been saved. Now that color block behind the number 1 has changed to black. So like I said, once you guys get all your cones of thread on the thread rack, you can go ahead and go in here and customize each block behind a number. That way you're not looking back on the machine to find what color you want, and you can just look behind and find the color that you want behind the number. The other thing that we made as well with the software upgrade, is every time that I select the color, it shows me what part of the design I'm selecting the color for in color. So basically everything else is gray. I'm selecting the part right here that shows red, so I can choose 1 for that. Then it's going to hop to the next color, which is down here, select another color, and so on. So basically it shows me every single time that I'm selecting a color, it shows me for what part of the design I'm selecting that color. So then once we're happy with our color sequence, we just close out of this screen, and then we will hit load and save. Basically what that's going to do is that's going to ask us if we want to save the design or to save the settings we just loaded in. So if we change the rotation, the size of the design, change our needle colors, if I hit yes on this, now next time that I pull that design up, I don't even have to access this screen, because it is going to remember all of our colors for us. So next time I want to run it, I just hit the button to save it, pull it up, and then the next time we run it, you don't have to do anything with the colors. The other thing is, in the design screen, there are 200 design slots in each of the saved sections. So a total of 400 design slots, and then this machine has a 2.4 billion stitch count capacity. So that is B with a billion. So 2.4 billion stitches is what the machine will hold in the stitch count capacity. So basically you can load about as many designs as you want into it, up to 400 slots, however big of designs, and the machine is not going to exceed its memory. So we'll go back. So basically what I just walked you guys through right there, the only thing we would have to do at this point would be go to our frame button, and we can select outline, and that's going to give us the gauge or the pattern of our design to run it. So like I said, whenever you get the machine out of the box, you get it threaded, and you go to load your first design. It's as simple as that. You load your design, select your colors, your rotation, do a trace, and you're ready to go. Kyle, if you want to go ahead and pan back out for me. Awesome, thank you. And then the next feature I'd like to show here. So with this machine as well, it is automatic thread cut, automatic thread change. So between every color that you have in a design, it's going to automatically cut your thread, switch to the next color, go ahead and start again. So it makes it run very efficiently, very fast. So once we do all of our color changes and preload them in the control panel, there's nothing for me to do on the control panel once I start it. The machine's going to do all the work from there. With your thread path and everything, We do have a laser light down here for your positioning of your hoop, but then the light here really helps us with threading through the thread path down the entire head. So I did tell you guys about threading, tying your thread on the back and pulling it through. Sometimes you don't pay attention. You get a cone thread that runs out on the back. You do have to do the threading through here. Sometimes with customers, it might look a little bit confusing just because there are so many different tension knobs up here. The really simplified way to look at it is it's just 12 single needle machines. So basically what that means is we only have 2 tension knobs per needle. And we have a very detailed threading video as well that shows you all the directions to take your thread, to where basically if you can look at another needle and mirror it off of that. So the thread path is very easy. Like I said, the light illuminates it very well. You can thread it down through the head. And then the cool thing is the light does not get in your way. So as I'm threading it through here, light's not in my way. Once I get it down to where I need to thread my needles, I can pull that down. And then you can see there, all 12 needles are very well illuminated. I don't care how good your eyesight is. If your needles are dark and you can't see them in a dark room, you're going to have a lot of trouble threading those. So the next feature we'll get into as well is going to be our quick change cap system. And I believe, Blaine, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, or you'll have to forgive me, but I believe they are throwing this in with their special of their sale. Like I said, if I'm wrong, you can tell me later. So the quick change cap system, this is really cool with this machine. So it is patented to us. Basically what it allows us to do, instead of having to unbolt our tubular arms or our hoop arms and bolt the cap system back on, our cap driver has the same brackets as our hoops. So if I just got done running a hat and I'm ready to run a shirt or a jacket, any product like that, all I have to do is lift up on these arms and then the cap driver comes off. So it's as simple as that. There's no difference between the bracket here. I'll show you that a little bit closer. So that bracket there is the identical bracket that is on our flat hoops. So I'll set this to the side. And then we'll kind of walk through the hoops that you get with your machine. So at SWF, we like people to be very well equipped with hoops. So every size that I show you in these hoops, you're going to get 2 hoops per size. So basically that means that we can have one design running on the machine and then the same size ready and pre-hooped. So if we're running the same design multiple times, instead of waiting for this hoop to be done, I can go ahead and have my next one pre-hooped. Once that one's done, pull it off the machine, grab my next hoop, put it on the machine, and your production never stops. So the cool thing here, this is a little left chest or even like a baby onesie or something. This is a 4.5 inch by 4.5 inch hoop there. Again, you're going to get 2 of every size. This one here, we have the 6 inch by 6 inch. This is great for left chest. Again, if you're doing a little bit bigger left chest or something like I have on my shirt, this would be the hoop that you would use. 2 of those. And then anything that gets a little bit bigger, sometimes this is too big for a left chest, but if you're doing like a baby onesie, something that is in between a jacket back and a left chest design, this hoop is great for that because it is an 8.8 by 8.8 hoop. So that was a little bit bigger, gets you in there pretty good. And then you do get 2 jacket back hoops. So this is our 9 by 9 square hoop. So this hoop does great for anything that might be like a bag. This is a smaller jacket. We use the smaller jacket back instead of the bigger jacket back. But that allows you to do a lot of different hoopings with it. And then this is the one that everybody is excited about. So this is a 9 by 14 inch hoop. So I have this hooped up on a pretty large jacket here. This allows you to put designs, like I said, 9 inches by 14 wide. So this gives you a very big sewing field for how small the machine actually is, because the machine is only 26 inches side to side and it's about 20 inches front to back. So you can fit the machine about anywhere you need to, in your craft room or in your place of business, at your home, wherever. But like I said, it does pack that 9 by 14 inch sewing field, which is huge. And then the other cool thing with the cap system, you're going to get 2 of your cap hoops. So your cap hoops, you're going to get 2 of those. And basically this lid frame, open it up like so. Your hat would slide onto the hoop frame, pull this back across, and then latch it down. And that would allow you to hoop it. So you get the hoop itself, And then this is a gauge that comes with the whole system. Like I said, Sewing Machines Plus is throwing this in. This hoop just fits on there, snaps into the driver. Lift these wings up. So it snaps right in to give you a secure and firm place to go ahead and hoop your hats and everything. And then this is an exact mirror of the cap system that I showed you earlier, to where basically everything, if you center it with this, whenever you put it on your cap driver on your machine, it is ready to go and ready to run. The cool thing with this will mount, I don't know if you guys can see, you can see a little bit of it. So this will mount directly onto your machine table, which is nice because it keeps it out of the way for you. You can just put it wherever you need. But if you have an existing craft table as well, this will fit about any thickness of table. So wherever you want to hoop your hats, that's where you put this. So with the machine, that's what all we'll go over with it on that. I'd really like to get into the warranty and the support. So the cool thing with these machines, they all come with a 7-year bumper-to-bumper warranty. So that's great for the customer. With basically equipment like this, sometimes there are issues. There are pieces of machinery to where you're running them. If an issue arises, we love the 7-year warranty just because it keeps you guys covered as the customer. And then with Sewing Machines Plus as well, they have a great team of technicians that will help you guys out. Anything that they can't figure out or they're having trouble with, you guys have us as the distributor and the manufacturer on the back end, to where rest assured we're going to get you guys fixed up. But like I said, for 7 years, you guys.
All right, so that was Garrett McMinn, and that was another videotape that we had of him. So we showed just so y'all kind of get the message about the machine. But guys, we're talking about the SWF 12 needle. Now again, guys, this thing is a just unbelievable deal. The price on it is $89.99. That is the call-in special. That is the great price we have on it. And what's so cool about this machine? Not only does it have the longest warranty in the industry of 7 years bumper to bumper, but we're also throwing in that stand that comes with it. We're throwing in all the cap driver, the 2 cap frames. And then what's another great thing about this is this machine has 5 different sizes of hoops, and we're going to give you 2 of each size for a total of 10 hoops, and then 2 cap frames and a cap driver plus the stand. You're getting a ton of things, guys. 12 needle embroidery machine for $89.99. And again, if you are not familiar with SWF, they are very big in the commercial world. They are very known for making the big multi-head machines that people use in commercial world. And as Garrett has said on many times, you know, they supply like companies like Nike, Under Armour, and some of those big companies' factories with the embroidery machines that do all their embroidery in. So great machine. It has all the industrial motors, and what they did is they basically took an industrial machine and made it a consumer pro machine just for the home user and made the interface a lot easier. Now we also have this in a 15 needle that you can check out too. So if you want to know about either one of these machines, get on the phone, give us a call, 800-401-8151. We're going to ship both of them absolutely free right to your doorsteps. And guys, you can't beat these machines for the price. Great machine. So give us a call if you're interested in one of those. All right, so let's bring our co-host back in, Jane Klaus.
Here I am, Blaine.
Well, hey, guess what, Jane?
I don't want to say it. I can't believe this.
It is the end of day 5. 2023 countdown to Christmas is in the books. And what another great event and great
amazing.
Hope all the SMP Nation out there had a good time with us this week, and they're seeing things they want to get. And you know, like I've told Jane, just because it's not, you know, if it wasn't on the show doesn't mean it's not on sale. So give us a call if anything that you're thinking about getting, there's a good chance it's on the countdown to Christmas special.
It's so easy. Go to smplive.tv, and there's so much stuff on there. And I would say too, because you're like, oh my gosh, now I want to get all the stuff. I love the call. I love the chat. It's so easy when someone you know is right there. They've been with us the whole time, watching the show, working at SMP. They'll give you all the good information.
You are correct on that, Jane. So, Jane, I'd like to end the show and give a few things away.
Yes.
And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the dates coming up for other things that we're working on, and then we will get out of here. But first off, we're going to give something away, and I'm going to let you do the honors. The first thing we're giving away is a set of the event bags.
Event bags, you know them, you love them. The event bags hold a lot of fabric. They hold a lot of stuff. They hold all your things. And they have the cutest sayings on them also. So let's see who's going to win. Kennedy, spin that wheel. How's that for some energy at the end of the day?
There was energy there.
I was drinking your Mountain Dew, Blaine. Mona Barnes watching us on YouTube today. Congratulations, Mona. You know what to do. Go to SMPLive.tv to redeem your prizes. Scroll to the bottom. Fill out all the information so we know where to send your event bags. And most importantly, you have 30 days to redeem your prize.
You are correct, Jane. The next
Thank
thing
you.
up for grabs is going to be another sew mat. And this is one of our world famous sew mats. 13 different colors to choose from, 4 different sizes. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I love it. And it's going to be
Gloria Schatzer.
Go
All right,
ahead,
so
Gloria. Yes, sir.
is
Yeah.
our winner. So Gloria, you're our winner. What we need you to do, Gloria, is go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim a prize. Fill out all that information complete, and most importantly, tell us what color sew mat you want, what size. Hit submit, and we will get that shipped out to you as soon as we get that information. You got 30 days to claim that prize. All right, Jane, next up is going to be a sewing machine. This is the third one of the day. This is a Necky 8132A sewing machine. Jane.
What? Blaine, we lost you.
Hello.
Hi.
You lost me?
Oh, I got you. Okay, you want me to say spin the wheel?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Kennedy, spin that wheel. Jazz hands.
For the last time for 2023 countdown to Christmas, the last
Oh my
spin.
gosh, this is the last one.
Who's the so Delcia was our last winner for countdown to Christmas of 2023. Congratulations, Delcia. We need you to go to SMPLive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page, fill out all the information, complete, hit submit, and you have 30 days to do that, and we will get your brand new Necky sewing machine shipped right out to you absolutely free.
Amazing.
So Jane, another one in the book. So got to tell the SMP Nation a couple things that we're working on.
Okay.
One of the things that's going to be coming up, and we're working on it in February, and the title is kind of the name. It's called Love of Fashion.
Ooh.
It's going to be a multi-day show, and it's all about making things in fashion.
I love it.
And we've got some kind of famous designers, sewers that we're working to get on the show. So we're
Cool.
working that for February.
I love it.
April, we've already got some dates in mind, but we are going to have a serger showcase. It's all about sergers. It's going to have about every brand of serger you could dream of on the show, doing nothing but showing you how to use sergers and do things, and that will be in April. And that is actually National Serger Month as well.
Surging for success. I love it. I'm ready to surge. After today and all the great demos with surgers, I'm into it.
Yeah, and then right before that happens in March, it will be Quilt Fest.
Oh my gosh, I love it. So let me ask you this. When you do your serger, when you do the Love of Fashion, because we know Quilt Fest is a week, are these other things multiple days or just a full day for the Love of Fashion, a full day for the surging?
It'll be probably 2 days each for each one,
Cool.
and it'll be real short days, like a couple hours, and maybe 2 to 3 hours per day for 2 days. We're having to work the details out on those yet. We're working on them right now, so that's kind of the first quarter of next year. We got quite a bit of stuff going on, and we hope that everybody will just kind of stay tuned with us and keep in touch. And again, I always tell everybody, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it. If you haven't subscribed to YouTube, go subscribe to it right now. And also, you just go to the website. You can sign up for our newsletter, to get our emails, or just sign up for text messaging, and you get all the updates all the time. You can stay in the know with us, and that way you can kind of stay abreast of when we have all the events. And And Jane, I know, tell them how they can follow you, because I know a lot of people love to go and check out and see what you're doing. So how can they find you?
Yeah, you know, I'm always upcycling all the old fashions into new fashions, and of course, a lot of holiday things now. But you can certainly find me on all the social media channels, which would be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and it's always at Jane Claus, Clauss. I'm posting there not only the things I'm making, but things I'm doing in my broadcasting career, and also with my husband Kurt. So that's always a fun place to catch up. And then you can also go to my website, Jane Claus, Clauss.com. Sign up for my newsletter. I also have my shop there where you can find all sorts of cool Jane merchandise if you have a domestic diva in your life. And of course, you get that signature more is more and less is a bore coffee mug. But you know, I love you guys from head to mistletoe, and I've always appreciated spending the week with you. So certainly I hope that we stay connected after this countdown to Christmas is on. And Blaine, all I have to say is, you know, we were jingle bell rocking all week long.
We sure will. Hey, and you know, SMP Nation, y'all give Kyle and Kennedy a big hand out there. They've worked hard all week, you know, running the console and doing everything. And then, you know, got to say a big shout out to Rena, Rhonda, and Melinda. They were on the Facebook and YouTube chat. Big shout out to all the call center people, customer service, the shipping departments, getting all your orders out, and then also our live chat on the website. They've been doing a great job. So I want to thank everybody for that. And the big, huge shout out and thank you goes out to Jane Claus for being so professional and such a great host. We love having you part of SMP, Jane, and hopefully you'll do some more with us.
I mean, I am so excited for the love of fashion. I don't know if I'm invited, but I will be there because I'm all about it. I'm already thinking like maybe I could do a demo. Blaine, thank you for having me. SMP Nation, thank you for playing along with me. Kyle and Kennedy, you guys are amazing. Thank you. And everybody over there working hard. I love you guys. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Happy New Year. Enjoy maybe a little respite, Blaine, but I will be back in 2024 and we will do more. So thank you.
Sounds like a plan. So guys, we hope that y'all really enjoyed Countdown to Christmas this year. It was 5 fun days. We got a lot more in store for you for 2024. We hope everybody has a very happy and safe holidays. And I don't know when next time I'll see y'all, but it will be in 2024, that's for sure. So long. Y'all have a great night. Jane, talk to you later.
Love you, Blaine. Bye, everybody.